There's no time.
Lost.
The time is
13.
o'clock.
Hey, everybody.
And we got people in the comments eating lemon pound cake.
I know, I was like,
fighting over who was first. Fucking
it's another Wednesday night, you know.
Yeah.
Zach says, hey, all, I'm stoned, LMAO. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we'll probably be drunk soon, but it'll take a while to get there, I think.
Went down to sign all the paperwork to get the house put into escrow.
Yep.
Gave him $6,000.
Damn.
Yeah, but you get that. That's going to go towards closing costs.
Yeah.
It doesn't vanish. So everything's going through. Had the fucking septic guys over.
Yeah,
They fucking pumped the
septic guys came out and pumped the septic tank
pumped
today.
the septic tank. Then they did an inspection. I got to show that to VA. Probably next month, like I think they said it was on the 12th. We'd probably have it closed then.
January 12th?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we missed that date. We missed the window for the fucking tax-free year. Got to pay taxes for a whole year, property taxes.
That sucks.
$300 a month.
Yeah, because see, he's a veteran, so he doesn't have to like pay. But we
Not in this state.
Yeah, but you didn't get like.
I didn't get it in time.
You didn't get it in time. Well, we didn't know. I didn't know that.
It's only for the complete year. You
well, that
can't
makes
jump
sense.
in the middle of the year.
That makes sense.
So I couldn't get it closed in December.
So the first year is going to be more expensive than normal.
Yeah.
Because we'll still have to pay the property.
It's all right, though. We're going to get super chats from people.
Don't count on that. Christmas is coming up. Everybody's broke, including me.
It's broke. It's fucking. This is broke month.
Yeah,
December's always fucking
this is
broke.
a really broke month, man.
Yeah.
Really broke.
Yeah, because you got Christmas and all this shit happening at once. And it wasn't a big Christmas present day. I got everybody I could with something.
I got you some stuff, and I got the kitty some stuff. I got you like 3 things.
I got you some stuff, and it's not here yet. Here's Friday.
I have 3 things I got 2 of them.
Yeah.
I got the 2 main ones. It's just kind of one that hasn't come yet.
Yeah. And then we sent a present. We sent a present to Soph.
Yeah.
And let's see what else we could do. Gives presents to my drug dealers.
My drug dealers.
My drug dealers. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. I don't know. Depends on how much fucking money I have.
Yeah.
But no, once fucking 2022 is over, it'll be a lot easier.
Yeah.
And the energy costs were not high in this house. They were lower in this house than they were in the other house.
Yeah, we got the first bill and we were like, oh, that was a nice surprise.
Because
it was cheaper.
It's because it's an all cinder block house.
Yeah, like it's more energy efficient. And I think this house is newer than that one.
Yeah, it's newer.
Too.
And it's not fucking glass. Our last house was basically made out of glass. And you just fucking
well, there was just like
sucked all the fucking air conditioning out of it. And this one's got two central air conditioning units outside, and it's still and they're big, and it still uses up less energy because they don't have to run hard, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you have 2 of them. I mean, this house is bigger, like a lot bigger than our old house, but it's not twice the size. I think it's 50% bigger, and it has 2 AC units. So, like I said, it doesn't. I feel like the one at the old house ran constantly.
Yeah.
This one. Yeah, this one just runs, and then when it gets to the temperature, it shuts off.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even run hardly at night.
Doesn't seem like it. And 72 or 73 feels awful cool in this house compared to 72 or 73 in the other house. It still felt hot at 72, 73.
I mean, honestly, this office, maybe because I have really dark curtains and stuff, but this office is like fucking freezing all the time.
Well, you keep the doors closed too. That's part.
I keep the doors closed. I keep the windows closed. I don't like sunlight coming in here. Fuck that. I like it to be like a cave. But that's why I have my little jacket back here because it's like fucking.
People
cold
are still
in here all the
piling
time.
in, so we're gonna chit chat for a little bit until everybody shows up. They're starting to show up, but new information on the Zodiac Killer.
Yeah, this is something like people asked us about, and I was like, yeah, we should probably do a revisit. I know it's like a little bit late because I think the new info such as it is, came out in October.
But we're going to talk about
But we're gonna talk about it. I'll probably do like a I'm not gonna do like in depth, but I'll probably do like a summary of the original crimes, just kind of quickly, because we did a show about it a couple years back, and then we'll get into like the new shit. And
drove by Sam's on the way back and fucking picked up Sam's booze. I got that fucking Sam's Club vodka. You can get a big ass bottle of it. It tastes just like Grey Goose, and it's like $11. And then I got some of that fucking Sam's tequila, and it's silver tequila, and that shit tastes just like fucking Milagro Silver. I can't tell them apart.
That's a fancy ass bottle. Too.
Yeah, it's got a fancy ass bottle and everything. That's only $19.
Did I say thank you to Mike?
No, what am I? No.
Super chat.
Oh, he said something on a super chat?
No, it's just he just sent us a super chat. So thank you, Mike. In case I didn't say.
That right there, man, is like probably the second best, or maybe even the best silver tequila I've found in the United States. It tastes just like Milagro Silver.
Yeah, I mean, it's
just like it.
It's sad because, I mean, we don't get to Sam's as often as we used to because it's farther. So we usually just go, because there's a liquor store just like right up the street next to the Publix. So we usually go to that one. But it really is a lot more cost efficient to get stuff from Sam's. It's a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Gramthor's Hammer says, any presents for the day drinkers at the biker bar?
No, fuck that.
Go
dude.
give your other girlfriend like a wedding ring
The
or
other girlfriend, I
something.
kind of lost track of the other girlfriend.
What happened to her?
I don't know. I haven't been over there recently. It's we've been doing other things here.
That's
I think
true.
she's mostly late afternoon. She kind of comes and goes.
She's a late afternoon
Late
drinker.
afternoon worker there. She works there.
Oh, okay. I
She's
see.
She's like a bar back or a bartender.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought
she
she was
works
just
there.
like a... Oh, okay. I see.
She works there.
Bridget says, Jenny, I love it every time you wear that necklace. It's my favorite. Yeah, I love this necklace. It's H.P. Lovecraft, Camp Guy asked. Because I've had a lot of people, because I guess the tentacles don't clue some people in. Because they're like, wait, who is that? Yeah, it's H.P. Lovecraft.
No, my other girlfriend wants to meet you.
I know. I need to go down there one of these days.
I said, you gonna like her. She goes, I am. She goes, I am. I said, yeah. She goes, got big old boobs. She goes, oh, goody.
Oh, goody. Uh-oh.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Well, they just, all those girls that work there got big boobs. It's just, you got to have big boobs to work there.
It's the law.
It's a biker bar. Yeah. And you have to be able to and they show them. Because that's where the tips are coming from. They're not strippers.
No one's
They're
going to give
farm
me
girls.
tips if I go there.
What's
so.
that?
No one's going to give me tips if I
they
go
would.
there, so.
Yeah, they would.
I don't work
If I hooked
there.
you up there as a bartender, you'd make all kinds of money.
You know what? A long time ago, like when I was 19 or 20 or something like that, I thought about going to bartending school.
Yeah. You don't need to go to school there. It's just...
No, I know, but that was one thing that I was thinking about doing. But then I kind of did a couple of classes, and I was like, man.
They're just handing out beer and fucking pouring fucking shots of stuff. Straight shots.
Yeah, I can imagine.
There's no mixed drinks.
Right.
If you order a mixed drink in there, they can look at you crazy. No, they might do something like a sun.
Are you
like I asked for
gay or
tequila
something?
sunrise. They didn't have any orange juice. They don't have that. They don't mix drinks.
That
They
is
just
a
look at
biker bar.
They were like, huh? Oh no, we don't carry no orange juice. So you don't have orange juice? Nah. It's on the rocks. You know, it's okay. So you just got to drink Cuervo Gold on the rocks. They don't play that shit.
Yeah, you just got to drink
I
everything
said,
straight. Or
you got any orange juice? Get a sunrise, and they just look at me. No.
You have to bring your own. You gotta go to Publix and bring in some orange juice.
Nah. Sorry, honey, we ain't got no orange juice. That shit's fancy. You need to go down the road. Get some
That's
orange juice.
fancy.
That shit's too fancy.
That's hilarious that
Yeah.
like they wouldn't even have that.
Yeah.
Too
bad it's not going to be there much longer. Probably they're going to widen that road, and it's when they widen it, it'll be right at the doorstep, which will take a part of the damn parking lot. And the guy who owns it, it's been there forever, but he's only had it for about 10 years. But it's always been like that. It was like that when he bought it. It's just like a biker bar, you know. And he's thinking he's old, and he's thinking about checking it out. He says it's gonna be worth so much as soon as they widen that road. I'm gonna sell this bitch. That's what he said. I'm gonna sell this bitch, make all kinds of money. Although it may not go down that way. I was thinking get Big Tom to buy it.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he'd want something way out here, but
Have me run it for him.
yeah.
Yeah.
Time we're running a biker bar out here in the middle
Yeah.
of fucking Eustis.
Yeah, they fucking got about 1 million cameras hanging from the ceilings, like walking into a damn fucking maximum security fucking prison or a bank. You walk.
Well, I guess they
Fucking
need it
cameras
because you
everywhere.
said that that there was a lot of fights and shit.
Yeah.
there. Has anybody ever been murdered there? Do you know?
Probably.
Is anybody like buried out in the park?
It's all nighttime and the weekends though. Not during.
That's when the
weekends.
people get murdered.
Yeah. Well, no, they said that there's fights there every weekend at night.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah. Every yeah.
Like I said, I grew up in Daytona.
Yeah,
They had all those fucking biker and country bars, and it's
Yeah,
just like pretty
fight.
much every weekend.
There's gonna be a fight.
There's gonna be like at least one fight. It was
Yeah.
just like fucking. It's just like Roadhouse.
Yeah.
It's like
exactly.
fucking
It's exactly
Roadhouse.
like that. I need to get some if I could get my hands on a GoPro, I'd take some videos in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll put them on a show. Then I'll put them on my fucking motorcycle helmet. Try to get some candid shots. Because they might overperform or underperform if they know they're being filmed. See.
Well, yeah, it's got to
You
be
wanna
candid
catch it.
camera
You gotta be
shit.
candid, yeah.
Yeah. Ilsa says, "Oh my god, the last time I was in a biker bar, I was like 10." My childhood best friend's mom was into the Hell's Angels type
Yeah.
guys. Haha.
Yeah, little kids walk in there.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Where's
moms
my
will walk-
mommy?
Yeah.
Oh my
Moms will walk in with little toddlers and shit. And start
I
yelling
couldn't get a
something.
sitter.
No, they just start yelling. They got their girlfriends are working in there or something, you know, and they hey, how you doing? You know, give me a thing, and they start drinking. They got the kid with them. It's just like normal people. It's farms.
You got some onion rings for little Cletus over here?
Yeah, no, they have burritos,
That's random.
microwave burritos.
Microwave
Yeah,
burritos.
yeah.
They're like, we don't got no fryer or nothing.
No.
We just get some microwave burritos from 7-Eleven.
I had a little Chinese woman walk in. And fucking for $3 sell me some egg rolls.
Really?
Yeah.
Would
had
she
them in a
come
big
in
old
with
bag.
them like a cigarette girl, like
Yeah,
back in
yeah,
the
yeah.
old days, like
Yeah.
with the tray? That's
Yeah,
pretty awesome.
and they were cold.
Like the egg roll
Yeah,
woman.
and Chinese egg, and she had a drink, and she knew everybody in there, and she started selling egg rolls, and then she left.
That's pretty
Seen her-
awesome.
I've seen her twice.
That's pretty awesome.
Come in there with egg rolls.
See now,
Yeah.
that's like a genius idea, honestly. Because shit, man, if I was like fucking pretty fucked up in a bar and somebody
Yeah.
walked in with some egg rolls, fuck yeah, I'm
Yeah.
eating a bunch of egg rolls.
Yeah.
It'd be even better if people came in with a bunch of breakfast burritos.
Yeah.
I'd be all over that shit.
Well, she's Chinese and she has the accent and everything, so I guess they expected her to have egg rolls. That's what she had,
Okay.
and she's having drinks, fucking talking to everybody. She's a little bitty thing, probably about 60. Yeah, she's older. Walks in and sold fucking burrito, and it was during the day. It wasn't at night; it was during the day.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So all these regulars just walk in there and just start selling shit to each other.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do that.
Yeah.
Zach says, also, isn't it weird to think I'm young enough to be y'all's kid? No, it's not weird because we have friends that of that age too.
Yeah.
And it's like every now and then we think of it and I'm like, yeah, that is kind of weird, but I don't know. It's
We have
like,
friends that are still in their teens.
Yeah.
You know, fucking Aaliyah and John. What's his name?
Nick.
Nick. Yeah, Nick. I was saying John. Nick. I was thinking one of them fucking Duran Duran.
Nick, John,
Nick,
Simon.
John, yeah. Fucking yeah. And Nick is 21 though.
Yeah, he
But
just- he
his
just turned
girlfriend was. They evidently kind of broke up. They're kind of on the outs. I think she was. She just turned 18.
Or 19. I thought she just turned 19.
Just turned 19.
I can't remember.
Yeah, she's stripping.
Yeah.
She's stripping now. Yeah.
Well, you know.
That's how they do. And I said, "What are you fucking?"
Hey, you got to make some fucking money
Yeah, she's
somehow.
up at Rachel's. I said, "What are you at Rachel's for?" She says, "Why don't you just become a fucking cam girl, make money for yourself? You give
Then you don't even have to go anywhere. You can just do that shit from home.
And you give and then you're giving Rachel's all your fucking money."
And then you don't have all those creepos at
Yeah.
Rachel's like trying to like fucking fog up on you.
And I
shit.
realized that she doesn't really have her own house.
That's right.
Yeah.
Mike says, Tom, in the future, call your big titty bar hangers.
Yeah. Yeah. Low hangers.
Low hangers.
Yeah.
Ilsa says Tom should sell peanuts there. Haha.
Yeah. If I sold anything in there, I'd sell something super fucking redneck like pickled hard-boiled eggs.
And Mike says, I don't think I would buy peanuts from a dude wearing a cocksucking hat.
Yeah. Yeah, you would, dude. Flex and fucking flex and shit. Come on, man. Get some peanuts. Yeah. Got some peanuts.
How fucking funny would that
Yeah.
be? You should sell some pickled pig's feet.
Now, I'd go in there with pickled eggs. They'd fucking buy
You
that.
could probably sell boiled peanuts. Although there's kind
that
of
shit's everywhere.
what I was gonna say. That's kind of like that market is cornered in this area.
Yeah. Pickled sausages.
Yeah, there you go.
Remember those things? Fucking ridiculous.
I think you should sell fried pickles.
Yeah.
Fried pickles are delicious, like
But
fried.
you gotta deep fry them. They
fried
gotta be
dill
cold.
pickles.
No. So are we? See who's here. Do a little roll call.
Well, I wanted to do a shout out. I don't think Rob is here.
All right.
Our friend of the show, Rob Levinson.
Yeah, he sold us. He's giving us.
But
some shit.
yeah, I'm pretty sure because he sent me a message earlier today and said, "Oh, I sent you a movie," and I'm excited about this because I had put this in the Patreon poll to do a movie retrospective on, but it didn't win, and I was kind of like bummed out because I've been wanting to do a review on this. Look, it's Identity. I saw this in the theater when it came out, and it's like I really, really liked it, and I've seen it a couple times since then. So we'll definitely do a matinee on this. We'll probably do a matinee on it on Sunday, I think, because you've never seen it, right?
No.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times. It's good.
We'll check it out.
But yeah, so thank you very much, Rob. We're gonna talk about that.
Rob said he's here.
Oh, okay, there you go. There he is.
Yep.
Okay, you must have just got here then. I didn't see it
Yeah.
earlier. Or he didn't comment earlier, I guess. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, so I'm very excited about that. So
Rob
I'll
will come
just-
here from New York and fucking I'll take his ass down to the biker bar. He'll be appalled. But he lives in New York, but he's in the country anyway, so they probably have that kind of shit in New York.
Khan of Aslan says, I got a name for the bar, dude. Welcome to the Vanilla Gorillas.
Yes. Home of honky Kong.
See, I can see it. I can see a whole like branding. I can do all the branding for that shit. That would be fucking hilarious. You should totally do that.
Yeah. But now Florida has the Florida and the South has a very special flavor of fucking biker bar. It's its own thing. And there's motorcycles outside, and then there's all the hangers on and all the old people and all the retired people. It's not just motorcycles and bikers. They're just kind of like the centerpiece. Motorcycles and boobs. That's what it's about.
There you go. That's
And
what
it's
you should
kinda-
call your bar. Motorcycles and boobs.
Yeah, and I can't take too much of it. You know what I mean? Freaking.
I
music
think I
starts
would like
getting
it.
on
I think I would like it better if they actually played some decent music in there. But
Well, the thing is that if you go down there during the day and you have fucking Gen X and people a little bit younger than us, then what they're playing mostly on the jukebox, because the jukebox has everything. It's online. It's an online jukebox. You know what I mean? It's computerized, and I guess it fucking brings in things through the web pretty much. But it's monetized though. But they'll give you free credits. You know, the bartenders put free credits on it a lot. But so a lot of the stuff that when the crowd is a little bit our age or younger, it's 90s stuff. You know what I mean?
which, yeah, okay.
Well, a lot of it's like new metal or metal, and it's just better, you know.
I mean, it's better than Leonard Skinner.
Oh yeah.
But still not.
But you go in there and I was fucking hearing requests, fucking stuff like Velvet Underground or fucking classic shit,
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, it just depends on who's in there.
Yeah, I'm not shitting on this music because it's old. I don't like that southern rock.
I get sick of southern rock and country.
Yeah,
and
I don't really
some
like
of those
that.
dudes, that's the only kind of music they know.
I mean, I like a lot of shit from
Yeah.
the 60s. I like a lot of stuff from the 50s, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I like a lot of rockabilly and shit like that. So I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Motherfuckers want to play Garth Brooks all the time.
Yes, you
what I
know.
mean? It's just get sick of that shit. And it's Leonard Skinner.
Yeah, it's like, God, man. I don't know. It's just so ubiquitous. It seems like you can just turn
Yeah.
on a radio anytime and
Yeah.
hear that.
Yeah.
Somewhere right now, a radio station is playing Sweet Home Alabama.
Yeah,
I
and
guarantee it.
they're not conscious of it. It's totally normalized.
Yeah.
Totally normalized. You start playing something that's better, then they're like, what is that? Who is that? And they don't even know who that is, because they're just narrow-minded. They only know one thing,
I only know Leonard Skinner, and that's all
I know
I
Leonard
know.
Skinner, and I know Garth Brooks, and they'll know all the country stuff.
Don't tell
It's southern rock.
Achy breaky heart.
Yeah.
Is that Garth?
But
Who the fuck is that?
I don't know. But another thing that's funny though
That's not Garth Brooks.
is that they'll listen to southern rock not knowing that, say, like Nazareth is from fucking Wales or Scotland or some shit,
Or whatever
or
country.
wherever those fucking come from. All those little fucking. To us, those countries are basically.
They're foreigners.
They're not even states. They're like large counties. I think there's some counties in fucking Texas. In
Billy
California
Ray Cyrus.
that-
Yeah, that's right. I knew
Cyrus.
it wasn't Garth Brooks. I was like, wait,
Yeah.
that's wrong, but I couldn't think of who it was. That's
Yeah.
right. Miley Cyrus is dead.
Yeah. Nazareth is from Scotland, I think, wasn't it?
Were they?
They sound like it's fake Southern rock. It does sound like it does. They do sound Southern, very much so. I don't know if they're trying to. I kind of think they are. I think they're kind of pretending to be Southern in the same way that Rolling Stones sometimes tried to sound Southern. You know,
Yeah.
with like Wild Horses and stuff.
I like that song though.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
I like the Rolling Stones.
Yeah, they're good. Their Southern rock was okay, but I liked just their regular rock. It was better, I thought. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
It's just the sounds that they wanted at the time.
DJ Maniac says, "See, goths know all the music, even if we don't listen to it."
Mm-hmm.
That's and in a way, I
Yeah.
think that's kind of how, because goths are like really into music, like especially like old school ones like us. You kind of have an appreciation for music, even if you don't like it. You even kind of like know a lot of it. Remember when I said, I think we told this story before, but one time we were at Mannequins, and there were these kind of like basic bitch Karen type chicks, like a bunch of them there, and they were requesting a bunch of songs because there's a bunch of goths there. So I think that they were trying to, I don't know if they were trying to do this, but I think that they were maybe trying to like, ooh, let's play something that the goths won't like or some shit like that. So they were requesting stuff like Bee Gees and everything.
Yeah, but we were dancing.
And I'm like, fuck yeah, the Bee Gees.
Yeah.
Me and Tom are out there dancing. We know all the words and shit. And I think they were kind of like surprised. I'm like, what? The Bee Gees are awesome.
Yeah, all the gothsters knew who the Bee Gees were, and it was Disco Inferno. Wasn't it?
No, it was it was More Than a Woman.
More Than a Woman.
It was More Than a Woman.
It is. And
That's what it was.
Drunk goths fucking jumped all over that, and
They were all like, "Fuck yeah!"
And it didn't have the effect that those girls. I think those girls thought it would break up the party.
Yeah, see, yeah.
That's not what
they
happened.
definitely did come across like having that sort of.
Yeah.
I'm like, bitch, I used to go to fucking iBar. Used to have grits and gravy. They used to do it on Tuesday nights, and they moved it to Thursday nights, and that was all music from like the 50s to the 70s. So you'd hear like Elvis, and then you'd hear like ABBA, or you'd hear something from the Grease soundtrack, and it's like everybody knew all of those fucking songs.
Yeah.
The cheesier, the better.
Yeah. During the day, you know what I mean? Fucking disco got burned out, but good disco was the shit. It was,
DJ Maniac points out Disco Inferno ain't by the Bee Gees.
Oh
it's
yeah.
not.
What was I thinking
I thought
of?
Disco Inferno was Earth, Wind, and Fire. Isn't it Earth, Wind, and Fire?
I was thinking the one that was from Saturday Night Fever.
That's what do you call it?
You should be dancing. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, they had a bunch of They had a bunch of songs in that.
Is it You Should Be Dancing?
There was one called that, or it was just called Dance. I'm this shit now. I can't remember.
Yeah. You should be dancing. Yeah.
I think that's just called Dancing.
Dancing. Yeah.
Isn't it like dancing?
Yeah.
I thought. I can't.
That's what
remember.
I thought they requested. I thought that might have been called Disco Inferno, but I think that's Earth, Wind, and Fire, isn't it?
I think it's Earth, Wind, and
Yeah.
Fire. Well, didn't like Bee Gees had that other like what's the fucking you can tell by the way I work my life, I'm worth man.
You can tell.
Staying Alive, Staying Alive,
Yeah, Staying Alive.
Staying Alive.
Yeah.
I just thought of that song the other day because when we were watching Rollerball, and I said, "Oh my God, look how Staying Alive!" Like all the collars on all the shirts were like it was cracking me up. Badass Domain says, "Do goths like Michael Jackson and his music? He was pretty freaky, especially."
No.
I wasn't a big fan. I did like some of his kind of poppier singles. I liked like his older stuff. I liked some Jackson 5. And I kind of liked. I didn't buy the album. Like I didn't buy.
I never bought a Jackson.
The one. No, I didn't either.
Yeah.
But I liked Billie Jean, and I liked like a lot of his songs that came out like from Thriller and stuff. I liked those.
That's just stuff you heard on the radio.
But yeah, not enough. I wouldn't turn it off if it came on. Like I knew all the words and stuff, but I wouldn't have bought it.
No.
That's all it was.
I guess he was He was good though.
Yeah.
He was good. It's just,
Yeah. There's a lot of artists that I liked that.
When that was on the radio, it wasn't rare. It was burned out. You wouldn't spend money on that. Yeah, you could hear that for free. Just turn on the radio; it'd be on there.
Right.
I saw that. What was that? Moonwalker. I saw the fucking video. I rented it from a video store.
Yeah.
And it was quite a good little show. I think it was called Moonwalker, wasn't it? Where it was a series, like a little miniature movie. It was a series of fucking music videos.
Yeah.
It was weird, you know what I mean? Because I was like, what's he doing running around with these kids? I had a fucking weird feeling about that back then. It was just like, it was very kind of like, I don't know. Very mainstream. Super mainstream.
So I think that, particularly in the 80s, like, goths were kind of, like, into more underground stuff. So it's like you heard the Michael Jackson stuff, and, like, some of it was good. And, like, I liked some pop music back then, too. Like, I liked a lot of new wave and a lot of stuff that was on the radio. But you know, honestly, a lot of that stuff, I like it better now than I did at the time.
It aged better.
Like when back then in the 80s, like if Hall & Oates would have come on, I'd have been like, oh, please. But like nowadays, I'm just like, oh yeah, Maneater, crank that shit up. You know what I mean?
I haven't heard it in a long time.
Because I haven't heard it in a long time, and I'm like, I appreciate it more now. Like,
I mean, Jackson's best song was "Smooth Criminal," and I liked that song back then. And they didn't play that one to death.
yeah, I think overplaying was the
that was
issue
a
more
part
than
of it.
anything else.
But "Smooth Criminal" was one of his better ones.
DJ Maniac said I'm more of a Prince fan. Oh, definitely.
Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, Prince is pretty awesome.
Yeah, goths liked him though.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't necessarily buy all his albums, but we understood what he was doing.
Yeah, and honestly, like I said, even nowadays, if you go to iBar or Barbarella, as they're calling it now, and they play Prince, pretty much everybody dances to that, like all the goths and everybody. Yeah, how
Prince
about
was better than Jackson.
Well, yeah. I don't know if anybody would argue with you about that. Well, maybe some people would.
He wasn't as poppy, but he was better.
Yeah.
He was a better artist.
Marissa says, how about Cher?
Cher was before our time. That was like something that your mom would listen to.
I used to watch the Sonny and Cher show when I was a kid.
Yeah, it was like something your mom would listen to.
I didn't mind it, though. I didn't mind some of her stuff. Yeah. But, you know, again, it's nothing that I would have bought. And I think I appreciate it now more than I did back then. Like I said, in the 80s, like all the stuff, the 70s and 80s, all the stuff was on the radio. You just got sick of it.
Best disco was the Bee Gees. They were the best disco.
I mean,
band.
the Bee Gees are pretty fucking awesome, you gotta say.
And,
I even liked the Bee Gees back then because my dad had some of their albums.
And I would say kind of like, although I think fucking my favorite one that was disco, I would say would be Blondie. And only half of it was disco. They did disco shit. People don't want to admit it.
Well, they didn't start out disco.
They didn't start out disco.
And honestly, when they did disco, because they'd been playing CBGBs and shit.
Heart of Glass is disco as fuck.
Yeah, when that came out, like all their older fans were just kind of like, "Fuck this, I'm out."
They were good. Blondie was good. They made real good disco, and just good rock. You know, good new wave.
Dermot says Cyndi Lauper was amazing. Yeah, I agree. She had a great voice. Didn't want to go down that commercial Madonna route. Yeah, I actually have a lot of respect for Cyndi Lauper because honestly, she seemed like she's still going, isn't she? I'm pretty sure. You know.
She looked good for a long time, too. She was like in her fucking 50s and 60s, and she was still cute as hell.
So she was another one. Cyndi Lauper was another one who was very poppy or very popular in the 80s that I really liked at the time. And I actually did buy some of her stuff.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just, I wasn't trying to be like a hipster or anything like that. Like, I can only buy stuff because, like I said, I like Duran Duran and all that. So it's not like I was deliberately trying to just buy stuff. I liked stuff that was on the radio. DJ Maniac says Cyndi Lauper is still fine as fuck.
Yeah,
I thought she was. I thought she still looked really good. Stop Prop says was listening to Vienna Ultravox. That's great. Best new wave synth pop. Yeah, Ultravox are really, really good. To Casey and the Sunshine Band. Thelma Houston, Don't Leave Me This Way. Yeah, I remember, that's a good song, actually. The Communards covered that. I had that single. But yeah, I had a bunch of 45 singles and stuff like that. I don't know what happened to them, though. Some of them are still here, but I don't know what happened to some of them. I think I sold off a bunch. And then Kanavatslin says, I love Annie Lennox. Yeah, she is also amazing. She has an amazing voice. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, there was a lot of great shit back then.
There was a heyday. It was the heyday of music, really, because that was our medium. That was our social medium.
Now,
yeah,
that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, now it's fucking internet stuff, and online stuff. But back in those days, it was bands. And through music and clubs, that was kind of like the social media of the day. It's not that much anymore. The money got sucked out of it.
Yeah, it's like there's still lots of good bands around, obviously, but it's harder to make money. There's so many nowadays because it's so much easier to put your stuff out independently.
No gatekeepers.
That again, it's just kind of like, well, it's just like anything, like with authors, filmmakers, anything like that. It's like there's so much content out there. It's like really hard to kind of rise to the surface.
And none of them will ever be true rock stars because there's too many of them. And rock stars were a manufactured thing from an industry. You have having to rise to the top and these huge tours and big names and radio, and that's how you became a rock star. And MTV, back when it showed music videos, but that era is gone. That market no longer exists. So if you look at who's making money on tours, it was the rock stars of old who are still alive. You know, fucking.
Yeah, and like their
Judas
fans
Priest is
are
kicking ass.
older,
But they're still spending money
and
on it.
and have more money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know they're gonna go see them, even
mean-
though the tickets are $100 or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, fucking, and it's hilarious. I saw the Turbo tour, you know, back in the 80s of fucking Judas Priest, and to think that fucking Judas Priest would still be touring and that Rob Halford still sounded like God, I would have never believed that. But that fucker is still making a lot of money touring, and he's very grateful to the fans. He says, we are only doing this because of you guys. We got the best fans, you know, and because people come to see him. And no new artist is really going to top what's happening with these old guys. You know, they can go anywhere at any time and draw huge crowds. Some of them, not all of them. Like, I don't know, if Metallica got together, they'd probably fucking still pack a fucking huge fucking arena.
The thing about the older bands too is that now that we have the internet, in a way they've kind of benefited from that too, because not all the people that are going to see them are like old farts.
No.
Some of them are like second and third generation fans
They've seen
whose
it, yeah.
parents were into
Yeah.
it and they got into it,
Yeah.
or they discovered them online and didn't care that it was like an older band, and they're like, oh, they're still around, I'm gonna go see them. So it's like,
Yeah.
so they're getting like a lot more, you know, stuff from the past, like you know, people that are younger that
Yeah.
weren't even alive when they were originally around,
Yeah.
that discovered them later on.
Yeah, and it's funny because like the one guys, they're some of them are frozen in time. Like Iron Maiden, I loved Iron Maiden, but Iron Maiden is no longer innovative. Their fucking last really good album was maybe like Somewhere in Time or something, and they kind of stayed like that. And then the albums just kind of that same fucking sound. Most of it sucked. One of the newer ones was called Book of Souls. It sounded good, but I'm listening to it and I was like, you know what? This sounds like 1987, 1989. There's no real innovation. Just
They haven't gone
stick-
full Anvil yet,
No.
have they? Though, okay, well that's
and
good.
Iron Maiden, just that same bass riff. Bum, brum, 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 bum, brum, brum, brum,
Yeah.
brum, brum. The same fucking bass line, you know. But that's what works. That's what their fans want, I guess.
That's what they mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's
That's
not, it's
it.
not like they're gonna like, you know, veer off into like
Yeah.
some other new territory, and
Yeah.
everybody's like, "What the fuck is this shit?" We want to like, you know.
And fuck, I liked Bruce Dickinson and all. You know, he had some fucking badass albums. You know, Peace of Mind and shit. But I gotta say, the fucking Paul Di'Anno on those first two albums, I think were fucking badass. Probably the best. It was like two different bands. I guess you really couldn't compare them, but that Killer's album was, which is album number 2, is fucking badass. Paul Di'Anno sounded fucking great on that.
DJ Maniac says Metallica is still a thing, and they charge $1,000 a ticket now.
Okay, yeah.
Fuck that noise.
Yeah. No, they got people that would pay that.
Well, I know they do,
Yeah.
but I don't even have $1,000, much less $1,000 to piss away on that. I'm just saying.
Or
Yeah.
you see Dave Mustaine's fucking cooked up ass. His fucking face is all fucking swollen like a motherfucker. I don't know what that dude's been doing to himself.
Yeah, no thanks.
Although I like fucking Megadeth and Dave Mustaine. They were good. He was Alex Jones before there was Alex Jones, man. He was into all that shit.
Yeah,
For
he's
the
a-
Rest in Peace album and stuff. I think
he's kind of a
AJ
whack
listened
job.
to that band.
Probably.
Probably.
Zach says, favorite film score.
Who?
Favorite film
Who
score.
asked this?
Zach.
Zach.
Suspiria.
No, Conan the Barbarian.
I mean,
Conan the
that was
Barbarian.
easier than I thought it would be.
Yeah, Conan the Barbarian.
Shit, I have the Suspiria score on,
Yeah.
and I'll listen to that just like not even with the movie. Just the music is that good.
Conan the Barbarian was fucking epic. Classical fucking Wagnerian
I mean, there are so
style.
many good ones.
Yeah.
There are so many good ones.
No, if I had to fucking just boil it down to one soundtrack, it would be Conan. Just the first movie.
I was thinking, I guess because I just did a review.
I think his name was Basil what? Basil was the name of the fucking guy who... Basil... Blah, 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 blah. He was a conductor. And fucking...
Oh, it's like a
wrote-
Greek last name
yeah,
that starts with a P, but I can't think of
I
it
that
right
was the
now.
dude.
Polydorus?
Yeah,
Something
he
like
wrote all the music and everything. He's fucking great. I think it was him.
that. I guess because I was just thinking of... Because I just did a review of Ravenous from 1999, And I remember, I don't know if I'd buy that score, but I kind of like that score just because it's so fucking weird. You know what I mean? That movie is like a weird movie, but weird but awesome. And I love that the score was just kind of like, oh, you want even more weird? Okay, here you go. That's like fucking Damon Albarn from Blur and Gorillaz that did that. And it was like, and another dude too, but I can't remember his name.
Vaslan says, yeah, man, fucking Conan is badass. It is. You could just sit back and listen to. Look, the original soundtrack for Conan is in mono. It's not in stereo. But one of those Nordic or maybe like Italian symphonies re-released the entire thing. They did it live. It's on YouTube in fucking stereo in HD fucking high quality sound. That's the one to listen to. I think it might have been an Italian or a Spanish fucking orchestra, and theirs is even better than the movie album, than the movie soundtrack. Really good.
Yeah, Dermot says, The Exorcist and Hereditary, great music soundtracks. Yeah. Yep, I agree. DJ Maniac says, oh, I totally bought the Ravenous score. A lot of people did. Like, in the horror community, I feel like the Ravenous score is kind of like a big thing just because it's so odd. Like, it's almost kind of like this weird, I don't want to say it's like bluegrass, but it's just like this really weird, I don't know, it's very strange, but like kind of awesome. Joe Nash says Thief, which was done by Tangerine Dream. Honestly, like any score that was done by Tangerine Dream is good. I like any of that kind of stuff.
Hey Con, I forgot to tell you, I'm Mexican now. Yeah, I'm Mexican now. Fucking Louis Hernandez.
Let's see the paperwork.
Yeah, Louis Hernandez said that I'm now an honorary Mexican, and that I can go to Mexico anytime I want without any papers. It's funny because this is a Mexican in California declaring this, so I can go to Mexico at any time. No visa, no passport, nothing.
Okay.
No. I don't have to go through any of the fucking checks.
Can I be an honorary citizen of another country?
Yeah, honorary. I'm not only a citizen of Mexico. I'm an honorary member of the Mexican race.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's high. That's way up there.
Wow.
Way up there.
DJ Maniac also points out, all John Carpenter scores. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, well, I like his stuff because it's like really simple, but it's really like impactful.
Yeah.
And as soon as you hear a score, you know that that's him. Like he has a really recognizable score. Oscar says, Jenny, did you used to hate Oasis and Blur back when you lived in the UK? I'm not a big fan of Oasis. I don't hate them. But I'm not a huge fan. But honestly, some of the stuff like Blur, Pulp, I wouldn't buy it, but I'm kind of into it. I like Pulp actually quite a lot. Like I bought like some of their songs. I don't think I ever bought a whole album. Yeah. But I think I bought a couple Blur singles too. Yeah. Like I think I liked Boys and Girls, and I liked some of that stuff. Oasis just sounded like kind of like the Beatles to me. Yeah. So I was just kind of like, well, if I want to listen to that, I'll just listen to the Beatles. Thanks. But what? Con
says I'm Mexican because I make my own tortillas, and now I gotta make chicharrones. I think he said chicharrones. Did he say? Yeah. And Brian says that his wife is Mexican. We're proud to have you. So Brian is saying that he is proud to have me as a Mexican because his wife is Mexican. So that's something else, man. That's some badass authority. I like that. My wife's Mexican, so I can make you Mexican. That's pretty cool.
Sure, it's like the transitive property of Mexicanness. Yeah. That's what that is.
Oh, man.
Rob points out Sorcerer. We still need to do that fucking movie one of these days. That is actually on my list. It has been for a very long time. Badass Domain says Pulp is from my hometown of Sheffield. I actually really like Pulp. I really liked Common People. I really liked... actually, you know what's funny is that... What's that one song they did? I think it's called... What is it called? Something Disco 2000 or something like that. And Nick Cave did a cover of that, like a live cover. And I liked both versions, actually. Oscar says Oasis are superior to the Beatles. Ooh, that's some fighting words right there. I don't mind Oasis. I'm not shitting on them. I'm just it's just I guess like when I heard them, I'm just kind of like, that's good, but I kind of wish I was listening to the Beatles. That's all. Kanavatson says Jenny can be Mexican as well. She needs to make salsa. Okay, yeah. I'm sure I can figure it out.
Yeah, Con was he shared a link to something on my Facebook group called Tom Shitty Movies. And it's some kind of a movie's coming out talking about. It's kind of like the great. It's a Mexican movie. It's about Mexican paranormal stuff. Tell me again. Say it. Drop it again in the comment section just to remind me what it was. It's a movie coming out. It looked good, and it's about all the fucking horrific shit that happens in Mexico. It's like a documentary.
Oh, okay.
It looked good, yeah. Kind of like paranormal stuff, and I don't know, probably true crime.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because you can't see it, but Pookie is sitting right there in a pile of all the toys that Auntie Ilsa sent her for Halloween.
Yeah, she's in a pile of
There's
toys.
a big pile of little orange mousies and little stuff, and she's just like sitting over there in the pile. It's just very funny. Yeah, you got all your toys, Pookie. Oh.
Okay, it's called Mexico Barbero, which means barbarian or barbaric Mexico, is how it translates. It's a movie, and it looked good.
Okay.
If somebody sends it to me, we'll review it.
Well, is it on like any kind of streaming thing where we can?
I think it was a. No, I don't remember. I think it was a DVD or a Blu-ray that was coming up, or something was going to be released. It was going to be like a streaming thing, maybe.
And then they're talking about Tom York doing the score for the new Suspiria. Yeah, actually, I really did quite like that. And then No Need for Me To said the remake of Suspiria I enjoyed. I did too, and that actually really surprised me. Because I think like back when it was rumored, like a few years before it came out, I was kind of like, man, I just don't see how you can win with that. It's like you can't make it like the old one because Dario Argento had such a particular visual style that if you try to make it like that, it's just going to seem like ripping it off and it'll be pointless. But if you make it completely different, then it won't actually be Suspiria because so much of Suspiria is wrapped up in what it looks like. But I have to say that they really did kind of pull it off. They did something completely different with it, went like the opposite way with the tone, but it totally worked. It's like a completely different movie, but they still took enough of the original story. So I think they did a good job with it. I don't like it as much as the original still, but I think it's like a pretty damn great movie all on its own. You know?
Okay, Colin says it's a movie. It's here on Amazon. It's on Amazon. We're at least here in Mexico. It's called Mexico Barbero. Or Mexico Barbaro is probably how they pronounce it. We're barbaric Mexico. And it looked like a kind of like a, I don't know, a compendium. What do you call it? Like a greatest hits or whatever. Of fucking weird cases and shit. It may have been a series. But he says it's a movie, so it must be one movie. It looked good, man. The cover of it looked good.
That sounds like something that'd be like right up my alley.
Yeah, they had fucking Dia de los Muertos kind of motif on it. It looked good. Some girl in fucking makeup kind of looked like that Mexican goth girl that dressed up like fucking Santa Muerte.
Oscar says Mexico from 2008 to 2010 was worse than the Middle East in terms of savagery.
Yeah, I heard that. There's all that narco fucking operations going on.
Brian also says, Tom and Jenny, if you want to see something really disturbing, watch the Netflix series called 1994 about the murder of presidential candidate Coliseo on Netflix. Okay, well, we'll look that up.
Colin says it's an anthology of 8 stories, horror stories.
Oh, Brian said he said...
it was on Shudder for a while.
Yeah, it was on Shudder for a while. Oh, I didn't see it. Maybe it was in like the other category because sometimes I forget like to look in the series or the documentary category.
If it's still there, if somebody wants to check and see if it's still there, get back with us and drop it on the.
On Shudder, they just put up another documentary that's called what's it called? Hail to the Deadites, and it's all about Evil Dead fandom.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh shit, I might need to watch that. I just saw it like when I was watching House of Wax last night. I was just kind of like, oh man, I'm gonna have to watch that. There's so much shit on there. I've gotten really behind, like on the new shit they posted on Shudder because I was watching some other things. But
Mexico City has an awesome goth scene. We need to get down there and check it out.
Well, yeah, like I said, I've talked about
buy some clothes.
I've talked about Voltaire.
Yeah.
Him going down there because I think he has a house or an apartment, or his girlfriend does, in Mexico City. Even though I think she's Japanese, but they go down there every now and then. They do like a bunch of goth shit down there. Voltaire's half Cuban though.
Go down go down there just to buy some fucking badass fucking handmade clothing.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's like, and he said it's like not, and it's not expensive.
Yeah,
and he's like, and there's tons of fucking like cool bars and shit like that down there too. I mean, you know, you probably fucking drive there. How long would it take us to drive to Mexico?
It's not worth it. It's better to just drive because you could fly. You could probably fly there round trip for $400.
Yeah, maybe.
It's just a lot easier. And you get there and you take cabs. I used to take
right?
cabs all over Brazil. I can make myself understood in Spanish. I can fake Spanish.
It's fake Spanish.
Well, after you drink, when you speak Portuguese, after you drink, you can kind of slowly make the adjustment. Just the articles are different, the nouns and most of the nouns, all the verbs and fucking verb conjugation is the same. It's just, you know.
Yeah, it's fairly
it's real
similar.
similar,
It's
right.
fairly similar.
I can understand. The thing is that I can understand almost all Spanish being spoken. They can't understand me when I'm speaking Portuguese, because Portuguese has a much bigger vocabulary. It's got Spanish-style words and French-style words and Italian-style words all in the same language. And Spanish just has Spanish stuff. Well, Mexican Spanish is its own dialect. They have their own slangs, their own accents, kind of different sound and rhythm to how they speak. It takes a while to make that mental adjustment, you know. And then it'd be good if you have a friend who's fluent, because you can practice with them. It's a lot more, you relax more, especially if you drink it. I learned to speak Portuguese drunk as a teenager. I did.
Well, you had a tutor.
I had a tutor, but I was afraid to speak. You know,
Yeah.
Took me after about a year or 9 months, I understood what all my friends were saying, but I couldn't speak to them in Portuguese. All right,
Because you're afraid they would make fun of you.
it's just not uncomfortable to speak in a foreign language. Okay, and then I would speak to they understood English, so I'd just speak to them in English,
Yeah,
and they'd
that's
speak to me
easy.
in Portuguese, because they were bilingual.
Yeah.
And at that point I was, but I couldn't speak Portuguese. I just understood it. I got rip roaring drunk and I was trying. I told one guy, I says, look, man, tell him this and that, because I was trying to talk to a Brazilian guy who didn't speak Portuguese. And he's like, man, fuck you. You speak it. Tell him. You understand Portuguese. Speak. You tell him. I'm sick of translating for you. So I was just drunk. I just started speaking Portuguese. I just told the dude. And then they started laughing. They were rolling. He speaks Portuguese. He now speaks Portuguese. Because it happened in a single fucking night.
Yeah.
I went from not speaking Portuguese to speaking Portuguese.
But you knew how. You were just like afraid to.
I could, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just.
Yeah, it's a barrier to get across. Like, I get that.
Barrier.
I get that.
Yeah, it was a mental barrier. I understood what was being said.
Yeah.
I
Well,
could
that's the first thing that
I
happens.
could get through the
is-
lessons with my tutor, but I wasn't comfortable with conversation. You know? And it was like a mental barrier until I was just fucking loaded. And then I was mad and drunk, and the barrier went away, so I just started yelling. And a lot of it was cussing. Cussing, and then once he's talking back, and I was like, oh, okay, and then it started rolling, and then I spoke Portuguese after that.
Now, Oscar says Tom attempting Portuguese is probably hilarious. No, he actually he can't actually
I'm
speak.
fluent.
Yeah, he is fluent in Portuguese.
Yeah.
I've heard him
It's
talking
been a long
to
time.
people over on the
Yeah.
phone and over the thing in Brazil and shit like that. And-
Português é uma língua muito parecida do que espanhol. Só que faz muito tempo que não falo, mas se foi encontrar brasileiro hoje em dia, volta rápido a língua, sabe? Volta rápido. É só, you know, it's been a long time since I've spoken it, but it comes back quickly. You know, I grew up speaking it. You know, my first girlfriends were Brazilians.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah, well, you lived in Brazil for a
I lived
long
in
time,
Brazil
so.
for fucking years. So just
Camp Guy said, wish I was bilingual. I don't have the
Yeah.
self-discipline at my age. I honestly, it's like, I don't know. Like I said, I don't have time anymore. I've tried.
Yeah.
Like, I took 4 or 5 years of French, so I kind of know a little bit of that. I took a little bit of Italian, and I took, like, a little bit of, you know, I learned some Welsh, like, when I was over there. But
Brian says that Mexico Barbaro is not on Shudder anymore, but it's on Vudu for free.
okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to. I don't even think. Do we have the Vudu app? I don't think we
I don't
do.
think so.
We have the Tubi app, but it might be on Tubi as well. Because a lot of times, if something's
Yeah.
on Vudu for free, then it's usually on Tubi for free as well. Dermot says if you can speak one Latin language, then it helps understand the other ones.
Yeah, yeah.
Because definitely, like I said, I took.
Verb conjugation.
Yeah, I took many years of French in school. So when I started like trying to learn Italian, I was just like, oh, this word must mean that, and this word must, because a lot of the words are
Yeah.
like kind of similar.
And I just did that. You heard me speak it, and that was just cold. I have to be around Brazilians for a few hours before it starts to fucking come back, because I don't speak it every day. For a long time, I used to dream in Portuguese, which that's really cool, because I'm dreaming and Brazilian characters in my dreams are speaking to me, and their shit is fucking ultra fluent. You know what I mean? Their Portuguese was better than mine. But how the hell did I dream? How the hell did I dream the dialogue that's better than my waking dialogue? The subconscious mind is extremely fucking powerful.
It is.
The characters in my dreams have fucking perfect Portuguese, like they were born and raised there, and fucking with vocabularies better than mine, and I could wake up and remember exactly what they said. You know, so.
Kanavatsan says it's very rare to see Americans in Mexico trying to speak Spanish.
Yeah.
But how we view it is that you respect our culture if you tried.
It's like that in every country.
I kind of feel like every country has that. Yeah, and it's just kind of like, as long as you're making an effort, and I get it, like, because, like, if I went to France and tried to speak French, because I do know a little bit of French, but I would be horrified to, like, try to speak French to people, even though I kind of know what I was saying, but I'm like, oh, they're going to make fun of me because I'm going to sound really bad or I'm going to fuck it up. But I do think that, I mean, well, it's just like if somebody came here and was like trying and couldn't really speak English that well, but they were trying to speak English at least, like, you would at least be, like, encouraging, you would think.
It's the same thing when I was living in Egypt and in the Sinai Peninsula. If you're hanging out and doing business with any kind of Arabs, you want to use as much Arabic terminology and phrases as you possibly can. And it's a totally different culture. You want to stay away from phrasing things in secular terms. Everything has to be kind of put in religious terms. Which, you know, modern Americans aren't raised like that. People from the South understand that, but everything is, you know, God willing, and, you know, if God smiles upon us on this day, it's just shit like that. Everything is phrased in religion, because that's they feel comfortable with that.
Yeah.
They feel very comfortable with that. Everything, and it's you know how, like, when you say "God damn," we said that's almost like a religious statement, but we just say it without thinking, or like, you know, like,
or
God,
my personal favorite, Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
I say that.
Those are all religious terms, really. You know what I mean? But you know, Islam is a lot more pervasive throughout their language and their culture, and for them, it's very. It's comforting and very flowery, and everything is embellished that way. Everything is explained in kind of fucking religious terms, and they like that. And if you do that, then you get a much better response from them. They don't like the cold logic and I guess you could say Greco-Roman style reason and fucking secularism, and no, they don't really like that. It's what we would call magical thinking. They like that.
Yeah.
Which I understand it. I understand the world that they come from, the environment that they're in. They can't trust laws and leadership. Everything is spiritual. They trust that. Because their institutions are untrustworthy.
Camp Guy says, why does Jesus' middle name start with the letter H? See, I always kind of wondered about that too. Well, see, I always like to come up with normally, like, when I get mad, my first thing is, like, Jesus fucking Christ. But I also have used Jesus tap dancing Christ, Jesus crotch rocket Christ. I'm just like, you know, I like to think of something to put, like, in the middle. You know what I mean? But, yeah, I don't know. So I don't usually use anything with H. Oscar says, you know what else is rare? Mexicans in America trying to speak English. They don't want or care to learn the language anymore.
I kind of disagree. It depends on where you are.
That's true.
It probably depends on where you are. Here in Florida, we have lots of Central Americans. They're probably not from Mexico. They're probably more from like places like Guatemala and Honduras and stuff. Matter of fact, I did when I went to go fucking do all the housework. We did a lot of that. It's like I was back. It's like I was in Central America. I think they're from Honduras. All right, the family that runs that business, and it's a mixture of Spanish and English because, you know,
Spanglish. That's
just the way it is. So this is Florida used to be part of the Spanish Empire. I told about the whole story and the Seminoles and everything, even though I gave kind of a shortened version of the Seminole conflict. Some people got upset that I was rewriting history. The way I described the deal with the Seminoles rolling over and being mercenaries for Britain, that was only the first Seminole War. There were two others, and then fucking King Osceola and all that. But I don't want to get into that. Okay. The Seminoles were badasses. They never surrendered. They were patriots. The hardcore hardcore faction of the Seminoles, they had to be deported out of the United States into Indian Territory, which was now and would be where Oklahoma was. So they ended up in the United States eventually anyway, you know. But it was a different time. Although I don't disagree with them. No, man, if my homeland got bought and then bought by one fucking European power and then sold to the United States under a different name, and then they came in and says, you guys aren't in charge because we bought this land
Because
we bought this shit and our shit's stronger than yours, I'd be like, no, I'm fighting for my country, you know. Some of them rolled there because, you know, there was a lot of admixture and people breeding in together. Not all the people were full-blooded Indians, and it was a lot more complicated than they'd have you believe in these television series, you know.
well, like I said, they got to distill stuff down to like an
Yeah.
hour or a chapter in a book
Right.
or whatever. So I get it.
Right. I mean, they don't tell you that a lot of the fucking Seminoles were black. Okay? They had black Seminoles. That they had white Seminoles too. Or Seminoles that were a mixture. You know, some of the Seminoles were Irish. Well, those guys a lot of times says, yeah, we'll be in America, because they had a heritage of that. But the ones that were like real hardcore, like, no, man, we're not going to be in America. Anyway, I kind of lost what track I was talking about. What was I talking about? I've been, you know, the
I don't know.
tequila's getting me. Let me make you another drink.
Yeah, somebody says, why is it Jesus H Christ? And TJ Maniac says the H is for Hitler. Jesus Hitler Christ. I thought it was like for Humperdinck. Jesus Humperdinck Christ. That's a good one, actually. Sorry, I was thinking of like the Engelbert Humperdinck bit that Eddie Izzard did. You awake, Poke? Yeah, she's still over there sleeping. Jesus hippie Christ. Ilsa says, I was on an Amtrak train from New York City to South Carolina, stuck next to an older lady eating fried chicken and talking on her phone saying, praise the Lord and Lord have mercy in every sentence for hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've known some Southern people
It's
like
religious virtue signaling.
that. Nobody in my family is like that.
Yeah.
My family were all kind of heathens.
Yeah.
But with maybe a little bit lip service paid. Although I have to say that when I was growing up, like there was lip service paid to religion, but I was never taken to church by any of my aunt and uncle took me to church one time when I was staying with my cousins. That was the only time I ever went, other than like for funerals and shit. I never went otherwise. And like I said, most of the kids that I knew that I played with, didn't really go either. Or if they did, they didn't really talk about it. It wasn't really a big thing. But I know that other parts of the South, they did have that.
Most of that shit's virtue signaling.
Well, obviously. But I mean, the thing about it is that I think because I grew up maybe in Central Florida, which has a lot of people, because everybody I knew was from somewhere else. I was one of the very few kids in my school that was actually from Florida, that had actually been born here. And my parents weren't born here. I was, but my parents weren't. My dad was born in Tennessee, and my mom was born in Baltimore, Maryland. You know, and they moved down here like in the 50s or whatever. But it's just kind of like, I don't know. So I guess maybe because it's Central Florida, there was a lot of, you know, people that coming here from other places.
Yeah.
That it wasn't really, you know, this kind of backwood like Florida cracker type of shit that you see like in some kind of smaller towns where they don't get a lot of,
And I think
you know, people like grow and I don't think that's I mean that's
not around anymore.
That's pretty much gone like
Yeah.
nowadays. Maybe unless it's like a really really small place.
Yeah, and they would be irrelevant. There wouldn't be enough of them to matter.
Woo, is that the other vodka?
That's the new vodka.
Oh, okay.
Why is it real strong?
Yeah, I just thought it well I didn't know if it was the
I didn't really stir it. It'll probably mellow out
Oh,
a
okay.
bit.
Well, it's good when it like
whenever
melts,
whenever you saw, at least in central parts of Mississippi, whenever you saw some woman doing fucking virtue signaling the praise the Lord shit constantly over and over again, I remember looking. I was a kid when I'd see shit like that. I'd look around and other adults would be like going, "Oh fuck." You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kinda
and they
feel
were
like-
country people too.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I felt like. I
Yeah.
knew some people in my
Yeah,
family that were like kind of
they're-
rednecky and stuff,
yeah,
and like
they were just like,
they'd say, "Oh yeah, praise the Lord."
yeah. And a lot of times, what the deal was is that was kind of like a what they call a femcel, which is a female incel, a femcel, or it was quite the opposite. That was like the town hoe. And she's fucking trying to fucking virtue signal how fucking great she is to try to like unhoify herself. Going to church but
Unhoify.
and she's trying to unhoify. But a lot of times she was not only the hoe, she was the one that was fooling around on her husband with the preacher.
Well, yeah.
That kind. And
Well, as I've long suspected. Well, not even
Yeah.
suspected. I know this is true. The more you go on and on about
there's a problem somewhere.
yeah, I mean, the more you're going on and on about I'm crusading against pornography. They've got a fucking basement full of the shit,
Yeah,
okay?
there's a
Like
reason.
nasty ass shit. Because why would they care otherwise
Yeah.
what other people are doing?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And,
I mean, it's different if you're campaigning against something that's actually like harmful, like human trafficking or something, but it's like if it's something that's not hurting anybody else, you know, like porn, not child porn, obviously, but there's a little bit of overlap with that too, because sometimes you get like preachers and shit like that, and they're just like all about like we have to condemn this, that, and the other, and that always makes me kind of suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, but even as a kid in fucking central Mississippi, visiting my dad, seeing that shit, people were skeptical when they saw all that. Even they were like, okay, we know what's going on here.
We know what's going on.
Because they knew and grew up with the people that were like that. And there's a backstory. Always a backstory. So
I mean,
most
why
people disregarded that shit.
Yeah.
In the real fucking South, they disregarded that shit. Most of Mississippi and me growing up, it was wild. They were wild. They weren't fucking teetotaling. They drank. They weren't really uptight. They were fucking kind of sexually liberated. It's not. All that religion was a backlash. It's just the surface. That's not the way they really were. No, they were wild.
Mike Barrett says Ted Bundy blamed it all on pornography. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good one, Ted. I know he's dead. Good. Ilsa says, I was reading about the Duggar family. Oh, yeah, they're fucking special. I used to spite watch that show.
Yeah.
And now the oldest son is convicted of child porn. You know what? That family are, you know, apologies because there's a lot of them. I don't even remember how many there are. But them are freakazoids. And I kind of feel like, I feel bad for however many children there are because that's got to be like fucked up growing up in that environment. But I wouldn't be surprised if like more than one of them comes up with like some child porn. Wasn't that the one with, wasn't he molesting his sister? Like one of them was. I can't even remember now. It was one of those weird like fundamentalist families. Were they Quiverful? Do you guys know what Quiverful is? Like they're these like real fundamentalist Christians, and they think that you have to have as many kids as possible. So they have like 19 kids and shit.
Yeah.
They were. I don't think they had 19. That was that other show. But
DJ Minix says, let's fund Tom Ross femcell research this week. Yeah.
Femcell.
Femcell. You didn't know that shit existed.
The femcell.
Femcells.
What you
The
got?
female
Pookie?
incel.
Pookie is now. She's got like the squishy Dracula that Ilsa sent that has a feather on his butt, and she's like, she has a feather in her paw, and she's like licking it. Yeah, Greenspark said yes, he was molesting several of his sisters.
Who?
That Josh, it's Josh, right?
Who?
Josh Duggar. Yeah. Yeah, the family with 19 or 20 kids. Oh, okay, so it was 19 kids. I was right about that. I get them confused with that other weird family that was on, not Duck Dynasty, they were another weird family, but the one that had like all those fucking children. Because I know there was kind of like a bunch of shows where they're like, look at these weirdos with all these fucking kids. Like it's like the modern day freak show, really. I mean, you can't really look away. You know, it's like I don't really want it, but it's like Here Comes Honey Boo Boo, with like those big huge fat people, and I don't know.
Something to
it's
be
just-
said for that. You could take over. They say fucking demographically, Mormons are going. Not Mormons. What do you call them? Like the Amish are going to take over because they're having a shit ton of kids.
I'll believe that when I
They
see
said
it.
they're having a shit ton of kids.
Yeah, but the problem
They said
is
there's
you can
only-
have as many kids as you want, but how many of them are gonna like do what you want? Probably not that many.
They'll just have that moniker.
Do you like do what your parents
No.
want you to do? No. So that's not gonna work out. So I kind of feel like any of these
Well-
people that are kind of like, oh, we need to have like as many children as possible, like Quiverful and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, but that's not going to work out the way you think. Because at least a certain percentage of your children, maybe the majority percentage, are going to rebel against that shit.
I think they fucking.
That's just the nature of the
I
beast.
think they. Somebody can check it and drop it in the comment section if I remember correctly. They were saying that at the present rate, as long as it's the birth rate continues along the steady lines the way it is now, the same fucking growth rate. That I think it was within 100 years, Mormons or not Mormons, the Amish would be a majority in about 100 years.
Well, as I said, if everything just clicked along, but things don't, it doesn't work like that.
It never does, but.
Like I said, yeah, the Amish could have more kids than anybody demographically, but how many of those kids are going to stay there?
Stay Amish.
Probably not that many. So, you know,
hard to say.
Just saying. It wouldn't be a majority. I'm going to say
they don't have a fucking.
Not in this day and age.
I don't know what the loss rate is though.
I don't either offhand, but I'm just saying that I'm assuming that it's probably not going to be a majority.
Here's the deal: they don't have to stay on those things to call themselves Amish. You have situations where they leave the Amish fucking compounds or Amish land, but then still call themselves Amish. There's a lot of that kind of
Yeah, but I kind of feel like
Mormons that do the same thing. There's
Look,
nothing really Mormon about them.
Well, that's what I mean.
You know.
Then you're Mormon in name only. You're not really a Mormon in any like meaningful sense of the word anymore. If you're just calling yourself that, but you don't do any like Mormon shit.
Well, then that would go across many of these so-called religious fucking identities.
Well,
honestly,
honestly, even in the United States, you know, and way more in Europe.
Yeah.
Even people that identify, like, if you asked me, like, oh, what religion? Oh, I'm marginally Christian or whatever. Do they like identify as that? Do they think about it? No.
Yeah.
They
culturally Christian.
They just say that if somebody asks them, but they don't like really do anything about it.
Well, if you could, but the thing
everyone's just kind of like.
The thing is, though, is that even you, who's an atheist, if you take you to the Middle East, you would see the differences between you and a Middle Eastern person. They would say that you were a cultural Christian. They would say that.
Well, yeah, because
a lot of the things that you do come from that.
And I'm not denying that.
Yeah.
Because that's the framework I grew up in.
Yeah.
Just because I don't believe in any of it, that doesn't mean that I didn't grow up with those, you know, what I think are mythologies or those stories. It's just...
Well, they are mythologies.
That's what I mean. To me, it's just like any kind of cultural thing. Whatever country you grow up in, it's not just religion. It's just like you have a particular set of... you know, mores, you have a particular set of cultural, you know, touchstones, and that's just what we have here, and a lot of them are Judeo-Christian based, you know, even though they've become secularized in this day and age. So I'm not going to, like, deny that, even though I don't believe any of those things are true, but I still grew up in that environment, sure.
I'm a mythicist. I'm a Christian mythicist. I know it's all mythology. I don't really care. I just kind of pick and choose as I want. And fucking, I like mythology. I think mythology.
I do as well.
I think mythology is more powerful than truth.
It can be, sure.
Oh yeah, because faith and the power of the mind is fucking pretty intense. There were times where, had I known the truth or believed the truth, I wouldn't have made it. But because I believed in untruths or lies, I actually made it. It helped me get through it. That's military shit and fucking other shit outside of that. Sometimes believing in fantasy is fucking great. That's exactly what you need, because the truth might be quite the opposite.
My tragedy is that I can't.
You don't understand the power of mythology.
I do, but I can't buy into it. Like, I can say to myself, yeah, I'm gonna believe this, that, like, whatever magical thinking kind of thing, but deep down I really don't believe it. So it's like, I understand that it's powerful for some, it just doesn't work for me.
It's a disadvantage.
In some ways it is, yeah. But I wouldn't have it any other way, though. But I admit that it is a disadvantage in some ways. But I can't be any different. That's just the way I am, and I've always been that way, like, as long as I can remember. So it's just, I don't know. It's the way my brain works. So I can't really do anything about it.
Believing in fucking, I guess you could say, like a magical, like believing in a fucking kind of a magical system can keep your spirits high, you know.
I know.
Keep you going.
Well, and obviously that's like the majority view, because that's, I mean, throughout human history, that's kind of like what we've had going for us. And in a way, like, I'm not going to say it makes me sad that I can't do that. It doesn't make me sad, but I am aware that I can't do that I don't have access. It just doesn't work for me. It just doesn't.
Not a good survival trait.
Well, hey, I'm still here.
You're still here for now. We'll put you under pressure. We'll see what happens. We'll take all hope away. Nah, I'm just fucking with you.
Well, how are you going to do that?
I don't know. Put you in a box for a while. We'll see. It has to be a transformative experience, kind of like old.
Honestly, I'm not really that bothered
It has
about
to be a
it.
fucking transformative.
I'm too old to give a shit
Yeah, that's
nowadays.
true. I think you might have a bit.
I'm too old to give a shit nowadays.
It's something that has to happen to you at an early
I'll just be
age.
like, well, this is about par for the course. All right.
Okay, well, there's a certain amount of truth in that fucking movie that we saw. What was it? One about the fucking dude that had the mask and was fighting the fucking rebellion. What was where they had the government was bringing like a fucking, was it a plague? And V for Vendetta.
Oh, okay.
Remember how he captured that girl?
I haven't seen that in a long time, but yeah.
Yeah, he captured a girl and made her think that she'd been captured by the secret police.
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
broke her down, and then fucking let her find these little messages, and in time, he was able to convert her over to fucking his way of thinking because he put her in basically a virtual reality to see what it was like to be in the hands of an enemy that hates you and is trying to oppress you. You know, that it was like a first-person virtual reality training session. But really, if you were to like look at it from legalistic terms, he tortured her.
Yeah.
He tortured her into seeing.
And like I said, I get that.
It is a different kind of
but
reality.
Honestly, like I said, I mean, at this point, I'm just like, I'm too old. I don't care about stuff that much anymore. And I'm too stubborn to give other people the satisfaction of getting one over on me.
Yeah.
So I don't know how well
So
it's going to
you
work
would just
out
kill
for you.
yourself to escape defeat.
Probably.
Okay. All right.
That's it.
No,
Probably.
I fight back to the death.
I mean,
I'll take the motherfucker with me.
I mean, I probably would too,
Yeah.
because I have like, you know, a lot of rage issues.
Yeah.
So probably if somebody was like pissing me off, I would just probably like try to tear their head off. It's like, because I'm like, well, if they kill me, I don't really care about that. Because you know, I've gotten to that point. I'm old and I don't care. So
Okay.
that's one of the nice things about getting old. You really don't care about anything anymore.
I don't feel old anymore.
I mean, I don't really feel
I don't
old
feel old.
either. But
I don't feel old. I feel young. I feel young, but I know that my time is near. It doesn't matter as much. And I can say, well, 20, 30 years is nothing. At the most, I have 30 years left. Average, I have 20. I know that doesn't take long. 20 goes by fast.
I mean, it's still kind of a long time though.
Nah, 20
I mean,
goes
when you
by-
think about it.
10, look how fast 10 went by.
Well, because sometimes I think about it and I'm like, gosh, I could live another 30 years maybe. Because how old? I'm almost 40. I'm almost 50.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I could live another 30 years, maybe
Yeah, you know.
maybe another 40 years because I have relatives that lived into their 90s.
yeah,
I'm like, God, that seems like a fucking.
it's
long time.
possible. But then you have to wonder yourself, what would your
Jesus
life
Christ.
be like then? What would your... Hopefully, your physical condition will fucking be good.
I'm hoping that before I get to that point, they'll figure out some kind of technology where you can pop your brain out and put it in like a cyborg body. Because I'm gonna be first in line for that shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be first in line.
It's probably,
Yeah, take my consciousness out, pop it in like a
it's
good
probably
body.
more likely that they'd somehow download your consciousness.
That's cool too. I'm also down with that.
Yeah.
That doesn't alarm me at all.
Kind of downloaded into a cyber.
Like I
world,
said, just right here. I'm
like
right. I'm
in
right
the
here.
internet.
Yeah, pop it in there. That'd be cool.
That's what those extraterrestrials are.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Actually, if I could get
Yeah.
kidnapped by aliens, that'd be cool too.
Yeah. The flying triangles and
Yeah.
shit. You got billions of people in that damn triangle in a
You want to like
in
take me up there and
cyberspace
like
in
we're
there.
gonna all be like part of
Yeah.
one weird like
Yeah.
collective kind of like internet consciousness. I'm down.
I don't want to be with you fucks.
I'm down.
I don't want this collective bullshit. I want to be.
Well, if everyone was cool, I don't want to
Yeah.
be. I wouldn't want to be
Yeah.
collective with some of the assholes down here.
well,
but
you're gonna have to fucking have an ability to wall yourself off
I
from
can
everyone
already.
else.
I can already do that.
Because if not, then you're like what in Star Trek and like the Borg, where
Yeah.
everyone is a small part of the whole, and it's all just a collective consciousness. Which that's kind of like what the internet is. But imagine if you couldn't escape it. Imagine if everyone could tell you what to do in the internet. Well, they're trying to do that now. It's just that imagine if you were physically tied to the internet, like the Borg were from Star Trek. She never saw Star Trek.
Yeah, I did.
You didn't see Star Trek Next Generation.
Yeah, I did.
You never watched that series with me.
I didn't watch it with you. I saw it though.
I thought you said you didn't see it with the Borg.
Yeah, I know what that is.
Okay.
I
When the Borg
did.
came
I
out,
had
I was
like
like,
a.
what the
I
fuck
had
is-
like a 38 years before I even met you.
Okay.
So all kinds of stuff
I
happened.
thought
in
you
it.
said you'd never seen Star Trek.
No, I
Next
saw that.
Generation.
I don't know if I saw the whole series, but I saw most of it over the years.
We're the Borg now. And they don't really like it. They're trying to stop that. because we're fucking threatening their power. But everyone is the Borg. And it does not turn out the way they thought it would turn out.
Nothing ever does.
No.
Pro tip for young people out there.
Yeah,
nothing ever turns out the way you think it's going to turn out.
Right.
Sometimes that's good, but
When the internet makes everyone the Borg, whoever is
just
rich
relax. Just like let
Yeah.
it roll.
Whoever is rich and powerful now will probably not be rich and powerful in the future. And
Yeah.
they're going to try to stop that.
Boo-hoo.
Yeah.
My broke ass doesn't care. So, so they were talking about the Duggars still. So the son, okay, so are we talking about the child molester son? Well, allegedly the only child molester son. I'd be surprised if there weren't more than one. But, yeah, he has 7 kids. I feel bad for them. Yeah, me too. Badass Domain says, would you guys do a show on the crystal skulls? Oh, that'd actually be a good... Yeah, we haven't done that, have
Never
we?
done it. We can do it.
Holy
Go
shit.
right ahead.
I'm gonna write that down because that's actually a good idea. And I don't think we've ever done that now that I'm thinking about it.
Khan says, Tom, I got a question. If the Elon Musk chip would make your body live longer, but you still age, would you do it? Yeah, I would do it. Because your natural instinct is to cling to as much life as you possibly can. And if you live longer, but your body continues to age, there's a chance where later, if you live long enough, you can either switch bodies to a younger one, or switch into a fucking robotic body that doesn't age, or switch into the internet where you live forever into the internet. Not forever. Here's the thing. People are going, well, you'll be immortal in the internet. No, you wouldn't. You would live as long as the internet and the planet Earth would live. And eventually the sun goes supernova and burns everything up. Eventually, let's say, okay, we escaped the Earth, now we're out in space. It would only be life extension. Maybe you would live 1,000 years, 10,000. 20,000, 1,000,000, 2,000,000, maybe. Okay? You cannot live forever. Eventually, something will destroy you. Statistically, you can't.
And
live
honestly,
forever.
would you want to?
Yeah, maybe you would. Depends on.
I mean, I guess it would
You're having
depend.
fun.
I actually wouldn't mind living forever.
Yeah.
As long as you weren't like in pain and you could like think of some cool shit to do.
Well, if you were in this internet, you wouldn't have a physical.
I mean, I
body.
can think of cool shit to do
Right.
like my whole
Right.
life. Like I said, I'm never going to live long enough to do all the cool shit I want to
And
do.
then you have
so.
religious people. Well, what about going to heaven and this? Yeah, you would eventually go to heaven because you could not have eternal life forever. Statistically, something would happen to you. Star would go supernova. Whatever computer system supporting you would be destroyed. You'd get hit by something, a big old meteor. It would just be life extension. It would not be immortality. Immortality in the physical realm is impossible because eventually the universe itself starts to break down. As it spreads out, it gets cooler, more low energy, and you're talking about something called deep time, where there aren't even any numbers to express the amount of time that's passed. You know, beyond trillions of years, beyond trillions of trillions. We have a hard time wrapping our mind around deep time because we're just not designed to live that long.
Well, we didn't
Yeah.
evolve.
We didn't evolve for
Our
that.
brains didn't evolve to have to
Right.
to kind of understand that.
If I made you biologically immortal, you would still die. You would just die later. Something would happen. You'd have a motorcycle accident, car wreck. You'd die in a fire eventually. You get hit by a meteor eventually. Eventually the planet burns up. Yeah. So.
Zach says, "I love how this is now a sidetrack show."
Sidetrack. Yeah, fuck this shit.
I mean-
Yeah, fuck this shit. Go to the restroom.
It's
It's a sidetrack.
it's
show.
really really hard to like keep him on topic. I have to say. Yeah, Ilsa says, "Oh, I want you guys to live forever." Yeah, I mean, I would want to, but under certain conditions. You know what I mean? Because I wouldn't get bored. I don't really. I know some people are like, "Oh, everyone I love would die." I'm like, yeah, but that happens anyway. Honestly, like I could live my whole entire life I could live forever just like reading fucking books that I wanted to read because there's so many. But you know what I mean. Mike Barrett says Jenny is full of rage. I am. I know you can't see that, but I keep it under wraps like pretty well. So you know, but there's that. It'll probably like bust out at some point. And yeah, so what? Okay, so where are we? Who wants to live forever? Yeah, like I said, under certain conditions, I might want to, but I don't know. You honestly, even if you thought you wanted to, like after 200-300 years, you'd be like, oh my god, I'm so fucking bored. Just fucking kill me. You know what I mean? Yeah, Andrea Smith. If everyone was immortal, there would be no need for kids, and we'd be stuck with these fuck faces forever. Yeah, so you know, I don't know if I'd like that so much. Yeah. It also says so about that Zodiac Killer. I know, I can't believe it. It's like fucking an hour and a half. I didn't expect, because normally, like I said, I don't mind like half an hour, 45 minutes tops of just, you know, regular shooting the shit while we're getting like a little bit buzzed. We're getting kind of like up to speed and everything. But holy shit, like sometimes he gets up. Oh, that was another thing I had to mention. The movie review, the movie retrospective that's going up on Friday for it's House of Wax, the 1953 Vincent Price movie, which is what everybody voted for on the Patreon poll. I had to do that one again by myself because Tom didn't tell me that he had to go someplace today when we had to record it. So I was like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to record it by myself. So I did. But, you know, you didn't really watch it anyway.
I had a hard time keeping fucking they didn't keep my attention.
That's a good-ass movie. It's
right.
Vincent fucking Price.
Yeah.
I wish I could have watched it in 3D, though, but we'll get into that. I'll get into that other thing. So the one that's going up on Friday or tomorrow, if you're a patron, is just me. So hopefully that's not too disappointing to anybody, you know. But at least I stayed on topic. Ooh. That was a burn. All right, Can I talk about the fucking Zodiac Killer?
Go ahead, it's time to do it. Time to do the Zodiac.
Yeah, you think? It's been an hour and a half. You know that, right?
It's all right. It's all right.
All right. Mike says, it's like when I was a young teen, I used to treat porn mags like time. Once you turn the page, it's yesterday's boobs. Well, you gotta save the shit.
Yeah.
You don't want to like blow the wad on like all of the shit and like it's, you know, information overload.
Yeah, okay.
You gotta like savor it. Okay. I get that. You know. Green Spark says, Jenny never disappoints. Oh, thank you very much. Saad says, Tom, did you check the games I told you about?
What?
The games. Play with show.
Oh, it's Saad asking me that.
Yeah.
No, I haven't checked them yet. Dude, I've been so busy with this house bullshit. I'll get. Remind me again. Remind me in about. If you remember, remind me in about a month. Once all this shit's closed, and then I'll go check it out.
Yeah, we're like under a lot of stress.
We're under a lot of fucking stress
because of the house closing, and it's like, oh my god, we're not gonna have any money for like a year.
There's a lot of uncertainty about
oh my god.
It's gonna be all right though.
I know, but
because it's only gonna be fuck. I'm trying to stay on topic. It's really only going to be a couple $100 more than what it would have been had we been paying rent. But at least we're going to be getting equity in this house.
Yeah.
And then fucking 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, you sell it if you wanted to. We'll see how it goes. Thing is, though, I think 5 and 10 years, we'd probably be happy to be here.
Yeah. Greenspark said, "Did you buy the house?" Yeah. It's he went today and
That's
signed.
in escrow.
Yeah. So we're supposed to be closing on it, mid next month, right?
Yeah, mid next month.
Yeah. So we'll
all the inspections. I got inspections I had to do. I had the septic done.
Yeah, the guy came today and did the septic tank. So they had that done.
$10 came in through.
Thank you, Camp Guy. Best live podcast ever.
Really? Appreciate it.
Even though we haven't even talked about.
Yeah, and she's fucking bitching at me that I'm not staying on top.
I'm not bitching.
That's Zach. Zach's gay ass got to jump in and fucking try to straighten my ass out. Zach,
you need your ass straightened out. Your crooked ass.
Zach.
Why did I start the Sidetracks show, Tom? So you could talk about whatever you wanted.
That bitch. Look, man, I can tell you, I'm good. All right. I love you, Zach.
Zach says, so at what point does Tom get his ADD diagnosis? Maybe that's your problem.
No, that's not what it is. It's not what it is.
No, I don't think that's your problem.
That's not what it is.
You've got a lot of problems, but that's probably,
I got a lot of shit.
That's probably not one of them.
No.
I don't know, though. You might have ADD.
No, because I can focus real well when I start getting into a damn trance type of deal. I can really get into a subject.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Getting some super chats. All right, so you know some shit about Zodiac Killer, right?
Well, I know the case well.
Now, we're just going to do like a brief summary because we did a show about this back in September of 2018. So I'm just going to do like a brief summary of the Zodiac case, and then we will talk about the stuff that has occurred in the last year and a half. let's say, because one of the ciphers got solved. Spoiler alert, allegedly, and somebody came out and said that they had figured out who it was. We're not really sure how legit this is, but we'll get into it. It's a pretty interesting story. So, in case you have been living under a rock, or if you're not from the United States and you're not up on our true crime shit, the Zodiac Killer probably, maybe not even probably, I feel like he's kind of the OG of unsolved serial killers.
This is the big fish, the one that got away.
And I remember when we were doing the show about that fucking Joseph D'Angelo douche, like the Golden State Killer. And I was like, oh, they caught him like through DNA, like for, the family, the DNA databases. And I was like, I kind of wish they would do the Zodiac Killer next. Yeah. And that's not exactly how it ended up. I don't know if like the dude that they are saying is the Zodiac now, I don't know if that's really him. They haven't like confirmed it. But I don't know. We'll see how it goes because it's not DNA. I'm going to say that right now.
I mean, before you get into this, a couple days back, we had somebody saying that, well, there are serial killers that were not sexual in nature. No. The Zodiac, as far as I know, didn't rape anybody. But these killings were sexual in nature. You have to understand how psychology works. He focused more on the females, stabbing the females, trying to impress cops with his prowess. This is a motherfucker who has feelings of inadequacy and who is trying to overcompensate for this inadequacy by violence. The reason why he didn't rape any of these women is probably because it might have been something along the lines of D'Angelo, where he was not well endowed and was ashamed of it, so he didn't want to rape anybody because that would be like vulnerability. This is an overcompensation thing. All true serial killers, it's sexual in nature. If you kill more than 3, this is the FBI talking, not me. You kill more than 3 and it is not sexual in nature, you're just a mass murderer.
Honestly,
very different mentality.
Yeah, and when we say sexual, we don't mean that it necessarily has to be that there has to be rape involved or that there has to be. We're just talking about there's a sexual motive in the sense that they somehow feel
some kind of an
inadequacy issue. Now, this is only true, I will say.
On some of them. Right.
This is only true of male serial killers.
Not women.
Female serial killers generally, not always, generally, largely, have a different spin on things. Female serial killers, in general,
different hormones.
Are more practically based.
Yeah.
Or they're more based around killing. It's more like a nurse type of thing where it's like I'm going to kill old people or babies or something like that, or they're killing people for profit, for practical reasons.
And I would say that's probably wouldn't be classified as a serial killer.
I don't know.
I would classify it more as a mass murder.
I can't think of a female serial killer that had what we would term a sexual motive in the same way that a male would. I really can't think of one. Maybe there is.
Even Eileen Wuornos I wouldn't call her a serial killer. Mass murderer.
Yeah, because even her motive's not sexual,
they were sexual
in nature. It was more like a revenge or a rage type of issue. I don't really think she was... I don't know her. I didn't know her. But I don't think she was like getting off on it in the way that a male serial killer would. Like the pathology is different.
A serial killer is a sexual identity.
Rosemary West, somebody brought up. Maybe her. That might be an exception. But she was also part of a serial killer couple, which is a different dynamic.
And usually when you see that dynamic, it's always a couple. There was a Canadian couple that would do that. They would get into
that was Homolka.
They would accuse innocent women of stealing from them, and it would a BDSM murder thing.
Oh, maybe that's a different one that I'm thinking of.
And she's in prison, but going to get out. She didn't get that much time.
Maybe that was Carla Homolka, right?
I thought her name might have been Carla. Her boyfriend Canadian. Did most of it. She did it with a knife. They carried knives.
That might have been. I think we did. Well, we did a killer couples show. We've done a couple of them because we usually do them on Valentine's Day because we're fucked up like that. But
usually if you have any kind of woman that comes across as a serial killer as defined by the FBI. And I believe that their psychology is correct in the diagnosis. If you find a woman like that, there's a man involved.
Usually, almost always. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's a couple. The female is bisexual. There's kind of a power BDSM kind of fucking dynamic to it, where and surviving victims say that the female offender tends to be more vicious than the male offender.
I think what ends up happening in those cases, and somebody brought up, Ian Brady and Myra Hindley as well, and this is also true in their situation. Whereas, when a woman who, if to her own devices, I kind of feel like Myra Hindley, as monstrous as she was, and maybe Rosemary West, if they hadn't hooked up with those dudes, they might not have killed anybody.
Exactly. There's something.
I think what ends up happening is that they want to impress those dudes, so they have to go overboard.
Yeah, maybe.
It's like, look at the fucked up shit that I can. Right. I'll do worse shit than you.
Yeah.
Like, to show that I'm worthy of you.
So what you have is a straight male, a bisexual female. She's in love with him. He's a serial killer. Together, this synergy builds up, and she ends up kind of being worse than him.
Yeah.
But
she's trying to impress him. That's why.
But it's very rare to find that particular combination, But
women, if left on their own devices, don't generally do that. If they do become serial killers, like I said, it'll manifest itself in different ways.
In a different way.
It's usually they'll kill people they know, like it'll be Munchausen by proxy, for example. Like they'll smother their children so they'll get attention. Or they'll kill people for practical reasons, like they'll bump off, people that live in, like somebody like, like Belle Gunnis or somebody like that, or that killed people that moved into there just to get their money. You know what I'm saying?
Old women that they're pretending to fucking be an adoption agency for single young females. They get the baby, the money, and then they throw the baby away.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
That woman, she killed hundreds of them.
Yeah, that was
throwing the baby in the tent.
Yeah. I actually wanted to do a show about her one of these days because we haven't. I think I put her in the Patreon poll a couple times. What was her name? Shit, I can't remember it right now. I can see her face, but I can't think of her name. But yeah, so we were gonna do some shit like that. Where, well, like I said, that's as fucked up and cold as it sounds. That's a practical reason. They were just trying to get money.
Yeah.
Females tend to be poisoners. They tend to be angels of mercy, quote unquote. Women that work as nurses or nursemaids or something. They kill sick people. They kill sick people or babies.
They start killing people that weren't gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like an addiction.
Yeah. So they're talking. So it's a completely different dynamic where I feel like serial killers, male serial killers, generally get some kind of, whether it's literal in the sense that they rape their victims or jerk off on them like BTK did, or they just get off on the power over making people suffer. It's a completely different pathology. I think. Like I said, that nothing is across the board. There's always exceptions, but in general, that's kind of how it shakes out. You don't really see the same motives between male and female serial killers. So Zodiac, even though you could say, I mean, he was definitely a serial killer because he killed at least 5 people, but his thing, it was almost kind of like you said, from a distance. So he didn't, other than the Lake Berryessa attack where he'd stabbed them, but he usually shot people just through their windows or whatever. But I kind of feel like you said, even though it doesn't on the surface seem like a sexual motive, it probably was a sexual motive in the sense that he probably felt inadequate in some way that made him act out in that sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah.
Good old Micro D'Angelo, says Strut.
Micro D'Angelo.
I love, I love that somebody said that, one of the victims was like, oh my God, he had the tiniest dick ever. And I'm not shitting on people. Look, if you have a small penis, it's that's not your fault. It's you were just born that way and that sucks. But it's I think it's funny because he's a fucking rapist and a serial killer. I think that's awesome that somebody said that and told the world.
For any listeners who are not long-term listeners, years back when we did the D'Angelo case, I called it that dude was a cop. And it turns out when they caught him, he was a cop.
Yeah, we did a show about the original Night Stalker before D'Angelo was caught, before he was identified. And then we revisited it like after he was caught.
To do what he did, to execute those missions, you had to be very confident with carrying a gun in public at night. You had to be confident about the tactical situations outside a house at night. You had to know about police response. This was a motherfucker that had good confidence in the situation. And I was like, he's either a fucking some kind of a soldier, a commando, or a cop. He was a cop. I had a feeling he was a cop. He was a cop.
Well, I think cop is, I mean, among serial killers, I think trucker is number one, right?
Yeah.
Trucker's up there, cops up there, forest rangers up there. I'm not saying that, like, you know, all cops are serial killers. I'm just saying that among serial killers who were employed, they are disproportionately represented in, I think truck drivers was number one, which makes sense because you can just drive around and kill people and...
Well, no, it's like natural selection. If you're a serial killer and you are a truck driver, you will be around longer.
Yeah, because they're not going to catch you. And you're just like killing people that don't have any connection to you.
And if you have those predilections, becoming a fucking truck driver is in your advantage. So that profession would attract them. But it'd be the same for police too. Although I think part of it is that serial killers want to have power and respect, so they gravitate towards a profession.
That's why you see so many that are cops or military or cop adjacent.
Yeah.
People that are in, like BTK, he wasn't a cop, he wanted to be a cop, but he was in those kind of like, they crave power over people. So you see them kind of seeking those types of professions.
What's up, Pookie?
Oh, she woke up finally. She was over there like...
Positions.
Yeah, they want to be like, and BTK in particular, he just had this real like this kind of petty.
Yeah, he's a dick.
You know, your grass is too long. So he wanted to be. He was very. You know, he just wanted to like nitpick about everybody's. He wanted to like fucking rule over everything.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like that's pretty common in a lot of serial killers' mindsets. They want to be in authority over somebody because they feel like nothing themselves, I guess. So they have to, they have to make themselves feel like the fucking man by telling people their grass is too long.
Yeah.
Or their dog pooped on somebody's lawn or something. You know what I mean? If you don't have a lot of power, you're going to take what little power you can get and you're going to like fucking run with it. Which he did, obviously. So, yeah. So, all right. So the Zodiac, you know, if you don't know, obviously... killed at least 5 people. He claimed as many as 37. This was Northern California in 1968, 1969. And probably became famous largely because, 1, he was never caught. 2, his shit was like super random. And 3, he had a thing where he would taunt the police with his letters and stuff. And he had all these codes, like he'd send all these codes. One of which was only recently... figured out. So, you know, some of them were figured out like pretty immediately, but it took a long time for some of the other ones to be figured out.
Now look, man, fucking Oscar Perez is in there going, Tom, what you're saying is muddled logic. It's not what I'm saying. It's what the FBI profilers are saying. Don't be fucking putting this shit on me. I read the fucking books written by the dude who fucking made that system for the profiling of the FBI. Okay? You got to read the books. It's a sexual motive. Whether they have sex with them or not. It has to do with psychology. There's a difference between a fucking serial killer and a mass murderer. A serial killer is just is nothing more than a serial rapist. They just happen to be killing the victim whether they have sex with that victim or not. It's a personality type. Sorry.
It's it's a particular fetish that they have.
Yeah, right.
Pretty much
and
is what you're saying.
And it's like a sexual orientation that they have. All right. And there's a bunch of fucking things that if you see the interviews with the captured ones that are alive, they all kind of have that pathological liar type fucking personality to them. Where they're constantly talking and what comes out of them is bullshit. There's nothing to them. They're not very impressive people.
Well, which is probably why
they're doing it.
Yeah, which is why they're doing it.
Good.
Because they want to be somebody.
Yeah.
But they don't have
Right.
the means to become somebody other than
Right.
that way.
Right. Just because you kill a bunch of people, that doesn't make you a serial killer. Nothing. No.
Well, now there is a thing, and somebody pointed this out in the comments. Serial killers, there is the kind of thing where, because mass murderer, that's usually somebody that takes out a whole bunch of people like in one event, whereas serial killer is usually like they kill somebody and then there's like a rest period.
Yeah.
Where they kind of like build back up to it and then do it again.
You're right.
So there is that factor as well. So yeah.
Well, it's like a refractory period, though.
Yeah.
Of fucking where you get laid and you got to rest before you can screw another chick. It's like that.
Well, yeah,
it's
that's the same thing. Yeah.
It's a fucking serial killer always has this weird fantasy world that is sexual or pseudo-sexual about this.
Like I said, Sophie sent me that book about BTK, and reading that is really instructive about serial killer psychology.
Yeah.
You know, in general, even though they're not all like that, but reading that,
like that.
yeah, and like reading that in a way, it kind of made me feel like good because I'm like reading this, going, "Wow, this dude is like fucking what the hell?" Like I don't.
Yeah.
Like, who fucking thinks like this? A serial killer, that's who.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, well, I guess I know I'm not a serial killer because this dude is, like, fucking insane.
Right.
Like, some of the stuff that he thinks.
Killing a bunch of people one after the other, if that makes you a serial killer, then the Punisher would be a serial killer. And that's not what the Punisher was. That's not what a mob fucking hitman is.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a different intent.
Yeah, the intent, the whole psychology behind it.
I kind of feel like when you talk about serial killers, you're talking about people whose killing is not, for lack of a better word, practical.
Right.
A mob killer, I mean, as much as we might not like it, they're bumping off people who are inconvenient to them. There's no personal feelings about it.
Right.
They maybe don't even know the dude.
Well,
There's
they're
like,
friends
look,
sometimes.
yeah, it's like, look, somebody told me like he's gonna talk and we need to get rid of him.
Yeah.
So we just gotta like take care of the problem. He's not enjoying it necessarily,
No.
or maybe he is, but he's not.
Usually they're not.
Yeah, it's not the same thing as like a serial killer. It's like relishing it, and then later on we'll have fantasies about it, and they have these elaborate like fantasies constructed about the scenario about killing these people.
No, fucking if you go back and you look at mob killings, at least with the Italian mob and any decent mob, even the Mexican mob, they're trying to silence somebody, usually. Or they're trying to stop somebody from taking business from them. So these are all very practical things. It's just akin to warfare. But with the Italian mob, Jimmy Hoffa type stuff, your friend is being squeezed by the authorities. If he fucking ends up taking a conviction and or they end up indicting him and they start threatening him with a bunch of fucking jail time, he's gonna start talking, and instead of him going to jail for fucking 10 years, he's gonna roll on all of us, and then we will all have to go to jail for 10 or 20, 30 years, and we got mortgages to pay, kids to take care of. Yeah, we fucking love Joey. Joey's good, but Joey's probably gonna roll. We grew up with him. We're gonna have to fucking get rid of Joey, because if fucking Joey rolls, then the whole fucking organization's gonna go down. How do we do this? We're gonna tell Joey it's gonna be okay. Let's go fucking see what Joey's doing. We're gonna go out to a fucking restaurant. We're gonna have a good fucking dinner. And we're going to discuss what we're going to do with Joey. We're going to say, Joey, you're going to have to go back to fucking the old country and hide out until this shit blows over. That's what we're going to tell Joey. But in reality, what we're going to do is when Joey's after the dinner and fucking everything's all good, and when we're taking Joey back home, you're going to do what you got to do. And Joey's going to bite it, and then we're going to put Joey in the trunk of a fucking car that we have. We have this old car. And then we're going to put Joey in the trunk of that car, and we're going to drive it down to the fucking scrap yard, and our friend Luigi's going to put the fucking car into the fucking crusher, and we're going to crush it, we're going to melt it, and it's going to end up in a big fucking ingot, and we're not going to know what happened to Joey. That's well, like
I said, that's a practical motive.
It's just practical shit. They're not...
Someone's in their way.
Right.
Someone's going to blab.
Right. And
so we need to take that risk out.
Most of the mob hits in the Italians, the classic Italian scene, most of them were done quietly between friends.
Well, I mean, why do you think when I wrote my Faceless Villain series, I was just kind of like, look, all the murders that were suspected to be mob hits or political assassinations or something like that, I didn't include those because it's like, even if they never technically caught the person that did it,
They know what it was.
you still know what the motive was.
Right.
It wasn't like a weird serial killer, like no motive.
Yeah.
It wasn't that type. It wasn't mysterious.
Now, gangs went to war in that period. They would attack other gangs and do things in retribution. That was not quite the same thing. All right, they were sending messages, "Don't fuck with us," or "Hey, you wronged us, so we got even."
But that's still a practical motive.
that
you
was
could
still
argue.
practical,
Right.
But a lot of it, half of it at least, was friends killing friends to silence that dude because he didn't want to go to jail. And it wasn't really done out of hate. And they usually didn't fucking torture the guy or anything. They were making. He didn't even know it was coming. They just pop.
Well, yeah, they tried to make it as painless and no fuss as possible.
Yeah, and they were like, "Oh, poor Joey." Yeah,
They didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, well,
they were just doing it because it was a necessity.
Right. Yeah.
For them.
It's okay, yeah, Joey, you're going to do it. Yeah, hey, we
But Pop-
we got to do what we got to do.
Yeah.
And fucking that's the rules, you know. That's the.
And like I said, technically that's not serial killing
No.
because that's just taking out like
Right.
a threat, like you're threatening our whole existence.
Been going on for thousands of years.
And they didn't make the person suffer.
No.
They didn't,
No.
So it's not really the same thing.
Right.
Zach says that that one of D'Angelo you did in 2018 was the first episode of yours I found, and so I've been watching you guys for 4 years. Holy crap!
Thank you.
Seriously, we've been doing this.
4 years?
We started in summer of 2016.
Been that long?
So it's been more than 5 years we've been doing this show.
Damn, I can't believe it.
Isn't that fucking crazy?
Yeah.
I can't believe it. When I was looking at it, I was like, wait, what number episode are we on? 278. We've almost done 300 fucking episodes. No wonder I'm running out of ideas for shit to do. Ilsa says, Tom, did you read Mindhunters? I don't think he did. I saw the show, but I haven't read that either. And Stardogs 78 says first original Night Stalker episode was first 13 o'clock episode I ever listened to, and I'm not even really into serial killers. Yeah, that was like a really fun one to do because that was before the dude had been caught. And I remember like we were really excited. Like when he got caught, I'm like, holy crap, this is like the first fucking thing, like this whole DNA like genealogy thing. They finally caught a motherfucker. And I think I even said at the end, when are they gonna catch the Zodiac? And I'm still not convinced they've caught the Zodiac. I gotta say, but in past shots, Tom has hair, and you're in a different house or room. Yeah, that was our old house. We moved a couple months ago, so that was our old house. But this is a nice house, and he had hair, but he shaved it all off. So that happens sometimes. Time moves on. Rebecca says, hi folks, late for the party. Zodiac Revisited is going to be interesting. I'll hush and listen because I'm late. Honestly, you didn't miss anything because we have been yapping about, you know how Tom does? Honestly, it's been almost 2 hours and he won't even let me get onto the Zodiac stuff, so we barely got into Zodiac stuff at this point. This might be the longest digression that we've ever done. Maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to say. Danny Rolling Ghostface says, the Summer Wind Haunting episode was my first episode introduction to this channel. We should probably do another one. Like, the guy that... I know a guy that's done... Thank you, Mike. Thank you again. What's the matter, Poke?
She's out there calling us. She's come in. She's like, no.
She's like, no, I want you guys to come out here.
She wants me to go out there and play. Yeah.
I wonder if she's going to start, running up and down the hall.
Appreciate it, bro.
She woke me up at, 3 o'clock this morning. I don't know what the fuck she was doing, but I woke up and I heard... And then I went out in the hall and she was, standing there what? I didn't do anything.
Rebecca's just jumping in. Rebecca, you haven't
Yeah,
missed anything. We're just starting to talk about
That's what I just told her.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, it's been almost 2 hours and we even barely started on the Zodiac
That's
show.
okay.
So can I,
Go ahead.
Thank you. Let's see how long this lasts. All right, so... So Zodiac. Now, even though, I'm going to say, this is spoiler alert, even though 2021, people came out, and I know it was big in the media and stuff, we know who the Zodiac Killer is, That's not confirmed, okay? So let's not get too excited, but I'm going to get into that later on. Not confirmed, though. No DNA, no nothing like that. So Zodiac killed at least 5 people that they know of, probably more. Claimed to have killed 37, like in all the letters and shit like that. Like I said, he's probably famous mostly because the Zodiac, I mean, that's a pretty rad name, you gotta admit. And he kept taunting the police with these coded fucking letters that everybody was like trying to figure out. And he kept sending letters until 1974, even though the murders that are attributed to him stopped in 1969. He might have done some ones after that, nobody really knows. Now, the 5 people that he killed, there were 4 separate attacks. First confirmed incident, December 20th, 1968. 17-year-old David Faraday, 16-year-old girlfriend Betty Lou Jensen. They were near their car on a, they kind of like gone parking, like you did back in the day, on Lake Herman Road in Vallejo, California. And they were both shot to death. Now, again, no motive, so the police didn't really know what the fuck was going on. This is just somebody that randomly came up and shot a young couple, like a teenage couple, by their car, so they didn't really know what to make of it. July 5th, 1969, Darlene Farron, 22 years old, her boyfriend Mike Mageau, who was 19, sitting in a parked car in Vallejo, different location. And they get approached by a dude with a flashlight, comes up to their car, and this person fired multiple shots at them, which killed Farron and wounded Mageau, although he did survive. An hour later, a dude calls the police department, the Vallejo Police Department, and tells them the location of the crime scene and claimed responsibility for this particular attack and the 1968 murders of Faraday and Jensen. August 1st, 1969, the San Francisco Examiner newspaper, San Francisco Chronicle, and the Vallejo Times Herald, they all get copies of a handwritten letter in an envelope, which did not have a return address. The letter starts, "Dear editor, I am the killer of the 2 teenagers last Christmas at Lake Herman." And these letters contained details of these crimes that were not known to the public. So they took them pretty seriously from the get-go because they had shit in there that the public didn't know. Now, the person, whoever wrote these letters, threatened further attacks, said, if you don't print these letters on the front page of your newspapers, I'm going to do some worse shit, which was dramatized in the excellent David Fincher movie Zodiac. Have you seen the David Fincher movie Zodiac?
Long time ago.
Oh, we should do a thing on that too, because, man, that fucking movie is so good. I love it.
Yeah, I remember liking it.
I mean, it's based on Graysmith. It's mostly based on Graysmith's book. Well, he wrote 2 books about it, but it's mostly based on him. So, so there might be some kind of like bias or whatever, but it's just a really good movie. I mean, it's really fucking good. And we just did a David Fincher movie, we did Fight Club, so we should probably do Zodiac again, and I think I brought it up on there. So he sends these letters. He's always like threatening more shit. Print my shit on the front page, or I'm gonna do X, Y, Z. I kind of feel like some of the newspapers were like, well, we don't really want to put it on the front page because we don't want to encourage the dude, but it's like we still want to print it so we can like look like we're doing what he says. So I think what they showed in Zodiac, we'll put it on like page 3 or like page 8 or something like that. So we're like technically we're putting it in the paper, but we're not putting it on the front page. So we're not looking like we're conceding to like serial killers' demands, but you know what I mean. So they do that. Now, each of the letters that came in had the very famous, Zodiac symbol, which they call it, which kind of looks like crosshairs. So there's that kind of whole thing. Now, the letters also had one part of a 3-part cipher, and this cipher, which he said contained his identity. This ended up probably not really being true, but we'll get into that in a little bit. But that was like kind of one of the things that I think fueled the public intrigue in the case, because it's like, oh, it's codes. Everybody loves that shit. So another letter comes in while these other murders are still being investigated. This letter comes into the San Francisco Examiner. It says, "Dear editor, this is the Zodiac speaking," which I believe was the first time that he identified himself as the Zodiac. And again, he told about the murders, very detailed details that only the police and the killer would know, and started making fun of the cops for not being able to catch him. Now, a couple days after that letter arrived, this first cipher was broken. This was by a high school teacher named Donald Harden and his wife Betty. They figured out the cipher. The cipher said, "I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all." What a fucking edgelord.
Yeah.
But, that's what the first cipher said. And they were able to figure it out, just in a couple of days, so obviously it wasn't that difficult. Sorry, I was laughing at Camp Guy. While Jethro is ciphering, Ellie Mae and Granny are going to be smoking some crawdads out by the cement pond. I have to say it like that.
I think it was Camp Guy saying, "I heard Tom shaved his head. Where the fuck you been, man?"
You shaved your head a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Are you always wearing a hat on this?
I guess so, yeah. No, I said fuck that shit. As soon as I started getting big, I just shaved my head. I went fucking, what's his name?
He wants to be like The Rock. He wants to be
not like The Rock.
Johnson.
What's that? The Rock is fucking huge compared to me. If anything, I'd be more like that dude from fucking, what was that dude's name?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Dude from fucking Riddick.
Oh, okay. Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel. He's physically bigger than me, but proportions are similar right now. Similar.
Although I haven't met either one of them, but honestly, Dwayne Johnson seems like a delightful person.
Oh, fucking Johnson's the
Black
shit.
Adam is coming out. Have you seen the trailer?
No, is it good?
Yeah.
Good? Okay, we're gonna see that.
I'll have to send it to you. I was gonna
love Shazam.
I was gonna send the Black Adam trailer to you, but I thought you'd already seen it.
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
No, I haven't seen it.
I saw it yesterday.
Vin Diesel's a dick. Okay, fucking everybody.
That's
says
what
he's
I've
a dick.
heard.
He's real close to fucking Seagal. All right.
Why do you want to be that way? Why can't you be like Dwayne Johnson, who is beloved by everyone in the world?
Everyone likes The Rock.
I mean, he seems like just a lovely person.
I follow The Rock on fucking Instagram. He lives in the Hollywood area, and he pulls up on the fucking Stars tour buses where there's people doing through the Hollywood tours, and he fucking pulls up and he goes, "Hey, how you guys doing?" And they start freaking out. He starts talking to the people in the tour bus. He goes.
He seriously.
And he tapes it on his fucking phone. Does it on his phone. I say tape it. I'm like a boomer, like a motherfucker. He records it on his phone and fucking posts it on Instagram of him talking to the people in the Hollywood tour bus.
He's adorable.
Yeah, from his fucking Tesla or whatever sports car he's in. And they're going, "It's The Rock." And he goes, "Yeah, it's The Rock. How you guys doing? You like Hollywood?" You know, that kind of shit. He's just a good dude. He's a good dude.
More people should be like The Rock.
Yeah, he's a good
Don't
dude.
be a dick. Be like The Rock. He just seems like a nice man. He just seems like a genuinely cool.
Everybody that I know, everybody that I have
never heard anybody say a bad thing about him.
He's good.
I mean, maybe somebody has, but I've never heard it. Everybody says he's just a lovely human being.
He's kind of like the Arnold Schwarzenegger of this era, but he's not as aloof as Arnold was. He's like a fucking real nice guy.
Yeah, he seems very friendly.
Arnold was a fucking prankster. Okay. And it was just
Which I don't love that.
It was a different time. There was no social media back then. If there was social media in the time of Arnold when he was fucking at his zenith, and he was really at his zenith when he was 40 with Predator 1, he would have been playing it up then too. He would have turned out very differently. In those days, stars had to be kind of aloof from the people. That's where their power.
Well, you had to be above the hoi polloi.
Right, yeah.
To a certain extent.
And that's what. It was a different time.
I guess.
But no, The Rock is the shit. But we're talking about physiques. Nah, fucking. I'm kind of like a mini Vin Diesel. Diesel was kind of fucking. He was. His frame is bigger than mine, but I look at pictures of him and I go, yeah, that's almost where I'm at now.
Rebecca says, when I lived in Florida, I wished I could shave my head in the heat. Yeah, I know that feeling. Well, that's why I kind of, I haven't shaved it in a while because I'm lazy, so it's kind of grown out. But honestly, all this underneath is all shaved.
Yeah.
I do that every summer.
Now Diesel's looking like shit though. Now I've seen pictures of him recently.
I haven't seen him.
He looks like shit. He's fat now. That's
fat. What happens when you stop taking steroids and stop.
Well, I don't think that's what it was. It was just, he's just not. I don't think he's fucking in on it. He didn't care anymore. You can come off all that stuff, and if you know what to take, and he's got the money, he does know. He knows. It's just he doesn't care. He doesn't care. Plus, he's got a bigger frame, so it's harder to deal with such a bigger frame to keep that together. And he's the same age as me, I think. Maybe he's a little bit older. I'm 52. I think he's a couple years older than me. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Like every time I come across somebody like The Rock that's a celebrity, but that everybody like seems to be like universally loved.
Yeah.
I don't understand, like, why can't everybody be like that? Like, why do you have to be like, yes, you have money, yes, you're beautiful, yes, you're famous, you don't have to like deal with the shit that the rest of us like losers have to deal with. Okay, fine, but it's like that doesn't mean that you have to like go like spend your entire short existence on Earth being a fucking douchebag to everybody else. Why you gotta be like that? Why can't you just like be like The Rock, be like a nice cool person that like many years from now when you die everyone will be sad? I don't want to be the kind of person. I don't want to be the kind of person that when I die, I'm just like, yeah, fuck that bitch.
I'm gonna tell you why.
And I can think of a lot of people that when they die, I'd be like, good.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Don't be that kind of person.
The Rock was a winner from day one. He was a winner from an early age. He was winning all the way into, his fucking wrestling career and then his acting career. So he never started off as like a beta. He didn't have that hatred in him. You know what I'm talking about? He wasn't getting revenge on people. It's a very different mentality. The Rock grew up as a big, powerful, good-looking guy and a good actor. And
so I guess he didn't like get shit on by life.
Exactly.
So maybe that's why.
That's part of it.
So in a way, like he didn't. So he had a lot of privileges that a lot of people don't have.
I don't think it's a privilege.
Well, it is because a lot of people don't grow up like that. If you don't grow up good-looking or you don't grow up like, socially adequate or whatever, you're gonna get shit on, and a certain type of person is going to. Take that and like,
a privilege infers that it was given to him. I don't think it was given to him.
No, I don't mean it like that. I just mean that certain people, like if you're not disputing the fact that people that are good looking get treated better, generally, because they do.
Yeah, well, yeah. I can tell it in my life. I mean.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So people that are, not blessed with like good genetics or not blessed with being.
No, that's not genetics in those dudes per se.
No, I'm just saying as a kid, I'm talking about. Because I'm talking mostly about like childhood. Right. So if you're like growing up,
he always grew up as acceptable. And
right. I mean, if you grow up poor or kind of ugly or kind of like funny looking or kind of, socially awkward or something like that, you're going to have a lot of shit that's going to, and
you're going to tend towards evil.
And a certain types of well, not necessarily, because it depends on the personality. If you have a certain type of mentality that, casts things outward, casts blame outward, because some people do. Then you're going to have a lot of resentment about that because you've been treated shitty your whole life.
Right.
So I don't, so not everybody has the privilege of like just being good looking, or at least just like, average to good looking. It's
luck. It's luck. Privilege never mind. Privilege sounds like that it's something that was given to them by someone else. It isn't. It's just
that's not what I mean by it.
It's just
privilege. That's just a generic term.
Yeah, that's a politically loaded term right now.
Yeah, but I mean, you have privileges because of what you look like, or because of how much money your family has, or something like that. It's not. I don't see it as like a term like that. That's just it's just something that happens to you. It's not something that somebody gives to you or something like that. It doesn't mean that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The Rock was always a cool dude.
Yeah.
He was always kind of an alpha. And alphas tend to be very secure around other people, which means that they're generous.
Well, they don't have to be dicks because they're not compensating for anything.
That, and they're not under attack because they're too strong to attack. You understand what I'm talking about?
That's what I mean. So they
Right.
don't have people like shitting on them constantly.
Right. Right.
So they don't really feel the need to like lash out.
Right.
So I'm not
Right.
saying that it's like,
Okay.
oh, with like
It's
people.
not his fault that he's like that.
No. And I'm not
Right,
saying
yeah.
that either.
Right.
I'm just saying that people are privileged. They're lucky like that.
Yeah.
Not everyone has those privileges, or not everyone has that kind of luck. And I'm not saying that excuses bad behavior later on, because it does
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, 'cause
because
you
a
have to
lot
watch
of
it.
people grew up ugly or
Right.
grew up poor or whatever and didn't turn out like that.
Right.
Most people don't, matter of fact.
The Rock has so far from what I've been seeing and what I've been hearing is nice to everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's kind of rare.
Right. If you that's the kind of guy I am. I show you respect. You show me respect. I'm nice to you. You're nice to me. Which is the essence of simian behavior. All primates are like that. Most animals are like that. You're nice to you. You're nice to me. I'm nice to you. It's you know what I mean. It's a two-way street. I don't care what you look like. If you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. You know. But some people aren't like that. You know?
Well, I mean, that's
But
kind
I've
of
noticed. Look, since fucking, I kind of fucking got. What the fuck? What you doing, Pookie?
What's the matter with you, Pookie? Oh, she's playing with her her little treat. Her little treat toy.
This goes back to what I said years ago, man. Before I started working out and doing stuff, you know what I mean. I was always physically fit. There was times where I get a little fucking chubby. I had to lose weight. But back in the military and everything, I was always had decent fitness. I was always also very. I understood that you could judge a person by how they looked. There is something to that. You can't be stupid. If a person looks like a bum and they have a fucking bunch of dried up piss going down their leg or their pants, you know this motherfucker's crazy. Okay.
I mean, that's
they are how they
that's
look.
an extreme example.
But
Yeah.
the people are kind of how they look. You know what I mean? If a person isn't in good condition, it's because they're not taking care of themselves. Yeah, and I've noticed that the way people treat me now is very different than the way they treated me 5 years ago. Real different. Yeah. Hell yeah. Why? People are fucking superficial. But there's something to that. It's just the way humans are. It's the way animals are.
Can I get back to what I was talking about?
Go ahead.
Okay. Danny says, the privilege of this Gary guy even being named a suspect is whack without any proof. I kind of agree with you on that. I'm not saying the dude is... I mean, he's dead now, but he's not a good dude because he did some other bad shit. But I'm not willing to go out there and say he's the Zodiac, but we'll get into that in a little bit. All right, so let me get back to the shit. Okay, so where was I? All right, so the first cipher got cracked, right? Man is most dangerous animal, blah, blah, blah. Like I said, very edgelordy. Now, evening of September 27th, 1969, day before my birthday, but 3 days before I was born, he strikes again. He approaches another, and this murder was always the one that freaked me out the most. I guess because prior to this, and I'm not saying this isn't, like, upsetting, because it still is, but, like, walking up to people in a car and just, like, shooting them and shit, that's, like, fucked up. But this one, this couple was just, like, laying out on a beach, right? And this dude just, like, comes up and just starts stabbing them? So, I don't know. Like, every time, like, when I saw that in the David Fincher movie, it, like, that really stuck with me, that fucking scene. It's just horrifying. So, this was Cecilia Shepard and Brian Hartnell. So, they were on Lake Berryessa. I believe they had skipped school that day, or it was senior skip day or whatever. And they were just, like, hanging out, like, on the lake. They're just laying there. There's not a lot of other people around. This dude walks up to them in a fucking hood and the shirt with the, the symbol on it, like with that looks like the crosshairs. He walks up to them, ties them up, and I think he said he wasn't going to hurt him, but then he starts, like, stabbing them, right? And then he puts the message on their car door and takes off. And then he calls Napa Police Department and says that he did it. And so the cops go out there. Now, Cecilia Shepard actually ended up dying a couple days later from her injuries, but Brian Hartnell actually did survive, thankfully. Now, 2 weeks after that, October 11th, 1969, Zodiac took another life, 29-year-old taxi driver Paul Stein. This was in Presidio Heights in San Francisco. And this murder was actually not attributed to the Zodiac immediately because it wasn't his usual MO. It just seemed like even though no money was taken, it seemed like a robbery, like somebody that was just in a cab and they, shot the cab driver or whatever. But 3 days after this murder took place, the San Francisco Chronicle got a letter, and it was purportedly from the Zodiac, and he said that he had done it because it was the same handwriting and all that kind of shit. Now, he said that he gave the details of the murder, and in the package with the letter was a little bit of Stein's shirt that had blood on it, so obviously it was like the same person that had been there. Now, at this point, the killer says he kind of like teases his next murder. He's going to shoot out the tires of a school bus, and he's going to quote unquote pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out. So those are kind of like the canonical Zodiac murders, which I feel like most people like know about at this point. So those are the ones that are definitely attributed to him. Now, there have been a bunch of other ones that have been attributed to them, but it hadn't really been proven one way or the other. One of these was the 1963 shooting of Robert Domingos and Linda Edwards. This was in Santa Barbara. I actually wrote about that case in one of my books, which did very much seem like a Zodiac-style killing, but they haven't been able to like link it to him one way or the other, but it did seem like very much his MO. Another murder that's brought up a lot in relation to the Zodiac, although they're not sure if he actually did it or not, was the 1966 stabbing death of Sherry Jo Bates. That was in Riverside, California in 1966. Now, so the Zodiac keeps on writing all these letters. As I said, even though he was only officially credited with 5 murders, he claimed in his letters to have committed as many as 37, and he kept saying things like, oh, I know I've done all these other murders that you guys don't know about, and blah, blah, blah. So over the years, there have been like a lot of other murders that have been attributed to him, but they don't really know if he actually did any of them or not. And he actually did send like some more ciphers, and again, like kept like making fun of the cops for not being able to catch him. So he started, honestly, he kept sending letters until 1974. Like the letters stopped in 1974, even though the last murder that was actually attributed to him was 1969. So for 5 years following that, he kept sending fucking letters. So obviously over the years, because he wasn't caught and nobody really knew what the fuck was going on with that, like several of the ciphers hadn't been solved. A lot of fucking theories. Man, there have been so many fucking suspects on this. We even talked about, because I remember like a couple weeks ago when I talked about that Brian De Palma movie, The Black Dahlia, and I don't remember if I brought it up on that, but I'm pretty sure we brought it up on our first Zodiac show, that George Hodel, the guy who said, oh, my dad killed the Black Dahlia, and was maybe also like a serial killer and was also the Zodiac. Like he write like another book later where he said his dad was the Zodiac. I'm not buying that. That was like a totally different MO. But it just goes to show how, the branding opportunity that you have, the Zodiac Killer, it's like the most famous uncaught serial killer probably in American history, right? So, they're going to try to link every unsolved crime to this motherfucker.
Mike Bird jumps in and goes, what the fuck is this? This is a talk show, Bird. Sit the fuck back and enjoy this shit. It's a talk show.
Probably I need another drink.
You want another? Okay.
Yeah. Daniel Bauer says, it was Arthur Lee Allen. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning toward that.
Some of this 100 proof stuff?
Sure, why not? How much of it is left?
A little bit.
Use it up.
Yeah.
We can throw the bottle out.
It's like Everclear.
I know, but just don't put so much of it in there.
Put less in it.
Yeah, just put less in there. It's very strong. It's 100 proof instead of 80 proof. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't there, but until they have DNA. Arthur Lee Allen died in 1992, but to be honest, most of the circumstantial evidence pointed toward him. So, and he was the only suspect that was actually, like, as far as I know, like officially named. So I kind of feel like probably it was him. Might not have been, but honestly, like some of the crazy shit they've come up with over the years, I don't really know. Like the whole George Hodel thing, like, oh, my dad killed the Black Dahlia, which I read some of that shit and I'm like, you know what? Maybe. Maybe he did that one. But then to go on and write another book where you're like, oh, and also he was the Zodiac Killer, like he was trying to like tie him in with every unsolved serial killer case. Now you're going a little bit far. That's a completely different modus operandi. Not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's very, very unlikely. So I'm not even like giving that the time of day. So some people have said too that they think maybe old Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, that maybe before he started the whole living out in a cabin building bombs situation, that maybe he was the Zodiac. I don't really know like what the evidence is for that. It doesn't sound all that plausible. Not impossible, but doesn't sound all that plausible. Some people have said too, like, well, maybe it was Charles Manson. Maybe it was some dude that like moved to Scotland and then like he did that and then he moved to Scotland and did some shit over there. So I don't know. It's just kind of like he's kind of got to a point. The Zodiac has kind of got to a point almost where Jack the Ripper is, where every single unsolved murder that happened while Jack the Ripper was plausibly still alive, they're gonna like try and tie it to that one person, whoever he was. So I kind of feel like that's kind of happening with the Zodiac at this point. Mm-hmm. So they're trying to like tie all this shit together. Now, I even talked about, remember we did a show a while back about the Monster of Lawrence, that dude who did some Zodiac type shit. I mean, he went around like killing couples in cars and shit like that. So there was a theory going around, I don't know how plausible it is, but there was a theory going around that maybe the dude that was the Zodiac then moved to Italy and became the Monster of Lawrence. So there's kind of a thing going around. It's not as crazy as it sounds. We'll talk about... Okay, I'm going to talk about this right now. So this kind of came about in, I think, 2018. So maybe it came about like after... Because I can't remember if we talked about this on our original Zodiac show. Maybe we did, but I don't remember talking about it. I might have talked about it on the Monster of Lawrence show, because I think that was later. But there was a theory that came out in 2018 that was talking about a connection between the Zodiac and the Monster of Lawrence case. And this kind of came from an Italian magazine called Tempi, and that was kind of the first place, and then it was published in a bunch of other newspapers. Now, they do have a suspect, right? Now, the suspect is a dude named Joseph Bevilacqua. And I kind of feel like that name's familiar, so I think I talked about him on the Monster of Lawrence show. Now, he was an American, but he moved to Italy later on, like in 1974, which Zodiac people are like quick to point out, that's when the letters stopped coming to law enforcement in the United States. After the Zodiac killing stopped in like 1969, if they did stop in 1969. So the whole thing about that is that so Joe Bevilacqua, who was the suspect for this, born in 1935 in New Jersey, and he was in the Army, and he lived, in the United States until 1974, and then he moved to Florence, Italy. Now, apparently, the first thing that kind of brought him to the attention of Zodiac researchers, I guess, was that apparently he confessed, maybe, to this dude, like an author named Francesco Amicone, and he said that he was the Zodiac, like an unrecorded conversation back in 2017. Now, after this came out in the press, Joe Bevilacqua comes forward and says, no, I didn't say that, or that's not true, or whatever. But then, like, the guy that said that, like, doubled down on it and said, Joe Bevilacqua, he was in the Army, he would have been an undercover CID agent.
CID.
And, yeah, and he would have been, that his paperwork, he says that he was working on some like undercover shit, like investigation in San Francisco at the time that the Zodiac was killing people. And that when he moved to Florence in 1974, he would have had access to case files of like a double murder that had happened in 1968 there. And he knew where the, like the bullets, like the shell casings from that murder would have been stored. And they are saying, allegedly, that he switched out like some of the evidence from that case into some of the other case. So he could so he could do the Monster of Florence cases and like it would go back to like some other like shit that wasn't involved with him, you know what I'm saying? So he would have had access to evidence in some cases that he could use. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So apparently the Italian authorities were interested enough in this, not so much in the Zodiac thing, but more in the Monster of Florence thing. So they did actually, apparently, as far as I could tell, they got his DNA in late 2020. But I haven't heard anything since then. So I don't know if they've linked him with anything. I don't know. I've seen some sites saying it's like, oh, it's a possibility. Maybe he did some shit. I don't know if they're looking at him as maybe he was the Zodiac or maybe he was a suspect in the Monster of Florence case, which we did a show about a while back. But, you know, could have been. Maybe he did some shit. I don't really know. But we'll figure that out. Like I said, they did take his DNA, so they were interested enough to do that. So we'll see how that comes out. So as I mentioned earlier, the dude we were talking about, the David Fincher movie Zodiac, which was based on Robert Graysmith's books, Zodiac, which came out in 1986, Zodiac Unmasked, which came out in 2002. And those two books, he was a journalist that was working on the case like during the time that they were going on. And, the movie Zodiac is kind of mostly from his point of view because it's based on his books. And they're kind of coming down on the side of, we're pretty sure, even though they couldn't prove it, that the Zodiac was probably this dude named Arthur Lee Allen, who, like I said, he died in 1992. They couldn't ever conclusively link him to any of the murders, but there was a shit ton of circumstantial evidence which tied him to a lot of the things. So most people, you can't prove it, but most people think that probably he was like the most likely suspect. And as I said, I believe he was the only suspect that was identified by name by actual authorities and not just like people that were theorizing on the internet or whatever. Now, interestingly, 2014, here's some shit that's happened more recently, like in the past few years. 2014, this book comes out called The Most Dangerous Animal of All. I might have talked about this on the original Zodiac show. HarperCollins published it. This book was published by Gary Stewart, and much in the vein of George Hodel or Steve Hodel, he's like, was there kind of a thing where it's like everybody's writing a book? It's like, oh, my dad is this ex-famous serial killer. Is that was like the way to make money? I don't know. For a certain time period, because I feel like after that happened, like the Black Dahlia Avenger.
What was that?
Yeah,
It was
it's like
2010 around that time.
Yeah, something like that. Well, Hodel's book might have been. I kind of feel like that was 2008, but maybe it was earlier than that, where he said, well, I mean, at first, the first book that Hodel wrote, where he said, oh, I was going through my dad's stuff. Oh, thank you, Mike. He's his little hype thing. Yeah. That's funny. His whole thing, how he got started on that, which we talked about in the Black Dahlia show that we did. His whole thing started when he was his dad died, and then he was going through his dad's stuff, or so he said. And he's like, oh, I found all these pictures in my dad's stuff, and one of them looked like the Black Dahlia. Even though I saw the picture that he was talking about, and it didn't really look like her that much to me, or you couldn't really tell who it was, but whatever. That's kind of what started him on this whole thing. And so he wrote this whole book basically claiming, oh, my dad killed the Black Dahlia. Now, I'm not saying that he didn't. Some of the shit that he came up with, like, the picture, that just really didn't say that much to me. Handwriting analysis is largely bullshit, so I'm not going to give that any credence. But some of the other stuff that he said, maybe. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Miguel. What? I appreciate what you do.
What is that?
A gift from my cat, Menino, to baby Cookie. He recently moved to Skyrim to come. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Aw.
What is that? Mexican peso?
Mexican 500 peso.
Mexican 500
MX.
peso. Thank you
I know
very
it's
much.
not much. That's okay. I don't even know how much that is.
We don't know how much a peso is. Yeah.
I don't know.
Miguel
That's exciting. We like to get anything. I don't really care how much it is. Even if you just give me $1, I can I can buy some shit with that. Yeah. That's fine. It all adds up. But yeah, so I was willing to give the dude the benefit of the doubt. I think I said this on the Black Dahlia show. I was willing to give the dude the benefit of the doubt. I don't know if his dad killed the Black Dahlia. I don't know. Somebody did, obviously. But then the fact that he went on to say, oh, by the way, my dad is also, you know, the Zodiac. And didn't he say he also did the fucking Cleveland torso murders, or am I tripping? Because I kind of feel like some people said that the Black Dahlia and the Cleveland torso murders might have been done by the same person, which to me seems more likely because at least the MO is similar. But Zodiac and Black Dahlia, those are two completely different. That's two completely different things. Sorry. That's like two completely different MOs. Not impossible, but very unlikely. So yeah, so I don't know what that's about. I'm not even gonna like give that a thing. But 2014, I said all that to say that I guess him doing that, accusing his dead dad. Thank you, Victor. He gave me $1.
Yeah.
See, I can buy like a whole candy bar with that.
Yeah.
And I'll get a lot of enjoyment out of it. So, you know. What?
Con says that's $25. That's muy buenos. That's a fucking
Well, shit, yeah, that's a lot.
Thank you very much.
Like I said, that's a lot of money.
It's
buy yourself an Arizona tea.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah.
we go up to like
No, they're good.
the
They're
Circle
good.
K at the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have those like big, like tall
Big
Arizona
teas.
green tea. I love those. They're 99 cents.
Well, they have a couple. They got the fucking Arizona fucking sweet tea.
Yeah. Oh, and those are good too.
Those are good. But
We buy those if we're going like on a long drive.
It's like $1.
Yeah,
the
they're
fucker's like that big. And then they have some of like
See?
the
You can get some
half
good
and
shit for
half, which is half tea and half.
Yeah, that's the Arnold Palmer.
and it's Arnold Palmer. It's half tea and half lemonade.
Uh-huh.
Since I was a kid, Arizona would give you your money's worth. They've never been more than $1.
Yeah, they're always that's 99 cents. It's printed on the
99
can.
cents right there. This big ass fucking
Printed on the
bottle.
can. And it's a big
Yeah.
tall can. And they're decent. The
They're
green
decent,
tea
they're
is
good.
like decent.
Yeah.
And like you said, the Arnold Palmer's good too.
Yeah, and it's just like we were fucking.
The fruit punch is okay too.
We were happy back in the fucking 80s going to 7-Eleven and getting a fucking Arizona for a mere $1 when you're a fucking broke teenager.
Yeah, it's like, ooh, I found
Like, wow.
I found 4 quarters in my
Yeah,
couch
yeah.
cushions.
Driving around
I
in
can
those
have
old
some
70s
substance.
cars that your mom would give you.
Amanda Marie Serenity says, love Arizona green tea, Jenny. It's heaven. I know. I used to buy that shit by the fucking gallon, seriously.
Yeah.
I used to drink that all the time. It was between that and water.
Yeah.
I really like their green tea. It's good. Zach says, at the gas station I work at, we sell Arizona green tea candy. Oh, is it
Yeah.
good? I haven't had the Arizona one, but I've had green tea candy that's actually real. I like green tea candy. I like coffee candy. I like all that kind of stuff. So
Nomphinic, I don't know how to fucking pronounce that, but Nominic, he said that the fucking green tea diet kind of sucks.
well, diet everything kind of
everything
sucks.
sucks.
It always tastes like weird.
Right.
It leaves like a weird aftertaste.
As far as Arizona tea goes, the southern sweet tea, that's the one I like the most. Sweet tea.
DJ Maniac says, yeah, 99 cents so you can save the money for the insulin you'll need eventually when you get type 857 diabetes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the green tea doesn't have too much sugar in it.
Yeah, that Arizona fucking green tea. Fucking.
I like the green
It's
tea
good.
more. The sweet tea is okay too,
Like
but
sweet tea.
but I can't drink a whole bottle of it
The sweet tea tastes more authentic.
because you get like it's
You
a
know-
buck. Or honestly,
Yeah.
the Circle K, I think they're 2 for $1. Or no, they're
No. Okay, look. In the Circle K, the very large.
It's big.
The fucking big ones. You can get 2 for $3.
Yeah, it's 2 for $3.
Two for
They're
$3.
$1.50.
They're fucking huge.
Yeah,
though.
they're giant.
They're not the
I can't
normal
drink.
ones.
I can't drink a whole one of those.
Yeah. And,
It's too much.
Yeah, it's 2 for $3, and they're fucking sweet tea.
Yeah.
And they got some fucking. They look southern as shit, and you drink it and you go, yeah, that's sweet tea.
It is.
Yeah, that's.
But
it.
I can't drink a whole bottle of it.
Right.
So, you know. So it's good, but it's kind of a waste because I can't
Right.
drink it all.
And if y'all don't know, in the South we drink something called sweet tea. It's just Lipton tea.
With
Very
about 40
fucking sweet.
bajillion gallons
Very
of sugar in
fucking
it.
sweet.
It's
Yeah.
like, it's almost like syrup.
Yeah.
It's that
And
much,
there's
that
no-
much sugar in it.
There's no lemon in it or anything. It's just sweet tea, and we like it.
It's kind of
like
like,
it.
it's kind of like drinking maple syrup in a way.
It's fucking strong.
It's not quite that bad,
strong. Oh, got another fucking super
but
chat.
it's getting there.
Super chats are just hitting us all of a sudden. Thank you, people. Thank
Hooray!
you, people. Fucking Victor says, buy yourself a week's worth. It gave us $6. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
right? Yeah, when we go by the Circle K. Well, I mean, if we're going a long road trip, like if we're driving somewhere far away,
Get some sweet tea.
we stop at the Circle K and we'll get like, well, they're
Yeah.
two for, they're two for $3.
What's so funny is that we got a Circle K on one side of the fucking intersection and a Circle K on the other side.
It's just like Manhattan with the
like-
Starbucks like right across the street,
Yeah, right across
except
the
it's
street.
Circle K's.
in the
and
south,
it's not Manhattan.
In the south, it's all Circle K.
It is,
Circle
yeah.
K and 7-Eleven. That's it. And they're both good. You can actually get good food at 7-Eleven now, which I never would have imagined that as a kid. But no, you
See, what a time to be
you
alive.
can get good food at fucking.
I told
and
you,
7-Eleven and Circle K isn't bad either. They had good. Food
I used
there.
to work at a print shop that was right next to a 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
So that was kind of like there. I mean, there wasn't any place around there to eat other than 7-Eleven. There was like a Subway, and I'm not a big fan of Subway. So I mean, you could go to 7-Eleven. You get salads. You get decent sandwiches in there. You could get hard-boiled eggs. You can get like little vegetable plates,
Most Circle
little
Ks,
cheese and nuts kind of combos. Nice.
Most Circle K's in the South either have a Subway in it or a Hardee's.
Yeah.
Hardee's can be an acquired taste. It depends on what you're talking about.
It's okay if
the-
you're broke and you
Yeah.
just want some food that's edible.
The ground beef patties, you could tell that's soy. The beef patty's not as good as McDonald's, but they try, And no, they're not cheap. They're about the same price as McDonald's. It's ridiculous.
Wait, I thought they were a little bit cheaper, but not that much
$1
cheaper.
maybe.
Not that much cheaper.
Not that much cheaper. Not to justify that fucking beef patty.
And I mean, honestly, like Hardee's sometimes has those like deals where they have like that cheap box lunch.
Yeah.
But they don't give you much in there.
Hardee's had decent French fries.
Yeah, they're French fries.
They're okay.
It's hard to mess up French fries, to be fair.
Well, no, you can mess up French fries.
I'll still eat them though, to be
Yeah.
fair with you. I mean,
Yeah.
French fries are good. I don't care how soggy they are.
I would put Hardee's at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm
I'd
not.
put it at the bottom. It's
Yeah.
not bad, but it's not as good as
It'll
Burger
do
King.
in a pinch. Like if
Right.
you're really, really hungry and there's nothing else around. Like we've eaten there a couple times when
We're on a hurry. And it's
we're
on
in
the
a
way.
hurry and it's just on the way where we're going. It's like, okay, well that'll do.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And Hardee's in the 80s was good. It was better.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you very much, bro.
Buy yourself a week's worth of tea and some Fritos.
Okay, yeah.
You can have the Fritos. I don't like Fritos.
Hardee's in the 80s was almost kind of like, it reminded me of Carl's Jr. from California.
Yeah, see,
Guess
we
I
didn't
bet-
have Carl's Jr. here, so I
Yeah,
don't really know.
yeah. It used to be like Carl's Jr., but it's not anymore. Let me get a drink.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'll eat there if I have. Like, I'm not picky. Like I said, I grew up in a fucking trailer park. I'm not gonna get fucking picky on the shit. But, even fast food. If I had to pick like a fast food place, like a drive-through, Hardee's is not gonna be my first pick. To be honest, probably Wendy's would be my first pick. But Hardee's is gonna be toward the bottom of the list. Gotta say. Also, gotta say Taco Bell is probably gonna be toward the bottom of the list as well. Not a big fan.
about Del Taco. We got Del Taco.
Oh, now see, Del Taco.
Yeah.
That's another story.
We got Del Taco.
We got 2 Del Tacos.
Yeah.
They're kind of far from here though. One of them is by UCF, which is over where I used to live in Winter Park, which is kind of far from here. And the other one, where's the other one? I kind of feel like the other one is more toward Disney area, isn't it? We only have 2.
I only know that one.
There's only 2 in the Orlando area. But Del Taco is cool because they have tacos and shit, but then they have French fries, which I think is awesome. So you get like tacos and a side of French fries, which
Yep.
doesn't make any sense, but I'm down with it.
Del Taco is not Mexican. It's American.
No, that's all right though.
But it's a lot better.
But it's good.
Yeah,
And it's open all
a lot
night.
better than Taco Bell. A lot better.
Me and my friend, when I used to live in Winter Park, and me and my like before I met him. So me and my friend, who also kind of lived over, she lived in Oviedo actually. So we used to go out clubbing, and we used to go out on the town, and we almost always went to Del Taco because they were open all night. And man, they had really good chicken tacos, they had good fish tacos, and they had French fries. I love that you could get a chicken taco or 2 chicken tacos and a side of French fries. I'm like, oh my god, this is my spirit animal. I'm like into it. So, when you're drunk, that's like really, really cool. And I'm not like, I love tacos, but I don't know. I'm not really one of those Taco Bell type of people. I'll eat there if I had to, but I'd rather have something else. To be honest, when I'm drunk, I always want like kind of breakfasty food, which is why I used to like when McDonald's was open all night and when McDonald's would do all night breakfast. Like, I was really excited when they started doing that because I'm like, man, because when I'm drunk, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's like, man, I want a fucking Egg McMuffin or a sausage Egg McMuffin. So when they stopped doing that during the pandemic, that was like really sad. But, you know. Del Taco is like, we have 2 of them in Orlando, but they're too far to go to. You know, they're not on the way from anywhere that we're going. So, sadly. All right, so where was I? Okay. All right, so 2014, this other dude, because I got off on this whole Hodel thing because I kind of feel like there was a mini, was there like a kind of a mini boom in people writing books? Oh, my dad is this, my dead dad is this ex serial killer. I kind of feel like there was a mini boom in that. So this might have been a little bit of that. So this book comes out in 2014 called The Most Dangerous Animal of All. And this was written by Gary Stewart. And this guy said that his dad, Earl Van Best Jr., was the Zodiac. Because like I said, I kind of feel like that was in the zeitgeist at the time. Not really a huge amount of evidence to support that. His dad was like really into ciphers and codes and stuff, which, okay. Also really was into the Mikado, that opera, which, you know, okay, the Zodiac quoted that once in his letters. And so this book, the whole premise of it was that this dude named Louis Myers had confessed to being the killer before he died in 2002. So this guy allegedly said, yeah, I'm the Zodiac Killer, and then he died in 2000, but don't go to the cops till after I'm dead, conveniently. And then he died. So then later they go to the cops. Now, this dude, Louis Myers, I don't know how accurate this is, but I'm just saying. Now, Louis Myers supposedly lived near San Francisco from 1975 to 1971. Like I said, Zodiac murders, 1968, 1969. They think that he was probably 17 years old when the first murder occurred, which, okay, that's young, but that's not crazy. Serial killers tend toward, well, I don't know, serial killers tend toward, well, they start when they're younger. They do.
Some of them start around puberty.
And they tend to stop, if they stop, they tend to stop in their 30s or 40s.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of times serial killers, they don't get caught, obviously, until they're older, but a lot of times they've done fucked up shit in their very early teens.
13, 14.
Killing animals, or maybe killing people that they didn't, you know, that they didn't really, like, get caught for. That happens a lot, too. So, if this person is the Zodiac, he was 17 when he started. Now, this guy attended 2 high schools in the Bay Area, Vallejo and Hogan. Now, interestingly, the first 2 Zodiac victims, who were a teenage couple, one of them went to Vallejo High School, and the other one went to Hogan High School. So, again, that's a little strange. Could be a coincidence. Just saying. Also, this guy supposedly worked with another one of the victims. He was a busboy, and she was a waitress at the same restaurant. So, again, a little weird. I think I talked about this on the Zodiac show, but I'm kind of like reiterating it. Now, he also worked at a military surplus store, and his dad worked in a naval shipyard. So it might have been because if you guys remember, like, the stuff about the Zodiac, like, they think that because the shoe prints that they found and stuff like that looked like a military style boot, like the prints that they found. So they're like, so this guy could have had access to the same type of military boots that had been left at some of the scenes. This guy was also in the army, stationed in Germany from 1971 and 1973. During which time the Zodiac Killer did not send any letters, which they thought was interesting. And so apparently this dude had told this friend that he allegedly confessed to. He's like, oh, I didn't know the cab driver, who was Paul Stein, that he shot. I was just trying to rob him for drug money. I don't know. See, I don't know if I buy that, though. That seems a little out of it, but okay. Now, a lot of the stuff did line up, but again, they didn't really have any concrete evidence, so I don't think this dude was ever, like, brought in. Now, interestingly, now we're getting, like, some recent shit. So, 2020, amateur code breakers figured out the Zodiac Killer's cipher Z340, which is the one that was sent to the San Francisco Chronicle in early November of 1969, which is the one that, because 2 of them were decoded. This one was the one that had kind of like frustrated people for a really long time, for like 50 years, right? Yeah. It hasn't been solved. Somebody says they finally solved it. This is what it supposedly says. I hope you are having lots of fun in trying to catch me. That wasn't me on the TV show, which brings up a point about me. I am not afraid of the gas chamber because it will send me to paradise, spelled wrong, all the sooner because I now have enough slaves to work for me, where everyone else has nothing when they reach paradise, again spelled wrong, so they are afraid of death. I am not afraid because I know that my new life will be an easy one in paradise, again spelled wrong, death.
That sounds like him.
Yeah, that sounds like him. Yeah. That's apparently what the cipher Z340 says, and it was not solved until 2020.
I believe it.
And honestly, yeah, because I kind of feel like he sends the ciphers and he's like, oh, well, you better figure them out because it says what my identity is, but it doesn't. And I kind of feel like he didn't intend them to.
That sounds like him.
Yeah, that actually does sound like him.
What's funny is that...
And paradise is spelled wrong with a C instead of an S, which is something that he did in the other ciphers as well.
I wonder if he did that on purpose to throw him off.
Or he was just a dummy.
Or a dummy. But if he's that dumb, then how is he coming up with a fucking good cipher system? He's not that dumb.
Well, intelligence takes a lot of different forms.
Yeah. You would think he would have checked his spelling.
You would think.
Maybe
and his
not.
Grammar.
Yeah.
The grammar in these are atrocious. Just saying. I'm saying that as in my grammar Nazi.
But he had a system to
my grammar Nazi self.
He had a system to encode something in a fucking complicated way, but he didn't even check his spelling.
Well, the thing about it though is that making a cipher that no one can figure out, I don't think that takes as much intelligence as you think, because if you just come up with a code that only means something to you, or you're linking it to some random ass book, for example, or something like that no one's going to have any association to, then obviously no one's going to figure that out.
It's definitely him. It's the same gestalt.
That sounds like him, yeah.
It's the same gestalt. It's the same personality. That's him.
Yeah.
And imagine he was amazed that they couldn't crack that. He felt like, oh, they'll never.
Well, they cracked the other two. I mean, the first one they cracked what, in a week or two?
Yeah.
Like that teacher cracked it.
So he must have went, well, they never cracked that one, so I know they'll never catch me.
I'm so smart.
Yeah, I'm too smart for them. They'll never catch me because they couldn't crack that.
That's just like encouraged him.
Yeah.
Probably.
Right.
I feel like he was one of those type of dudes that was like, thought he was way smarter than he actually was. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, all that stuff about, oh, man, the most dangerous animal, blah, blah, blah. Like I said, he comes across... Nowadays, he'd be like... That's some edgelord shit.
Yeah, and
yeah, we read that story in like...
8th, 9th grade.
Yeah, I think it was 8th grade or 9th grade. Yeah, we read that story then. So, okay, good job.
Right.
That's when... You're not as smart as you think you are, but okay. And that definitely seems like that type of dude.
Grade. We read it in 10th grade.
I can't remember. I kind of feel like we were in junior high when we read that.
I think I read it in 10th.
It's a short story. It's not a novel. But,
I took it in literature.
I feel like it was junior high. American literature. So that was all like John Donne, Edgar Allan Poe. That was all that kind, or Scarlet Letter, all that kind of stuff.
All the poetry, like Emily Dickinson.
Right. So I kind of feel like, we read that in junior high. I read that in junior high.
Yeah, and I remember.
So that was 8th or 9th
reading
grade.
The Most Dangerous Game.
Yeah. It was in our book.
Yeah, it's in the textbook.
Yeah, I remember it being in the textbook.
So it's not like this guy was privileged in terms of fucking education or special. He just latched on to the fucking nearest thing to what he wanted.
Yeah, I mean...
He saw that and he's like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you're not from the U.S., I mean, the Most Dangerous Game is a very common...
Yeah.
I mean, at least when we were growing up...
Required reading.
Yeah, it was in the textbook. That was a short story that pretty much... It was just kind of like... It was kind of like one of those stories like The Lady and the Tiger that everybody fucking read.
Yeah.
Or The Lottery by Shirley Jackson. Everybody read that.
The Logan's Run TV series had a fucking takeoff on Most Dangerous Game.
Yeah, it's very common.
Yeah.
And like I said, there was a movie... They did a movie on Mystery Science Theater.
Yeah.
What the fuck was it called? Bloodlust with an exclamation point. The dad from the Brady Bunch, before he was on the Brady Bunch, was in that. And it was essentially the same story, although I don't think they credited it, which was a little lame. But it was pretty much the same story. It was like a bunch of teenagers and they ended up on this island and this dude ended up hunting them. It was pretty much the same thing. But it's a very, very common story. So like I said, it's not like this dude was like super smart or anything like that. Pretty much everybody, at least in our generation, and maybe a few generations after ours, read this in school. Yeah. It was in the textbook. In junior high or high school, I'm pretty sure I read it in junior high. I think it was junior high. Because, like I said, high school, I'm pretty sure... I don't remember reading in high school. I think I read it much earlier. But yeah, so... I don't know what the 60s were like. I don't know what the school was like when this dude was growing up. But
no,
by the time the 70s rolled around,
it smells of underachiever to me, which is typical for a serial killer. A underachiever that is imagining himself as being more special than he really is.
Yeah, that's definitely the vibe I'm getting off the shit that he's writing.
Definitely.
That's what I mean when I say, like, edgelord. He's like...
edgelord.
Yeah, he's very much... Camp Guy says, this guy they're talking about now sounds intriguing. He supposedly carved the Zodiac symbol. Oh, okay. Quoted the Mikado. Yeah. New for me. Would suggest a World War II or Korean War vet. Was exposed to Asian theater and women. Not necessarily, because the Mikado was... that was an opera that was... That's fairly well known. I mean, that's Gilbert and Sullivan. So... We learned about it in high school. I don't know, I was in chorus though, so I don't know how widespread that is, but we watched it when I was in high school, like on TV. Like we watched a staging of it. But so I don't know. It might have been more widespread back then. I don't know when this dude went to high school. I can only speak of my high school experience, which was in the 80s. I knew of the Mikado. I was in chorus, and I knew people that were in band and shit like that. And we didn't do any songs from that, but we were aware of it. Like we watched it in chorus, a TV staging of it. So there you go. I don't really know. So I kind of feel like definitely this is a dude that wanted to come across as more intelligent than he was, but he clearly wasn't that intelligent because his grammar is atrocious. So.
That's the thing.
His grammar and spelling is atrocious, which,
you're trying to impress people.
Honestly,
can't spell paradise.
And like I said, I don't mean to be a snob, okay? Yeah. But it's just kind of like, if you're trying to come across as intelligent, I don't care how much you know. If you can't write if English is your native language and you can't spell or write in proper English,
you're fucked.
I'm gonna fucking judge you. Yeah. Sorry.
And take that from Jenny. She's
you do not come as
a trailer park.
You don't come across as smart to me. Because if you were smart, you would have figured that shit out.
Yeah.
You would have had enough reading experience. Because honestly, I didn't learn grammar and spelling from school. I learned it from reading books.
Yeah.
If you had read books, you would know how grammar and spelling work.
Schools aren't all they're cracked up to be anyway.
I mean, they are. I enjoyed school.
They get you started.
Right.
A lot of it is fucking
But I already knew a lot of that stuff.
That's look, the power of the internet. Had I had internet connection when I was fucking 10, I'd have been fucking 3 times smarter than I am now. I would have fucking loved it. I'd have been all over that bitch. I would have soaked it up.
Yeah. I'm just saying,
you can
just
teach yourself. You don't really need.
I mean, I'll give people benefit of the doubt if it's online, because it's everybody's just like typing with their fat thumbs. I get that. It's just like, you know, you're gonna like do whatever. I'm not gonna judge you with that. But if you publish a book, for example, like if you self-publish a book or an essay or some big long thing, and it's riddled with typos and grammatical errors, then I'm just gonna think you're a dummy. Yeah. Sorry.
And look. Look, people. I don't necessarily mean to fucking say that people don't need schools. No.
Well, they do. Some people do.
Let me clarify.
Just because I didn't, but that's because I just really like learning for the sake of learning.
There is genetic intelligence. There are some people that are just fucking. Jenny's one of them. She has a fucking very high intelligence. It's genetic in her. You give her the right source material, she'll dig through it.
Well, and I love that
shit. She'll figure it out.
I'm a nerd. I love that shit.
Now, Graham Thurs, he doesn't seem to be in here tonight. We went to fucking high school.
He was here earlier.
He was here earlier. We went to high school with the dude, my best friend, fucking Steve Rouse. That motherfucker was a genetic scientist. He was on that Human Genome Project. Went to UFM and everything. And we were talking about it earlier. We talked about it about a year ago. We're like, man, had we had internet connection and today's internet, when we were fucking 17, we would have been fucking unstoppable. We would have done all kinds of shit. And some people are, especially when you're young and you have the right fucking makeup, the right, I don't know, your parents are intelligent, you're in the right environment, you're around the right kind of peers, the synergy, it drives you to create things and to fucking think of things and to come up with shit that fucking money can't buy. We were doing all kinds of shit with the old technology and information we had back then that was cool. It just makes you fucking think about, you know, fucking how it would have been if we'd have had access to today's internet. It would have been very different.
Maybe, but
very different.
In a way, I'm kind of glad I didn't, because I kind of like... I mean, I like that we have that now, but I like that I grew up with the old school media.
In a certain way, we were forced to do things that fucking young
I mean, it
kids
didn't
were not.
feel like being forced, because you just
didn't know. It was
right,
the
you
way
didn't
it was.
know any better.
We didn't know any better. Yeah.
So
Look, it seems like there's so many young people today that are brilliant, but they take all this shit for granted. They're not doing anything with the technology that's out there.
No, a lot of people are. A lot of people are.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. I guess I'm just talking about the people that we know, the young people that we know today. They're not real aggressive with what's out there.
Well, like you said, because in a lot of ways it's just part of the tapestry of what they grew up in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like they're not. So there's only going to be like a small percentage of people that are going to like take, you know, whatever the technology at the time is and like, you know, do something different with it.
For you old fucks who know what I'm talking about, if you would have moved this technology back to our time, we were like, oh shit, this is Skynet. We would have taken that shit fucking serious as fuck. We would have done all kinds of shit with it. But it's just the way things turned out, you know. I'm happy though. I'm happy. I got this big ass house in escrow. This bitch is almost $500,000. Fucking, you know, and I know we can pay for it. So,
I mean, I hope we can pay for it.
Yeah, no, we can pay for it. We can pay for it.
Otherwise, I'll just be in here being like, give me some more ramen noodles.
Yeah,
are we out of ramen noodles?
Worst case scenario, we'll get some of our friends to move in with us. We'll get some, you know.
That's true. We do have room. It's like if shit goes down, we can at least get roommates.
We got so many fucking
to help
friends
us pay for it. Because this house is big enough to like have some people move in.
And our friends are cool. This bitch would be a 24/7 fucking BDSM sexcapade going on with those perverted motherfuckers that we bring up in here. Fucking, we got to keep them out. We're trying to keep them out. We're not trying to bring them in. We're trying to keep them out. Them sexy motherfuckers. We need to go back to the club, actually.
Well, I know. Well, we haven't been because, like I said, we're fucking broke.
We're fucking broke. And
I was like, dude, I can only afford like booze for home.
I know.
I can't afford like $100 tab.
Well, it's fucking...
And the gas.
I know. And December,
and it's a bummer.
And December happened.
Thank you, Victor. Victor
you.
sent us $5 and said, "Get yourself some ramen noodles."
Yeah, right. Yeah, I know.
I love ramen noodles.
I know.
They don't have much nutritional value, but they are delicious.
Yeah,
though.
it's the shit that you add to it that has all the nutrition. I'm gonna go to the restroom. Go ahead and finish this. Go ahead and fucking keep on working away at it, Jay.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
That's just kind of what I do. But yeah, and honestly, like even nowadays, I like having the option of, I have Kindle Unlimited. I have a Kindle Unlimited subscription, so I like the option of like having ebooks that I can read whatever. I'm actually reading Men, Women, and Chainsaws at the moment. So there's that. And there's a lot of books that I can get for free, but to be honest with you, I'm pretty old school still. I like having an old like print book. I know that's weird. I don't mind like reading stuff online. I will read stuff online all day long, but there's something kind of cozy about having the actual book. I'm gonna get a cup of coffee. I'm gonna like sit in my chair. I'm gonna like read the shit. I don't know. I like that, but but I can have it either way. It's fine. Yeah. So Paradise with the C. It's making me so angry. I'm just. He laughs at me, but like I'm seriously going back to my old school days. All my English teachers fucking loved me. I'm a fucking stickler when it comes to grammar, when it comes to spelling, everything like that. Because I was a reader from very young age. I learned to read when I was 2, and I started reading ghost stories, and like not too long after that, I was just kind of like, ooh, Edgar Allan Poe. I was all into that kind of shit, and I read so much as a child that by the time I started school, all the vocabulary they were doing, all the grammar they were doing was second nature to me because I'd already seen it like in practice. So people do it nowadays. It's really, really jarring. It's really jarring to me. Like people do like run-on sentences. Like I'll put it up in a little while, but I did, and I'm not saying what the name is, and I'm not saying what it is because I don't want to like shit on independent authors. I don't like to do that because I did like the story, but I did a novella, like a Christmas novella, and I did a review of it, and I read it, and it was really good, and it was really entertaining, but the grammar in it, whew, man. Run-on sentences, commas when there should have been semicolons. Oh my god. It's just, oh my god. It's really like fucking, it just made me go like that. It's just, I don't know. I have a thing about bad grammar, so, and bad spelling. It really irritates me. I'm like, this is your native language. Get with the program. I get it if it's like not your native language. I'm not going to shit on you about that, but if it's your native language and you can't even like get that together, holy crap. What else are you not getting
Jeffrey
together?
Art says that the fucking Dukes of Hazzard made him gay.
Well, Victor said that the internet made him gay.
Made him realize that he went alone.
Honestly, I kind of had, I had a thing, for when I was really little, I had a thing about, because my dad really liked the Dukes of Hazzard. And I was just kind of like, oh, okay, that's cool. And what were their names? Like Luke and Bo, or what were their names?
Yeah.
Luke and Bo, right?
Luke and Bo, yeah.
I can't remember the actors' names. Tom Wopat.
Yeah.
Tom Wopat and
Jeffrey Art.
Who was the blonde?
Jeffrey Art said the Incredible Hulk did an episode based on the Most Dangerous Game. I gotta get.
Oh, they probably. Oh,
I
yeah.
gotta get Incredible Hulk on fucking.
So, like I said, that story is just it's very ingrained in American culture. A lot of shows and shit, particularly back then, did something based on it.
I grew up watching Bill Bixby and the fucking Incredible Hulk. I need to get that bitch on fucking Blu-ray, that series, or DVD. See what that I haven't watched it in forever. It's probably really good. I don't know though. I don't know. I remember it being good as a kid. Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, I loved that shit. I loved that show. We should watch it.
Khan of Aztlan, Khan of Aztlan was posting up.
John Schneider, thank you. That was his name.
What is it? Supergirl and Power Girl. What's it? Fucking Khan. What was that you posted the other day? I fucking looked at that shit and I was going I remember that shit. It was 2 female superheroes back in the 70s. Sid and Marty Krofft. Wonder Girl, Superwoman, and Power Girl, something like that. Do you remember that one?
Sort of.
Sid and Marty Krofft. Yeah, I think it was Sid and Marty Krofft.
All I remember is Sid and Marty Krofft is like fucking puffing stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And witchy
like,
poo.
I think it was Sid and Marty Krofft. And I was he
All that fucking
he was
trippy
posting that
acid
shit
shit.
on fucking Facebook, actually not Facebook, on YouTube, and I was going, oh, I remember that one. I fucking saw part of the fucking of one episode. I watched fucking the intro, and I was like, man, I remember this shit, but I can't remember what it was called now.
Would it help if you were like on acid?
No. Because I must have been about like 6 or 7 when that was on
No,
TV.
I'm saying nowadays.
No, I was like 6 or 7.
It's funny how much shit we watched when we were kids back then that the adults that were on it were probably like really tripping.
He's saying Electra Woman and Power Girl. No, I don't think it was Electra Woman and Power Girl. I don't
know. That sounds kind of familiar.
I don't think it was that one. Fucking Con, I know you're still on here, bitch. What was that? The shit you just fucking posted a couple days ago on YouTube. It was something or other and Power Girl, something like. Maybe it was Electra Woman. Yeah. Electra Woman and Power Girl.
I told
That's
you
exactly
that's
what it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
See?
Because I remember Electra had sex with her dad. Why is there a fucking?
Wait, what?
In Greek mythology, Electra had sex with her dad.
Well, I know that, but it's just
Why
like...
is there a superhero named after Electra? You know.
Incest is best.
It was incest shit. Yeah.
I don't mean that
Electra Woman and
literally,
Power Girl.
YouTube. It's just that...
And they were both cute. These are like 70s cuties and shit. And Power Girl's supposed to be pretending
Full
like
bush?
I don't know. But they didn't show bush. And Power Girl's
Just
pretending
checking.
like she's 12. But I Googled it real quick to see how old these people were at the time. She's like 30. And she's playing like a 12-year-old.
That checks out.
I was like, wait a minute, what? You know, Power
Well,
Girl?
it's just kind of like back in the 50s when all
Electra
these
Woman
movies
Power
like
Girl.
Teenagers from Outer Space and they're all like fucking 40.
They're all in their 30s and 40s. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
They all had like fucking...
Electra Woman and Power.
Lines and shit.
Dinah Girl.
Yeah.
Dinah
That's
Girl.
it.
That's right.
Dinah Girl.
Fucking, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
See, Khan's down in fucking Tijuana, Mexico, but he understands North American culture quite a bit. We're the same age. He and I, fucking, you know, we're friends. We talk off show a lot. Motherfucker's got 2 sons that look like they belong in Hollywood, like old Hollywood. We're talking about Tom Cruise.
Those are some handsome motherfuckers.
His sons are fucking handsome.
They
right?
are.
He's got a YouTube channel where what he does is he uploads old forgotten series. And one of them is a British series. What was it called? Space Queens is a British series. He was uploading that one. And they didn't take it down as far as I know. And it was a British series kind of like Doctor Who. But it was like an all-female, from the 70s, all-female heroes in space. Space Queens or Space... He'll remember what it is.
Ooh, love it.
I saw that shit go up and I was like, wow, what is this? I'd never seen it before. And just kind of went through it real quick and I was like, man, I got to go back and watch some of this shit. But there's so much product out there now, you can't keep up with all this shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's the problem.
If you lived forever, you would not... You would get... I mean, my movie list and book reading list is so long that I will never live long enough.
He just replied, it's called Star Maidens. And Star Maidens looked really fucking cool. It had a very high budget.
It's British?
It's British. BBC.
Ooh, I love British stuff.
Star Maidens. Yeah. It's kind of like Space 1999.
Okay.
But it was like nothing but fucking British hotties in space.
Ooh.
British hotties
Boobs
in space.
in space.
British hotties in space being alpha. They were like being alpha at the time. They were like, no, we run this shit here.
All right. I'm down.
It was cool. And it looked like it was like 1975, 76, around that time.
I see chicks kicking
Star
ass in
Maidens.
space. British chicks kicking ass in space.
Yeah.
Throwing our boobies about.
Victor said he never
I
got
love
into
it.
Doctor Who. It was boring. You didn't get the right Doctor Who. You got to start off with fucking...
Well, there have been a lot of different Doctor Who's.
Yeah. For me, Doctor Who is always Tom Baker. Tom Baker was
I mean,
Doctor
he's
Who.
like the ne plus ultra
Yeah.
of Doctor
And you
Who's.
had to start with the Tom Baker and how he...
I like Christopher Eccleston also.
Yeah.
I like a lot of the later ones too, but my cousin got me into that shit back in the old days. back in the 70s or 80s when the only way we could get Doctor Who was on PBS.
Yeah.
My cousin, who was 2 years older, got me into it.
Yeah. They're asking who is behind me. That's Mirror Spock. That's Spock
Mirror
from
Universe
the Mirror
Spock.
Universe.
Sophie sent me that
That's
for my
right.
birthday
Right.
last year.
Right. And if you don't know the original series of Star Trek, that was the Spock from the Mirror Universe. I wouldn't say they were the evil Spock. They were the third world Spock. Yeah, they were still kind of medieval in a certain way. They were fucking kind of they weren't evil. They were just more what's a good way? They were more human. That's a good way to put it.
I don't know if that's a good way of putting it.
No, they were very human. They were just not elevated in a certain way. They were fighting against. They were
fighting
kind of
against
medieval in a certain way.
Yeah,
They were kind of medieval,
sure.
and that was the whole episode. That was the whole reason for the Mirror Universe, is to show you that version of humanity is a reality, because a lot of the world is like that. And they were not bad, even though bad things happened. Their problems were very different. Their problems could not be solved by reason and logic. A lot of times their problems had to be solved by force and terror, that's the way a lot of the world is. And that was that part of the genius of Star Trek, is to recognize that idealism always doesn't work. It's situational.
I think that Sophie sent me that because Spock is like my ideal man in a lot of ways.
Yeah. She's Spock, actually. She's the female Spock.
Which is funny because my ex-husband used to call me that.
Yeah, she's the female Spock.
My ex-husband used to call me that. But I took it as a compliment. He meant it as an insult, but I took it as a compliment. So take that as you will.
I understand.
But honestly, like from the original, like I love the original Star Trek series. I'm not like a Trek. Wouldn't call myself a Trekkie, but I love the original series, and Spock is like my spirit animal. Every time like we watch the original series, we watched it like 3 or 4 times at this point. Every time like Spock does some shit, I'm just kind of like, he's right. Why don't you like fucking just listen? Just listen. So I love Spock, but the Mirror Universe Spock,
he was also cool.
he did some fucked up shit, but with the beard, I like it. I like it. It was foxy.
Mirror Universe Spock.
Although he's foxy without the beard, but you know.
Mirror Universe Spock is still Spock. That's Spock. It's just the situation is different. The situation and the culture is different. That is fucking beautiful. The writers of the original series understood.
God damn, I love Star Trek.
Yeah, they understood the reality of the world. Growing up in South America, I will tell you that the Mirror Universe is a reality. The Star Trek Mirror Universe is the reality for most of the world, especially back in those days. That's the way it really was. They weren't bad people. The situation was different.
Yeah.
That was the difference. It's the situation. Certain, the Federation's way wouldn't work in their world.
Not for everybody.
Not in their world.
Not for everybody.
Not in their world, yeah.
Thorn Cezanne says, I have Kindle, but I love print books. Yeah, I'm the same. It's like, I like having the option of... Because there's a lot of books that are available on Kindle Unlimited that I wouldn't necessarily buy, but I would still like to read them. So I like that they're still available, like for me to read for free. So that's cool, but honestly, if it's a book I really want to read, I'm just going to buy the print version because I would really prefer to read in the print version. Victor says, I keep forgetting to bring House of Leaves with me to my part-time job. A lot of downtime here. Honestly, House of Leaves, I know it's too late. I wish that I could have written something as culturally impactful as House of Leaves. Because House of Leaves, that's kind of like all the shit I like. It's like it was a story that was like creepy, and it was also kind of like meta, and it was like graphically designed to reflect the content. And I love that. I love that. And I wish I had thought of it prior to Mark Danielewski thinking of it, but I did not. So every time I read that, every time I pull that book out of my shelves, because I do have the print version, obviously, every time I pull that book out, it's kind of like with the reverence that some people like bring out the Bible or whatever, because it's just kind of like, this is like the distillation of story meeting medium, and I'm really, really into that. Yeah. So I love that somebody did that. It took them 10 years to do it. I get that, and I respect that, and I just wish I'd thought of it. Honestly, it just kind of makes me mad.
In the comment section, they're fighting. They're saying that fucking Star Trek was like a fucking utopian fantasy. Other people are saying that the mirror universe was kind of like backwards. No, what the deal was is that Star Trek was Northern American progressive idealism. That's what we were hoping for. And in that series, the mirror universe was kind of like the developing world's reality. So you had kind of idealism and reality. And we have to come to terms with that in America. Because reality fucking dictates what reality is, not ideology.
Well, honestly, and like I said, all right, so let's kind of get into this, because somebody said, it's like the liberals' wet dream. Like, look, I don't know if you guys know, I'm a liberal, so I don't know if you guys are like fucking shitting on me or whatever.
No,
but,
they're not.
But it's, the thing about it though is I kind of feel like people have a weird concept of liberals. I don't really know if y'all know what a liberal really is. I kind of feel like it's become like I don't know if it's some kind of like term that people use to like cast aspersions on people at this point.
Well, true liberalism is almost like me in some ways, which is
not.
I think so. Which
no,
is you do
but
what you want. And
well, I don't know, sort of like in some ways, but honestly, but I will own that term because I feel like I don't like that it's become a term of, it's kind of like become an insult. And so I'm just kind of like going to take it back because, I'm going to do that. But I kind of feel like liberals, we know what human nature is like. We know what human nature is like. So it's not like we're being idealistic just for the sake of being. We think that we can rise above people's baser instincts. We're not saying that. It's just that we have to like mitigate people's baser instincts. You don't want like a whole fucking society based on that, because that would obviously suck for everyone. We're trying to get to a point where most people are living, at least as good as can be expected, without too much hardship. And that's all that really anybody can ask for. I don't really know if, I don't know. I kind of feel like people have like weird, I don't know. I kind of feel like people have like weird, there's all this kind of like weird political kind of shit about like terms nowadays. And I'm not really sure how to approach that. I don't really like to get into political shit on the show because we don't agree on shit, me and him. So, I don't know. But we've gotten a long way away from the Zodiac Killer, which I was trying to get back to.
I don't really see things in terms of politics. People like to cast things in terms of, they like to cast things in political terms. I don't see things in politics because I'm far too primitive for politics. Okay? There is only reality and fantasy. That's how I see things. I kind of like to focus more on reality, the way things really are.
Right, but I don't know. I kind of feel like terms have been redefined to a point where they don't really mean anything anymore. Or they mean different things to different sides. So I'm not really sure how productive that is to like talk about things in terms of a particular word, because that doesn't mean the same thing to whatever your belief system is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Miguel says, so the Zodiac Killer, a Democrat or a Republican? Nowadays, probably a Republican, I'm sure. Gun nut, people shooting people at random. I don't know. That's it.
I don't think so either way or another. No, neither. Pervert more than anything else.
I don't know. I don't even know if I'd so much call him a pervert. He was just like someone who was power hungry, power mad. Someone who was obviously inadequate in some way. We don't really know, sexually or
That dude had
or in an adjacent way, and was taking it out in a way. Well, the fact that he was targeting couples is instructive.
If you look at serial killers from the past, they don't have political affiliations. They don't even have a concept of political ideas. They're not thinking like that because politics have to do with fucking large amounts of people, multitudes and masses and societies. Serial killers don't think like that. They're the ultimate individualists. They don't care about your politics or even their politics.
Well, they don't care about anything.
They don't care about any of that. The only thing they care about is the nut that they're getting, whether or not they're coming. That's it. If they come or if they fucking are powerful, that's the only thing they're worried about. They don't care about any politics. This is something that normal people care about. They don't give a shit about that.
Yeah, I kind of feel like serial killers, to a large extent.
No, they're totally about themselves.
Yeah.
Politics is about society. They don't know anything about that.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Politics assumes that you actually like care about, or at least give lip service to caring about, society at large.
Yeah, these dudes are nothing like that.
And serial killers, not so much. That's more like a narcissistic.
Yeah.
I only care about my own, meeting my own needs.
Right.
That's my own thing.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah. So, by that token, I don't think they meet any standards of, like, political party.
Right. Now, somebody like fucking BTK, fucking Raider would probably register as a Republican. But that's because he would want to be seen as an upstanding person who cares about fucking law and order and fucking shit like that. So, but the thing is that it's not that they actually believe that. They want you to see them as that. That's all it is.
That's what I mean. It's all style over substance.
Right.
No, they don't actually care about that.
No.
They just want everyone to think that they care about it.
Right, exactly.
It's all show.
Right.
So, yeah. And that's going back to what I was saying earlier. There were a couple of politicians, I'm not naming them by name. There were a couple of politicians, particularly in Florida, back in the 80s, that were very, very concerned suddenly about satanic panic. They were very concerned about pornography, child porn, stuff like that. Then it came out later on that, surprise, they were super, super into porn or child porn of their own. You know what I mean? Which no one was shocked by. Because they made such a big fucking show about it. You know, where were the party of most of them? I'm not going to say what it was, but most of y'all can probably guess. I'll need another drink in a second.
I'll make you one when I come back.
Yeah, BTK would lean Republican. Yeah, I kind of feel like that was kind of the thing. I don't know, man. It's just kind of like, yeah. Thorn Satan says that, yeah, narcissist. Only allegiance to self. I kind of feel like they've kind of taken themselves out of the realm of human whatever. Like, the spectrum. All right, so let me get it, like, while he's not here to distract me, let me talk about some new shit that came out about the Zodiac, because, have we been talking about the Zodiac? Maybe like 10% of the shit. Everybody knows about the Zodiac shit. But we talked about somebody figuring out one of the Zodiac ciphers, which was kind of a big deal. They figured it out. People were kind of like, oh, I don't know, but it does kind of sound like his shit. And he had all the same misspellings. That was where we got sidetracked. So here's the big thing. And this is why everybody was asking us to do a Zodiac Revisited. October of 2021, only a couple months ago, there was a team of law enforcement investigators called the Case Breakers. This is 40-ish people. They're all kind of like, this was started back in 2011. And I guess it was kind of like a married couple that were documentary filmmakers, Thomas and Donna Culbert. And they started this whole like cold case, independent kind of thing. So they were trying to like get people into, looking into cold cases. So they brought in like 40-ish people that were retired law enforcement, forensic scientists, FBI dudes that were retired, legal people, military intelligence, journalists, all those kind of people. So they wanted to like bring all those people on. So they kind of started this unofficial whatever thing called the Case Breakers. And these were people that were volunteering. They didn't get paid, as far as I know. They volunteered their time to look into like cold cases. And one of the things they looked into was the Zodiac case. So October 2021, the Case Breakers come forward and they say, look, we think we know who the Zodiac Killer was. Thank you. They claimed, when they first came to the media with this, they said, we went to a bunch of officials who were working. It's mainly like the FBI and like, the law enforcement in the cities where the murders took place. They're like, we approached them and allegedly, I don't know if this is true, this is what they said, allegedly, they said they don't want to cooperate with the investigation. Even though, according to the FBI and everything, like the case is still open, so, take of that what you will. So this cold case team, led by Thomas Culbert, who's, him and his wife are kind of like running the whole Case Breakers thing. They apparently got a tip from one of their longtime sources that they had figured out that the dude that was the Zodiac was apparently, allegedly, supposedly, this dude named Gary Francis Poste. Let's see how sure we are that this is who this really is. Apparently, according to this cold case group, they said, oh, we have all of this evidence, you guys. So much evidence. So let's see. Now, so they say, prior to his death, he died in 2018. Just saying that right now. So he's dead. He can't defend himself. Not saying he's a good dude, because he was arrested for some other shit. So, but I'm just saying, I'm not saying he's a Zodiac. I don't know. He died in 2018. Prior to his death, allegedly, this dude had given away a whole bunch of weapons and a whole bunch of bullets, ammo, shit like that, that maybe, allegedly, could have provided some evidence in the case. A little weird? Maybe. This is a quote from the press release that the Case Breakers released. Old associates of the house painter, he was a house painter, that was his job, house painter / alleged serial killer, at least they said that, claim that a few years prior to Poste's 2018 death at 80, he had quietly given away his weapons, pistol parts, gunpowder, bullets and shell casings, more than 1,000, involving 25 different calibers to his favorite locals. And most of these particular gifts have remained in basements and closets untouched ever since. So they think this is a little suspicious, that when the dude knew he was maybe going to die or knew he was going to... Because what... I'll get into this in a bit, but because he got arrested a couple years before that. But he was old, so he was going to a home, essentially. So he's kind of like, hey, I have all this ammo and I have all this, all these guns and stuff. So here, you have that, you have that, you have that. So that seems a little fishy, but that doesn't mean anything. Just saying. So they thought that was suspicious. They also think that this dude was the guy that was responsible, which I brought up earlier, for killing... Oh, there's Pookie.
Yeah, I got Pookie up on the lap.
Aw.
What you doing, Pookie?
Look at her little face.
Yeah.
Look at that baby. Look at that baby.
Yeah.
She's all chill.
Yeah, I'm fine. Get her.
She's like, okay. She loves Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Did you tell them about what happened
What?
when you tried to take her outside to check the mail with you?
Oh, no, yeah. I took her out to the mailbox with me. I had her up on my shoulder. We're walking out
She
to the
was
mail.
on
She's like,
his
"What the
shoulder,
fuck? What
and
the
he was like,
fuck?"
oh, I gotta go check the mail. You want to
Yeah.
come with me check the mail? She's like, okay, whatever. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like sitting on your shoulder.
So I walk her out to the front to the mailbox.
We have a
and
like a
she's
really long
Yeah.
driveway.
She's sitting up on my shoulder, and I got her, and I opened the mailbox, and me opening the mailbox scared the shit out of her. She went, ah, and she jumped up, and she tore me fucking up.
Yeah, he's got cuts all over his like
For
forearm.
just opening the mailbox. She's like, ah, because you know how cats are psycho.
She's a little
And then
jumpy.
she runs sideways along the road and goes to the fucking, about 20, 30 feet. She goes to my side and stops and just goes, meow, meow. Meow, meow.
Daddy,
Like it's
Daddy.
the end of the world. And I'm like, what are you talking about? We're out here in front of the house.
Well, the outside is not the outside of the house that she's used to.
Yeah, she's not used to that outside. It's a different outside.
She hasn't been outside
I said,
since
come
we
on, let's go
moved.
to the front door, and she's just frozen. Meow, meow, meow. That's to pick her
Poor
up
baby.
and walk to the front door, and then open the
I
front
felt
door.
way
and
worse
she's
for her
jumping.
than I did for you with your cut up arm.
Yeah, and then she just jumps into the house and fucking goes,
Fuck
thank you, I'm back in the
this.
house, I'm back in the house.
Aw.
She doesn't like to go outside. You don't like to go outside, Pokey? Where'd you go?
That's fine though. She can
Okay.
stay in here with Mama. I didn't
Yeah.
really like her going outside at the
Yeah.
old house either.
Yeah. It's
So-
just a house, Pokey.
I'm not really a fan of her going outside here, especially because the house that we have now, it's just like there's nothing for her to hide in.
No.
There's no like cool little
Yeah.
corners or nothing. It's all like open.
Yeah. Come say
And
hi
there's
to everybody,
and there's
Pokey.
bears.
Go ahead and say, yeah.
Aw.
Yeah, we're in the woods, Pokey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You stay in here with Mama.
Yeah.
She's like, okay. That's okay. She doesn't mind. I just thought it was weird that you were seriously though, if you had taken her outside of the mailbox and she had got hit by a car, I would have never forgiven
There's no
you.
cars out there.
I would never
There's
forgive
no
you,
cars
ever.
out there.
Well, every now and then there's cars.
They wouldn't. They would just slow down.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Did you have fun, Pookie? Yeah.
She's like, what? I'm thinking about
Okay.
it. She's thinking.
Go back to the story, Jenny.
Thank you.
Go back to the story.
I didn't. Look at her. She's so distracting. Yeah, so one of the things that clued them in was that this dude had given away, allegedly, a shit ton of his guns and ammo before he died. Okay. Weird, but not. That doesn't mean anything. They also think, now this is kind of interesting. So they also think that this dude, for sure, was behind the murder of Sherry Jo Bates in 1966, on Halloween 1966, which is in Riverside. Now, interestingly, authorities, like the FBI, the cops that are kind of like on the Zodiac case, they don't necessarily think that the Zodiac was responsible for her murder. She's kind of one of those murders that is like, maybe that was him, but maybe not, because the MO was a little bit different. So even if this dude allegedly had done the Sherry Jo Bates murder, that doesn't necessarily lead to he was the Zodiac, because they're not sure that those were the same killer. But the thing about it, though, so Sherry Jo Bates, she was 18 years old, and she got found, like we talked about on the Zodiac show, I think, where she was, she drove to the library in her, VW or whatever, and then she got murdered in an alley, and they found her, in an alley by the campus or by the library. And so basically the cops were like, we don't think the same person did those two. So we're not entirely sure like how much we want to like be into this theory. But a bunch of coincidences do connect the Sherry Jo Bates murder and Gary Poste, the person who is allegedly the Zodiac Killer. This is the big story that came out in late 2021. Gary Poste was in the Air Force. He was a veteran in the Air Force. He got a medical checkup for a gun incident at a hospital that was located 15 minutes away from where the Bates murder scene was at about the same time as that murder occurred. Now, at the murder site of the Sherry Jo Bates crime, as I believe we talked about on the Zodiac show, they found a wristwatch with paint splatter on it, and they found that. And it is perhaps interesting to note that Poste was a house painter by trade. He had painted houses for more than 40 years. And they also found at the site a heel print from a military-style boot, the size and style of which matched one that were the same as some of the ones from the other Zodiac crime scenes, and was apparently the same size as Gary Poste wore. And as I mentioned earlier, he was in the military, so it would have not been crazy to think that he had some boots that were kind of like that. Now, this is interesting, and I don't think I brought this up on the earlier show, because this was a crime that I wasn't actually aware of. So there was actually a murder that took place in 1962, and this is very Zodiac-esque in the same line as the Paul Stine murder, but it doesn't get brought up a lot in a lot of Zodiac stuff. So this is a guy that was named Ray Davis. He was a cab driver. This is 1962. And what happened with this dude got murdered. Now, before he got murdered, the police allegedly received a phone call where a person told them to expect a quote-unquote baffling crime, and then a little bit later this happened. So Ray Davis, he was estranged from his wife. He lived with his brother in Oceanside, California. Now, he was a cab driver, so a little past 11 p.m., he worked for Checker Cab. He picks up a fare at a downtown cab stand on Mission Avenue, probably. And he says, yeah, I'm picking up a dude. I'm driving them to Oceanside. And after this dispatch, he was never heard from again. Early the next morning, they found his body in the upscale neighborhood of St. Malo in Oceanside. This was, fun fact, their first gated community. He had been shot twice from the back seat of the cab. One shot to the back, and the other to his head. So somebody in the back seat has obviously shot him. And as I said, this was before the canonical Zodiac murders, but very similar to the Paul Stine murder, gotta say. Cab driver. And somebody that warned the cops that he was going to do it ahead of time. So, a little weird. So the guy gets shot, and he gets dumped in an alley behind Pacific Street. Now, the cab driver was not robbed, so, again, what was the motive? You know, if somebody shoots a cab, like, I'm not saying this is good, but if somebody shoots a cab driver and then takes all their money, no one's going to question why they shot the cab driver. This one, though, he didn't take the money. He just shot the cab driver and dumped him in an alley and just didn't take any of the money. So, again, a little strange. So, some people have pointed out this is very similar to the Paul Stein murder, which, while not initially attributed to the Zodiac, even though Zodiac took credit for it 3 days later, so then everybody kind of like, you know, he's one of the canonical ones now. But this is like very similar. It's also a cab driver shot to death in a wealthy area of the city. This is another one where he calls the cops and takes credit for the murder before it happens and after it happens. Openly stating that he's going to baffle the police. That was his intention. He also, when he called, said that his next crime was, I'm going to shoot a random bus driver, which that was another Zodiac thing that he did. I'm going to stop a bus and I'm going to like shoot the kids while they come bouncing out. That was another thing that he said. So he targeted bus drivers or buses in general. No obvious motive. And the same caliber weapon was used. .22 weapon and a long rifle in the same killing.
So I must say that the fucking whole thing about attacking buses, I think, was fantasy. He never did that.
Sure, but he didn't do it in this case either. Yeah. But this is still a cab driver.
Right.
And then he said to the police, hey, I killed this cab driver, but I'm gonna do this. Yeah. And that was like some other shit that the Zodiac did.
Right.
So, and this was earlier than the canonical Zodiac murders.
Okay.
So I'm surprised that this one is not brought up more, because this was one, I hadn't actually heard of this one, but I like, when I looked into it, I'm like, yeah, this one's like very, very similar. It might not be related, I don't know. But when I was looking into the Gary Poste stuff, this was another murder that came up that hasn't been solved, as far as I know. And it's very similar to, not Zodiac's, better known murders, but at least like the Paul Stein murder, like the cab driver or whatever. So, I don't know. This seems like kind of similar. No motive, similar kind of like threats. It's that kind of shit. So, Gary Poste, let's talk about him a little bit. So this dude, he was actually, I guess, was clued into the codebreaker or the case breakers group by an anonymous tip. Now, the thing about the case breakers is like they came out with it and they, sent out a press release. And a lot of the evidence that they said that they had was kind of like, well, we have XYZ evidence, but one of our members has a book coming out, or we can't let... So I kind of feel like they were leaving a lot of shit out like as a tease. It was kind of like a tease. So I don't know how seriously to take these allegations, is all I'm saying. But one thing I will note, that Gary Poste, the guy that they're accusing of being the Zodiac, he's dead, so like I said, he died in 2018, so I'm not saying he was a Zodiac, I'm just saying. But one thing he did do, February 2016, they did arrest him on felony domestic violence. He had actually, allegedly, he had been abusing his wife of many years for a long time. And they arrested him on this particular day for pushing his 70-odd-year-old wife down the stairs, which, nice. So he had done that, and I guess she either got sick of it or somebody else was there, and they were just kind of like, they were sick of it. So the cops came, they arrested him. I think she lived, but she was kind of all fucked up. But he'd like push her down the stairs. But allegedly, he'd been abusing her for many years at this stage. Now, when they arrested him in 2016, he was 78 years old. What they did, they took him into custody, and apparently, when they assessed him, he's kind of like a little saddled with dementia, let's say that. So they ended up putting him, and when he came up to like stand trial, they were like, yeah, he's not competent to stand trial because of dementia. So they ended up putting him in essentially an old folks home or a psychiatric home. And he ended up dying a couple years after he was arrested. So they didn't think that he was like mentally all there enough. Not excusing pushing his fucking wife down the stairs, because according to several other witnesses who were there, it's like, yeah, that was kind of like a common thing for him. He was kind of a spousal abuser, which, you know, not good. I'm not saying that means he was a Zodiac, but, you know, that means he's probably not a real good person. Now, what ended up happening was that because he got arrested in early 2016, in early 2017, when his case was going through the court thing, like when they were trying to figure out what to do with the dude, because he was old, the newspaper gets contacted by a news anchor named Dale Julin, and he said, well, you know, I've heard there's like some rumors going around that this dude is actually the Zodiac. So what they ended up doing was they started going back and they got like all these fucking affidavits from all these supposed witnesses who, I don't know, like knew of some very shit that was going on. Now, the affidavits that were filed in court, there were a couple there was a dude that had lived in Groveland, and he said that Gary Poste had told him that he was the Zodiac Killer. And he said, if you tell anybody, I'm going to kill you. So that was like one of the affidavits that was filed. Like, I'm the Zodiac, don't tell anybody. Also, there were a couple of affidavits from former cellmates of his, because I guess he'd been in prison before. And they said, yeah, he also told us that he was a Zodiac and said not to tell anybody, but we're telling you. And, you know, that's that whole thing. So they had affidavits from those people also. So they got a lot of those affidavits. The newspaper, I think they ran them, but they're like, look, it's like, we can't confirm these. It's like, we don't have any outside verification. So we're just like telling you that right now. Now, Gary Poste gets placed in a nursing home called Golden Living. I love that. I love the names they come up with for these fucking nursing homes. Golden Living. That was the place they put him in. They put him there in 2017. Now, they had to put him in a conservatorship because he apparently wasn't all there enough to have his shit together enough to, you know, do his own shit. So we had to have somebody, like a public guardian that like appointed that would like look over his shit. So they did that. So he ended up dying in August of 2018. So at that point, they officially dismissed the domestic violence case that was still pending against him because he's dead now. So there's nothing they can do about it. Now, at this point, they're kind of like, well, it's like, look, he's an old dude. He was like super frail. He didn't really seem to know what was going on at the time all this was going on. But the case breakers, these cold case investigators that seem to believe that this is the Zodiac Killer, some of the things, okay, so one of the things, why they think this is the Zodiac Killer. One of the first things, you remember that very, very famous, you know, kind of like police sketch of the Zodiac, of like some of the earlier people that had seen him. And so it was like this, you know, this dude, and he's like, has the kind of glasses, and he has like the fucking forehead and whatever. Now he has like a couple lines on the forehead, right? Now, okay. Any normal person would just think that was kind of like wrinkles on the forehead. That's what I thought. But one thing that was like really big deal in this case was that Gary Poste had been in a car accident when he was younger, and he had a big scar on his forehead that kind of looked like the one that was in the original Zodiac sketches. Like I said, you remember the Zodiac sketches that had like the kind of fucking the line and the line. So he had, if you see photos, you can look online and like just put in Gary Francis Poste with an E at the end, and they'll show you like the original sketch and the like. I get it, okay, but I don't know. I never felt like when I looked at the Zodiac sketches, I never thought that was a scar. I always thought that was like wrinkles, like forehead wrinkles.
Yeah.
I thought.
It was a scar, though?
Well, that's what they're saying. They're saying, well, Gary Poste had a really prominent scar on his forehead that he obtained allegedly from a car accident, and so maybe that's what people were describing. But the thing about it was that I kind of feel like the original sketches, I don't know. I mean, I'm going back and I'm trying to remember. I don't think that like the people that actually saw the dude without the mask on, I don't think any of them specifically said he had a big scar on his forehead. I kind of feel like maybe the artist just drew that on there just because they assumed it would be there, or like they just thought everybody like that age would have lines on their forehead. I'm not really sure. I don't really know if anybody described there being scars on their forehead. I'm just saying. But that's one of the things that they're kind of like running with. That this dude had a big scar on his forehead, and like I said, if you Google his name, you'll see he does have like a big scar on his forehead, which I don't know, but I don't know if anybody like described that though. So there was that. Now, I'm not really sure. Like, okay, there were a couple other things too, in the sense that. Yes, he was allegedly a domestic abuser. Like some people that came forward, for example, like his neighbor said, oh, now that I was a teenager when I grew up next to him at the time, but I was like kind of thinking, oh, maybe now that I'm thinking about it in retrospect, yeah, maybe he was a Zodiac. Yeah, he was like terrible to his wife and he used to beat her up all the time. Like I said, he got arrested for like pushing her down the stairs. But I don't know. Like a lot of this is kind of like witness. I'm not saying that he wasn't the Zodiac. I'm just saying I'm not sure how airtight this case is. They don't have any DNA or anything like that. So because honestly, the case breakers come forward and they're like, we think we've solved it. We have all this like X, Y, and Z, and we like this dude was in the area, and they have like a lot of circumstantial evidence. I'm not saying that, but a lot of their evidence is witness stuff. A lot of it is like people that, and there's also kind of like a crazy offshoot where, okay, so this is like some shit that was reported by some maybe not as credible sources like the Daily Mail and stuff.
Daily Mail.
Where it was kind of like, well, that's like the British right-wing paper, and it's like nobody believes that, anything that they print. So it's kind of like, they kind of said, oh, well, it's not only that, not only was this dude the Zodiac, but he also had a whole like bunch of people that he was grooming to be like his murder posse, because they can't just have one serial killer. They have to like make like a big whole thing about it, like make a conspiracy about it. So it was that whole thing. So some witnesses that came forward said, oh my God, like this dude, he groomed me into being a killer for him. And it's stuff. I'm not saying that's impossible. I'm just saying that's very unlikely. So I don't know. So I don't know how much. The thing about it, though, is that when the code breakers or the case breakers came forward, some of the shit that they said, they don't have any DNA, which is a big thing. 2, all they have is a press release. And some of the stuff that they said, like one woman that is on the case breakers team, allegedly, she's kind of like a code breaker, like secret service, whatever, from the military. she's like, oh, we have all this other evidence, but we can't say it because, you know, one of our members is like publishing a book about it. One of her claims is that one of the ciphers that they haven't figured out yet, you can only figure out if you already know what Gary Poste's name is. But she won't elaborate onto how that actually maps out. You know what I'm saying? She's like, well, I'm not going to say anything about that until the book comes out, because one of our members is publishing a book about that, and you know, but you have to know the dude's actual name, which is Gary Francis Poste, before a lot of the ciphers will make sense, because his name is the key for figuring stuff out. That's pretty much all she will say, but she won't elaborate because it's some stuff that's going to be published later. So like I said, I kind of feel like, you know, I don't like to shit on anybody, but it really does kind of feel like they're just trying to get publicity. And honestly, gonna say, Tom Voigt, the guy that runs Zodiac Killer, I think it's zodiackiller.com, and he's been compiling all the evidence about the Zodiac murders for the past, 25 years. He's had a website, and it's a massive website. It's like a huge database. He's super into it, and he's been doing it for 20 odd years. When this information came out about the case breakers, and they said that they'd figured out who it was because of the forehead scar and because of some other information that they won't disclose because yada yada, we're gonna like publish the shit later on. He was not having it. He's basically like, he says, and the FBI wasn't having it either. Like, when the announcement was made, like I said, it wasn't anything that was like, you know, when D'Angelo got caught and they're like, look, it's kind of like, we have the DNA, it's all this. The Zodiac thing, it was just, I mean, I remember hearing about it and I was like, woo, they caught the Zodiac, but it wasn't, it was a press release from an independent group that was not affiliated with the FBI or with anybody that was working on the case. FBI came forward very shortly after and said, look, this case is still open. This is not, you know, we don't know. This might be true. We don't know. We haven't investigated it, so don't get excited. Basically, that's what they said. So it's still open. We don't know anything about this. So that's what they said. Tom Voigt, who is the guy that has run ZodiacKiller.com for 25 years, he did an interview with Rolling Stone, and he basically said when the claims about that, you know, that the Zodiac Killer had been found, he called them quote unquote hot garbage, or quote unquote completely bogus. He said, why did this get coverage? There's no DNA. There's no backing evidence. All you have is like the forehead scar and some other supposed evidence that you're not telling us because somebody's publishing a book about it later. His quote was, I love this. His quote, he says, just a tip. If you want to get on Fox News or TMZ, just pick a popular cold case, declare with certainty that you have solved it, put out an overly complicated press release, and wait. That was his quote, and honestly, I'm not going to argue with that because it seemed to work in this situation. According to the FBI, this is a dude that was not on their radar previously, at least not as far as they're willing to admit. They don't have any DNA evidence backing this up. Could this dude be the Zodiac? Sure. But the FBI is not giving anything up about it. So I don't know. This is an independent group that came up with this shit. They just did a press release. And a lot of media picked up on it. So had they solved it? I don't know. The dude's dead. So I'm not really sure if they're ever going to figure it out. But I don't know. Like, some of the people on the team and I'm not disparaging everybody that's on the team. There's 40 fucking people on the Case Breakers team. Some of them used to be in the FBI, some of the, like, military intelligence, some of them used to be cops, shit like that. They're doing shit, you know, it's freelance, you know, for free or volunteering kind of shit. And some of them are convinced that this is the dude, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they've caught him or not. Honestly, to be honest, when we did the show on the Zodiac back in 2018, I don't know. I don't know if you showed me anything other than that fucking dude that they thought that it was. Did he do all of them? I don't know. But I kind of, I wish that they would figure out who it is. But through DNA, I want to be certain. I want to be certain that that's who it is. I don't just want to be like, oh, somebody has like a weird scar on their forehead. That's lame.
Yeah.
Oh, and I have more evidence, but I can't show it to you now because we're going to like publish some books later. And we don't want everybody knowing all the information.
Trying to make some money.
So I'm kind of feeling like this might be, allegedly, this might be another Hodel situation where my dad is dead, so I'm going to link him to every unsolved serial killer case in the world because I just want to like make some fucking money. Look, I get that. Everybody needs money. I'm not disparaging that, okay? Yeah. You want to disparage your dead dad. Maybe your dead dad was an asshole. I don't know. And maybe you were still like, yeah, he did all the shit. And you want to, like, write a book about it. If you can sell that shit, okay, more power to you. Yeah. But I don't know how much credence we want to give to an and I'm not disparaging, again, the, you know, career accomplishments of all the people that are on this team. But accusing somebody of something and proving it are two completely different things. Yeah. Now, I am willing to give you that the person that figured out the cipher, you probably nailed that. That sounds like the Zodiac.
That's him.
Yeah, that sounds like some shit that he would, and yeah, and that, again, that sounds like some shit that he would have said in his fucking, figure out these ciphers and I'll tell you my identity. He's not gonna do that. No. It's just like some bullshit about how he likes to kill people, blah blah blah. Like it says, like some edgelord shit.
No, the cipher. That's.
Oh yeah, I'm not disputing that at all. That sounds about right. As soon as
you started to fucking dictate that shit to me, I was like, yeah, that's that same motherfucker. That's that same douchey motherfucker.
Yeah,
that's him.
So douchey.
Yeah, douchey motherfucker.
But
Khan is fucking. He's asking me about like. Worms and tequila, and I said, bitch, there are no fucking worms in tequila. And he goes, yeah, I'm testing your Mexican knowledge. Ooh. Yeah. The worms were from mezcal. All right, they're not in tequila. That's a fucking gringo fucking concept from back in the 70s up in fucking California. All right. Now you can go to Tijuana and go to the damn tourist traps and find some fucking bullshit tequila with a worm in it. They're Mexicans are taking the piss out of you, man. No, fucking tequila never has a worm in it. That's mezcal. Tequila is the fucking Mexican version of fucking single malt Scotch whiskey. It's fucking classy. There's only fucking 3 different types of fucking tequila. Silver, that's like their version of vodka. You mix that. All right. Then there's reposado, which is kind of like slightly yellow. You can mix it, but you're not really supposed to. I mix it. That'd be like Hornitos reposado. That's good. And then there's gold, which they call that fucking, well, we call it gold. The Mexicans call it, Con, help me out, bro. But that's their version of a fucking, it's a flavored tequila. It doesn't have to be aged. That's a strong point of tequila. But that's their version of whiskey. And they drink that on the rocks. Anjo, I think that's what it's called. Gold, we call it gold. They call it Anjo, which is angel. And that's just on the rocks. Like Cuervo Gold, we mix it here. But Mexicans are kind of like Cuervo Gold. No, that's not really the
Cuervo Gold.
No.
That just reminds me of like the fucking
the Cuervo Gold, the fine Steely Dan shit. Kind of like the fucking Cuervo Gold is kind of like the equivalent of fucking Jack Daniels of American whiskey. Where
I don't know. I like Jack Daniels and I don't like tequila.
Jack Daniels is not that great.
It's not, but
Not that great for American whiskeys.
No,
Tap
it's not.
57 would be a good one.
Well, yeah, Tap 57 is good.
and,
I don't.
you know,
Do they
especially-
make that anymore? That's
Oh, yeah.
Canadian.
Oh,
That's
hell yeah.
Canadian.
Yeah, yeah.
I used to work for the
Well, no,
company
that's not
that
American.
distributed it.
What was
It's
the one-
Canadian, I said.
Is it Canadian? Okay.
It's Canadian.
It's Canadian.
I used to work for the company that distributed
Right.
it
I'm
in
trying to think of a
America,
good
but that
Ameri-
company went out of business as far as I know, so I
Okay.
don't know if they still...
And they had maple versions, which were really good.
Yeah, it
I'm
was
trying
maple.
to think of an American
good.
whiskey.
You mixed it with orange juice, and then you put a slice
yeah.
of bacon on the
Okay.
side, like a lime.
A good American whiskey would be Maker's Mark. They're pretty good. They have a bunch of different flavors. But you know, American whiskeys come and go. Most of the real famous American whiskey names are corporate owned, and they're kind of like Coca-Cola, where they're not craft, you know.
I mean, honestly,
find
nowadays,
craft
if you're really into beer or if you're really into liquor,
Yeah, it's craft.
wherever you live, you can
Yeah.
probably find some better shit
Local.
than...
You're
yeah.
right, yeah.
I mean, to be honest with you, when I was in St. Augustine in June on vacation, they have a distillery there.
Yeah.
They make gin. They make... I don't think they make vodka, but they make like several other liquors.
Yeah.
And you can buy them from their store. And they make them there.
Yeah.
And most cities do have that kind of shit nowadays.
Yeah.
So you can buy like some good shit wherever you are. You don't really have to like buy the
a lot of
corporate bullshit.
Yeah, there's a lot of good shit. I like the Tap 57 that she brought.
Yeah, I brought some home
That's really
because
good,
I used to
yeah.
work for the company that
Right.
distributed. That's why.
You could probably take a good American malt whiskey or even a corn sour mash whiskey and mix it with fucking maple syrup and it'd be fucking great. You know, it's a great sweetener. But that's kind of the American / Canadian flavors. Kind of fucking maple, you know. But it all just depends on what region you're in, you know. There's a lot of good stuff.
I mean, as I said,
it's
now-
local.
Yeah, nowadays, there's so much. I mean, so many people are like foodies, and so many people
Yeah.
are into craft beers and shit like that. Wherever you live, unless you live like in the ass end of nowhere,
Yeah.
you can probably find somebody locally that's making something decent.
Yeah.
Just gotta say.
Oh, I started a fucking firestorm in there. People ask me if I've had mezcal. No, I've never had mezcal. If someone wants to send me mezcal, send me some.
Thorn Cezanne says gas station lollipops with the worm in there. Somebody
Yeah.
sent me, my friend Nicole, many years ago, sent me some of those lollipops with the worms in them. I didn't eat them though.
Yeah.
I stuck them in my fridge. It's like, yeah, I might eat those one time when I'm super drunk, but I never did.
Khan's talking about 1800. Yeah, 1800. We have it here
Yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
Florida. It's good. Yeah,
Yeah, you can get that
good.
here.
Yeah.
So let me talk about this, since we're like talking about crazy conspiracy theories.
Okay.
So, this is another thing that makes me think, not disparaging the case breakers, all right, but you guys think you found the Zodiac, okay, fine. I'm willing to listen to the shit, but when you come up with some shit like this, making me less likely to listen to your line of whatever. So they're also like, okay, well, we have some like witnesses, 5 or 6 witnesses that say this, that, and the other. A couple of the witnesses, this is one. This is a dude named Will with 1 L. He says, this is in the press release. He's described as outlaw turned Zodiac whistleblower.
Okay, so what
is-
is Zodiac whistleblower? Okay.
which immediately is
Okay.
getting my little
Yeah,
red
I'm
flag
like,
kind of
what?
flying.
Yeah.
Escaped from post-Zodiac criminal posse. Again, Zodiac has a posse.
Yeah. There's a Zodiac posse, a gang of Zodiac.
This strikes me as the same way.
Yeah.
Do you remember the shit about like Son of Sam?
Yeah.
And how he had, and I'm not saying
had an
that like
extended gang.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that maybe he didn't have like one other dude that was worried. Like that's not crazy, but these whole kind of theories about this one serial killer and they have this whole like cult of people. That's okay. That's a little bit beyond the pale. You're gonna have to like give me a lot more shit to like convince me of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The larger your conspiracy is, the less likely it is. Exactly. So you have to give me more evidence. So yeah, outlaw turned Zodiac whistleblower says that he escaped from Poste's Zodiac criminal posse, which roamed for decades in the High Sierra. Now in his 50s and hiding in the Northwest, Will says he's angry and ashamed, claiming the psychopath groomed me into a killing machine. This is someone...
All right.
I'm not disparaging anybody, so like, look, the weirdest shit has happened to somebody. I'm not saying it didn't happen to you. I'm just saying it's unlikely. So every time like some big serial killer comes up and everybody's like, yeah, that dude like groomed me, and it's like that. You're gonna have to like go way farther than that to like convince me that that's what happened. Because the Zodiac, for all intents and purposes, it just seemed like he was going around shooting people at random and didn't really give a shit about a cult or grooming people into whatever. It just really didn't seem like a thing. He was just going around in his little fucking outfit killing people at random. That was kind of his deal. That was what gave him a hard on. Yes?
Yeah.
I don't really know if... I don't know. This is a whole thing where people are like retroactively claiming that they're like fucking were groomed into this shit. I don't really know. So yeah, he says he was groomed into a killing machine. So he tells the case breakers, this is a quote, he had a great side. Oh, I'm sure. That's me. He just didn't have a conscience. He didn't have a conscience, but also he had a great side. Great side. Okay, whatever. He could kill indiscriminately. Good for him. And I mean, you know, he's pretty much proven that over the years. He couldn't even stop after he moved up here. He just... he still had to continue to kill, even if it was small animals, just to make himself feel better. Well, good for him. I've seen him kill bears, deer, otter, ferrets, marmots. Just anything that lived, he liked to shoot them, watch them fall down. He liked to mess with the carcasses when he was done. He just got bloody. That was the quote.
So you just shoot a ferret because you see a ferret? I've never seen a ferret. Not a wild ferret in the United States.
I have seen a ferret.
Only domestic ferrets.
You know what's weird? One time, when I lived at my grandma's house, we had a kitty, and she lived on the porch.
Yeah.
Her name was Oreo. And one time, Oreo was like yelling. So we went onto the porch, and she was fighting with a ferret. And it was obviously somebody's ferret that had like escaped.
Yeah.
And the ferret got into our, you know, room where the fucking laundry shit was. So, you know, there was that. So that was like a weird situation. But yeah, that was the only time I've ever seen a ferret. And that was somebody's pet that escaped.
Let me tell you something, people. I've owned ferrets. Ferrets are fucking clowns. They're clowns and they're sweet as hell. People used to fucking tell me that things like weasels and minks were these vicious fucking things.
No, absolutely.
No, they're all like ferrets. They're fucking clowns. And I'm glad that there is an internet and a YouTube to show us the characters of these animals. A lot of the animals that I grew up thinking that they were vicious, they're not vicious at all. They're friendly little fucking things, including weasels and ferrets and minks. they're clowns. Yeah, of course they kill other little things, but they kill mice and rats and.
Well, they gotta eat.
They eat,
Just like cats.
Right, but they're not aggressive towards humans or any other animals.
Cats kill mice and bugs and shit like that. They gotta eat too.
And ferrets and cats and dogs all get along. There's a pecking order. So it's not like we thought it was back in the 70s and 80s.
I don't honestly see ferrets any different than cats.
They're very similar.
And honestly, I had a friend where I used to work, and he had a couple of ferrets.
Yeah.
And he said those ferrets are honestly just like fucking human children.
Yeah, they're very fucking friendly. They're friendly, and they like to fucking communicate and play and.
Well, just like Pookie is like a human child.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah. The thing is, though, is that a ferret doesn't live as long as a cat. A cat lives a lot longer. Ferrets and ermine, they don't live very long. And that's something to think. People that own these things have to come to terms with that, because you have these wonderful pets that.
Well, it's like having a kid that dies when they're like 12
or 5,
which is horrible.
I think a ferret lives to be about 5 or 6.
Man, that's even worse.
They don't live very long. They are cute though, and they're very friendly, and they like people, and they like all kinds of other animals. They're like cats. They're like dogs. They're playing. They're like play machines. Play machines. That's what they are.
Ilsa said, "Yeah, I had 2 ferrets.
Yeah,
they're so fun.
They're fucking.
They're super
clowns.
flexible and good cuddlers.
Yeah, they're clowns. And you
all
ask
this
them
shit. Yeah, my friend that used to work with me, he had 2 or 3 ferrets.
Yeah,
him and his girlfriend, and it's like the stories they told and like the videos they showed me. Oh my god.
You can get a ferret to act up, and they deliver. They're like, do it. They're like, yeah. They're just
like little fuzzy people.
Yeah, they clown their asses off. They don't live long, but they have a good time.
They're cramming a lot of fun.
It's all condensed down into a very small.
Well, like I said, that's why. I mean, that's why I kind of feel the way I feel about Pookie, because, she's like a tiny little person. So I treat her like a tiny little person.
Well, cats are long lived compared to fucking.
Well, yeah, they can live like 15 20 years, which is a long time.
Long time, yeah.
Not long enough in my estimation.
Well, we all live a certain amount of time.
Sure.
And it's just and cats live a long time for what they are.
And I mean, she behaves like a human child would behave.
Yeah.
She can't talk, but she kind of talks, and I kind of know like what she's saying.
You know what she's saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Like she goes, bah, 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 and like I'm like, okay, so you want that? All right.
Yeah.
Like you can figure it out.
Yeah.
She has body language. She has like little, so it's kind of like having a tiny little fuzzy person. Yeah. It's kind of like that. But everybody I've known that had a ferret, they said kind of the same thing, that they're kind of like little bitty people. They act like little.
Con's asking what a ferret is. A ferret is like a weasel.
Oh, he doesn't know what a ferret is?
It's like a weasel. It's a North American creature.
Yeah, it's like a weasel.
Yeah, they come from here. They're like a weasel or a mink. They're bigger than both. They came from the North American prairies. They ate prairie dogs for centuries. But the prairie dogs are all gone. The cattle industry of the 1800s wiped them out. And the ferret kind of became a domesticated animal. They are domestic. They were used as a hunting animal to what they call ferret out rabbits. They'll chase a rabbit out of a burrow. You shoot the rabbit, and then you share some of the meat with the ferret. They're like a very large weasel, and they have a good personality. Very good personality. Yeah.
A lot of people in the U.S. keep them as pets.
Yeah.
They do. They stink.
Yeah.
But a lot of people keep them as pets because they have like really good personalities.
Yeah.
So a lot of people keep them as pets. So that's why.
Oscars because they're smelly little things with sharp teeth.
They are very smelly.
Yeah, but they're friendly. They're very friendly. And they're fucking clowns. They fucking entertain you like crazy. They jump and flip and put on shows, and they're nice creatures. They're cute. They're cute.
Con says hasn't seen Pookster in a while.
Yeah.
You were just holding her up like...
Yeah. She's around.
Where'd she go?
Yeah.
Her little, like, treat toy is, like, right there.
Yeah.
I bought her a new thing. You know, we have that little thing. You know, you have those little, like, things where... What is that? Is it a little, like, cat? Or a little, My Neighbor Totoro or whatever that is? And you put treats in it, and she, like, bumps into it, and, like, treats come out the butt.
Yeah.
I said, look, Pookie had poops treats. Then she's like, what? I don't get it. So she has that, but I bought her a new one for Christmas, but I haven't showed it to her yet. It's a snowman, and it does the same thing. You put treats in it, and, like, treats come out its butt. So hopefully she'll be into that. I don't know. But I got her that. I got her, like, a new, one of those things that has... I don't know, like all the little fucking tracks in it, like little balls. Cause man, she loves little balls and little crunchy balls and shit like that. So I'm kind of like trying to give her some shit to entertain her. She doesn't like to go outside anymore, which is good. I'm into that. I don't really want her to go outside, but because I don't really like her to go outside at the old place, but you know, I kind of got pressured into it. But she's been outside here a couple times. She's like, yeah, I don't like it. And she like runs back in, and I'm just like, that's fine. You stay with Mama. But so I'm trying to like entertain her in other ways. So I'm trying to like buy her new toys and stuff. So I got her like a new stuff that she like has some balls. But she likes all the like Halloween toys. She likes the crunchy balls. You know, like Ilsa sent us that big box of like all the Halloween toys. She loves like those little scrunchy... I know they're so cheap, but she loves those like, she loves little balls that like make that. She like, I leave them on the floor like around here for her to play with, and she like runs across them and like kicks them with her back feet, and then she kicks them up under her like front feet, and then she like rolls over her back and she's like, and she like fucking throws them. She'll fucking throw them and chase them and shit like that. She throws her own shit and chases it. It's like hilarious. But yeah, she does that kind of shit. But I don't know, man. Ferrets, that's like fucking funny that you guys know. I used to work with a dude back in the old days. And back in the late 90s, early 2000s. He was a cop, actually. Part-time. And he worked as a graphic designer where I worked. And him and his girlfriend had, I think they had 2 ferrets. And they loved those fucking ferrets. And... I mean, those ferrets, the way they talked about them, this was before I had cats. I mean, I had cats when I was a kid, but not to the same extent as nowadays. But they had 2 ferrets, and it's like the way that they talked about them, were like, oh my god, they sound like tiny little fuzzy people, and that was like awesome. Because the shit that they were doing was like amazing. But now that we have Pookie, it's not as weird to me nowadays because Pookie does like a lot of the same shit that, you know, he was talking about the ferrets doing back then. You know what I mean? So, yeah. What was I talking about? Okay. You don't know.
I just walked in.
Well, no, I'm talking to myself mostly. I'm not talking to you.
Larry says, fuck mezcal. Might as well drink gasoline. I've never had mezcal.
I don't think I have either, actually.
It's fermented. It's not distilled, from what I remember.
Miguel says, we have a snowman treat pooper.
Yeah.
I just bought one. It's like a whole, I got it from Chewy, I think, or something. It's like a bag of treats, and it has like a little, we already have like a little treat pooper thing. Yeah. But it just looks like I said, it looks like My Neighbor Totoro. It looks like a little cat. Yeah. Like a little fat cat.
So did we finish?
Well, I'm still working on it.
Okay, why don't you do that first, and then we'll talk about this other stuff.
Okay. So yeah. So we're talking about this whole... We're getting into this whole... Remember when we talked about Son of Sam?
Yeah.
And how there was that documentary about, oh, maybe there was more people, and maybe there was like this whole cult. I kind of feel like... Is that human nature to just think, oh, well, we can't just have this one serial killer that does this fucked up shit. We have to have this whole interlinked society of people. This is like the basis behind the whole satanic panic of the 80s. It can't just be like one weirdo that's doing this shit. We have to have this whole network. I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe that's a human thing. I don't really know. But that's kind of what I'm feeling in this situation. So this one dude, Will, with one L, he says, yeah, Zodiac's grooming me into whatever. I don't buy this, but whatever. He's a killing machine. Okay. He had a great side. He didn't have a conscience. Okay. He would kill indiscriminately, killing all the animals or whatever. Now, Casebreaker says, and this was one of the things that came out in their, press release, was that he witnessed Poste burying the murder weapons, and says that he gave the team, meaning like the Casebreakers people, the dig site. Although they're not releasing that information, so I'm skeptical. Like I said, maybe we're keeping the shit back because we want to make money off the release of it. But come on, this is a criminal investigation. Don't be that way. I'm just saying. Now, another witness that put some shit forward in relation to this case is this woman named Michelle. And she is allegedly Poste's daughter-in-law. Now, her quote says, when she was 10 years old, when her 10-year marriage ended, Michelle says that Poste ordered 2 of his criminal posse, like I said, it can't just be one dude, it has to be like a whole extended thing, to go after her, breaking her windows, then threatening, harassing, and assaulting her until she moved out of state. This was in the press release. So this is someone who is allegedly sort of related to the person that they're accusing of being Zodiac. And she's saying, yeah, so his posse, not him, came and did this shit. Not saying I don't believe that. I'm just saying I don't know. So another woman that they had statements from was a woman named Gwenny. Now, she was apparently a kid, and she was babysat by Poste and his wife back in the 1970s. Now, she says, and this is a quote, he taught her, the little kid, she was a little kid at the time, how to use guns, sometimes going to the woods 5 days a week. In the last year of her child care, she witnessed Poste's callousness and violence toward his wife, a wife that only slept on the couch. This was a wife that later, for real, he was arrested for pushing her down the stairs. So, this is not that crazy. Recently, Gwenny caught up with the 75-year-old wife, now in assisted living, and the phone call stunned her in one line in particular. I'm sorry that I didn't tell the cops about his Zodiac past. Now, this particular girl, who was allegedly a child at the time of the slayings, I'm guessing, she later came forward and allegedly said that she felt bad because she's like, oh, in retrospect, yeah, that dude was probably the Zodiac and I probably should have said something, but I don't know, here's the thing. Shitty dudes are a dime a dozen. So just accusing every shitty dude that you know of being a famous serial killer, I'm not really sure how far this is going to get you. Because like I said, shitty dudes, dime a dozen. Dudes that beat up their wives, dime a dozen.
Especially back then.
Dudes that molest their children, dime a dozen. Not saying that's good. I'm just saying that's how it is. So does that mean that every single one of them serial killer? No. Does that mean every single one of them is a good person? No. Obviously, they're all shitty people. But that doesn't mean that they're serial killers. So, I don't know. and particularly back in this time period, I kind of feel like dudes back then, man, they got away with some shit. You could beat up on your wife and kids back then, and
well, the culture and the enforcement. Of
that's what I'm saying. It's like it wasn't really
in the same world.
Yeah. So no one. It wasn't like a red flag the way it would be nowadays. Nowadays, if you did that shit, and later on some serial killer shit happened, somebody said, "Oh, we need to look into this fella," because they knew, you know, the pathology. That would not have happened back then. Because honestly, back then, you smacked your wife around, you smacked your kids around. No one's really gonna question it, honestly. Which is sad, but...
Well, out in California, my dad, when he was in his 20s and shit, I remember when I was a kid, would be like kind of like hemming and hawing over some of the shit guys were doing. And this is California in the 70s. You know what I mean? Like, kind of hard on his wife. That shit wasn't cool even back in the 70s. You know what I mean? This is all...
Yeah, I mean, people weren't...
Even
well...
back in the 70s, people were like, yeah, you're not rich to be doing
I mean, culturally, I feel like people were kind of like, yeah, but it's not like you could, like, call the cops.
You kind of could, probably depending on what state you were in.
But would the cops do anything, though?
In the 70s,
even now, I feel like they wouldn't do much nowadays.
I'm trying to move myself back to that time. In the 70s, if a dude were to call the cops on his buddy who was roughing up his wife, the cops would have showed up, in California at least, and given him a talking to. Like, why are you doing this?
You knocked that off.
Yeah, or like fucking, you know, it would have been something like that.
You have to understand.
Now,
women's are different than men.
Well, they would be like, you're not supposed to be doing that.
You have to understand.
Now, would they have done anything legally? They may have not been able to.
I feel like they probably
at that time. But the thing is that, because I'm thinking about some dudes I grew up with, and their dad and the mom and my dad, they were like neighbors. You know what I mean? And no, my dad did fucking disagree with certain shit that this dude that I'm thinking of, I'm not gonna name his name. He was just like, nah, that shit ain't right. He didn't call the cops, but people did kind of talk to the dude about it. It was a different world back then. There weren't as many people, and things weren't handled the same way back then.
Well, and like I said, I mean...
you didn't need a system to do it. It was like more like the community. You know what I mean?
But the thing about it, it's like, it's easy for dudes to say that because you weren't at the receiving end of it. So for a woman to hear that is like really upsetting because it's like, well, the whole culture was like based around, well, we can just like slap you around because we don't agree with you, what you say or what you think, and that's fine, and like no one's gonna do anything about it. That's very, very upsetting.
Yeah, but women were different back then.
I don't really think that's an excuse. I really don't.
Okay, whatever.
I'm
just saying that the system wasn't in place.
Well, yeah, and the reason for the system not being in place was because dudes were in charge.
No, I don't think that's what it was.
Yeah, it was.
I think what it was is that fucking there was kind of like an element of innocence back then. They didn't think that kind of shit would happen, but it was. You know, things like that did happen, and they were like, it was like a different country back then.
Well, and honestly, like back then,
a different country back then. I remember
back then, it kind of like. Honestly, I feel like, from a woman's point of view, it feels like it was only very recently that that it occurred to them that women were actually humans, that actually had the same feelings and shit as they did. And that was like kind of like a revelation in some ways, maybe.
No, I don't think that's what was going on.
Yeah, I do kind of feel like that's what was going on.
I think what was going on.
I do kind of feel like that was what was going on.
Okay.
I don't think that's what it was.
I grew up in that time too. I'm only a couple years younger than you.
Yeah.
And this is something that, I mean, you obviously had a different experience than me because you were not a girl. So
I wasn't a girl back then.
that's what I'm
I
saying.
was a guy.
No, that's what. Well, that's what I'm saying.
These
But
people that we're talking
you're
about, these
you're so.
But these people
no,
we're talking about are dead now.
no,
They're dead
but
now.
what I'm saying is that you're
No.
your look on the world is
Yeah.
different because you didn't see it the same way as someone like me would have seen it.
It was kind of like another country back then. These dudes were raised to have certain expectations.
Right,
about
and
women.
like, well, honestly,
And when-
me as a woman, I was very aware of that.
Yeah.
Y'all were not aware of it because it was.
You're saying y'all like I was involved in it. I was a little.
No,
kid back
I'm
then.
just saying, just
I don't have
in
anything to do with
general,
that,
in
right?
general.
These were other people that they're dead
Right.
now. Okay.
But I'm just saying that it's still like the.
It was almost like another country, and
it's kind of like still resonates though, is what I'm saying.
it didn't have anything to do with you though. Come here, Pookie.
Didn't it?
No, you were.
I grew up in the 70s.
Yeah, but
I was still very, very aware of it. You weren't, like I said, you weren't a girl back then, so I guess you didn't.
It was another country at that time.
So you weren't a girl back then, so I guess
Yeah.
you didn't. You weren't aware of it. But because I was a girl back then, I was aware of it.
Those people are dead.
I'm not dead.
No, the people that were doing that were dead. They're gone.
But the perception of it is
Yeah.
like.
Well, you can remember it, but that doesn't make it real. Those people are dead.
My perception isn't real, you guys.
No, you remember it, but those people were dead. They weren't raised like us. Their mentality was very different. They just were.
Okay.
Those people are long gone. It's like something from another country.
And that doesn't still resonate to modern day because it totally does.
No,
It
those dudes are
totally
dead.
does.
Those dudes had a different fucking mentality.
Victor says, nah, the boomers are still around. Yes, they are.
They weren't boomers.
They're still around.
They weren't boomers, the ones that are remembered. They were a little bit older than that. And they're dead.
Green Spark says, I worked at a women's shelter through college.
Yeah.
Legacy lives on. Yeah.
Okay.
I honestly don't understand why dudes feel the need to tell people how they experienced their life.
But that wasn't you. That was them.
It was me.
Okay. So your husband did that to you.
My husband did do that.
Well, there
the
you go.
culture,
There you go. That was
no,
another-
the culture does that.
That was another generation. Those people are fucking gone.
yeah, but I was
They're gone.
raised by those people. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but they're gone.
Being raised by
They're gone.
people as a dude and being raised by people as a girl are two different things.
Those people are gone.
In the 70s.
Those people are gone, and fucking the people that were
My
like-
parents are still alive.
But so
you know
they
that,
acted
right?
That way.
I'm just saying that the culture at large reacts differently because you didn't experience it.
That culture's gone.
That doesn't mean that the fucking what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know.
He doesn't know what I'm talking about.
That culture's gone.
He discounts everything I fucking said.
No, I'm not discounting.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
You're trying to revive something that's dead. Those people are gone.
They're not. My parents are still alive.
Are they doing that?
No, I'm saying the culture, their culture at large,
Yeah.
that kind of like resonates. You're a dude, you didn't experience it the same way that I would have experienced it. And I don't appreciate you casting your shit on me because that's not how I grew up.
I didn't grow up that way either.
Right. So the way that you grew up is not the same way that I grew up. So
I didn't grow up that way. Those
So
people-
you
people-
like fucking saying, "Oh, I didn't experience this and that and the other." I don't appreciate that because it's like my experience is not the same as yours.
Nobody fucking beat you or fucking or did any of that to you.
How do you know?
I didn't do it to you.
You didn't ask. You didn't ask me. You never asked me.
I did that to you.
No one asked. No one said about you.
Well, who did it then? Were your ex-husband? He was even from here. He was from fucking Scotland or Wales or whatever. I don't have anything to do with that.
But
those bitches were retro anyway.
This is indicative. No one's talking about you.
Okay.
People are talking about the culture at large. No one's talking about you particularly.
All right, I didn't do anything to anybody. As far as I know.
You are very, very narrow-minded.
I don't care either way.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know you don't.
I don't see any of that as a reality today.
Well, you don't have to, because none of it is directed at you.
That's all gone.
It's not.
Okay.
But good for you. But
I think it's gone. Nobody is like they were back in the 70s or the fucking 60s. That's just gone.
No one's saying that.
All right. No problem.
Let's talk about privilege. You have a lot of privilege.
I don't have any privileges.
Yeah, you do.
No.
You do. But you don't realize it, and that's the sad thing.
What privilege do I have?
All of it.
Like what?
Because you don't, you seem not to realize what it's like growing up to be someone other than you.
Okay, whatever.
And you laugh at anybody that has a experience different than that. Like, it's not, oh, it didn't happen, or oh, it's like, it's not as bad as you think, or you really need to, like, examine that.
Okay.
You really should examine that. Tammy says, yeah, no, my mom is still alive. Yeah, my mom is still alive too. My dad is actually still alive, and my stepdad is still alive.
Yeah, that's them.
Actually, my grandma is still alive.
Yeah.
Although she's dying, sadly. She's in her 90s.
That shit isn't happening anymore, though.
It is. It
Between
absolutely
them?
is. It
Between
absolutely
them?
is.
Between them?
Thorn says men still hit women. Yeah, they do. Let's see. Tammy, got my kids' dad who abused me for 19 years because I had nowhere to go and nobody to help me. Yeah, feeling that.
Well, look, man, yeah, if it's that bad, then stop fucking. Stop fucking with these people. Just don't do anything.
Well, it's easy for you to say, like I said.
It's very easy for me.
Yeah, it's
I
easy
don't have
for
to
you
be fucking these people.
because you don't have to deal with it.
No.
Because you don't have to deal with it.
You never have to deal with anything.
Again, privilege. That's privilege.
It's not privilege.
Yes, it is.
Okay, whatever.
It is. That's privilege. And the fact that you don't realize that,
No.
that's very sad. That's very
Okay.
sad that you don't realize
There's
that.
no privilege.
There is.
No.
There is.
What makes me privileged over anybody else?
Holy crap. Do I really need to explain all of this to you? Can I explain it to you after the
Because
show?
of my birth?
Yes.
Is it really? Is that what you think?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Whatever.
You've had a lot of advantages that you really don't realize. You really don't realize.
That's just how things are, though. It's
Yeah,
luck.
but
It
is
doesn't-
that...
It doesn't have anything to do with me. It's just luck.
Well, no one's saying it has anything to you particularly.
Yeah. It's just-
But everybody's just saying that, you know, people should recognize it.
But that's just not the way that life is. Some people, people are different. No one's the same.
Juan Ortiz Velasquez says, everyone has different lives. And yes,
Yeah.
domestic violence still exists. Yeah, big time.
I don't think it's like it
you
was.
just don't hear about it, the issues. Yeah, I kind of
It's not
feel
like
like,
it was.
I don't know if that's the case, because I do kind of feel like it still happens probably to the same extent that it
It's
happened
not
back
like
then.
it was.
But, well, back then, it was acceptable.
It was supposed to be part of marriage.
Yeah, like
It's not like
your
it was.
wife said some shit that you didn't like, you get smack around. Nobody was like gonna like fucking get on your shit about it.
Yeah, they did, though.
I mean, they
saw.
did, but it wasn't.
They're like, man, you're not supposed to do that.
But it wasn't like nowadays.
Yeah.
you know, everyone's kind of like, well, you know, that shit happens.
By the time the
Chicks speak out of turn.
No,
we have to like smack them around. It was that kind of shit.
From what I saw in my dad's generation, by the time the fucking 70s had come around, they knew what you were supposed to, what you weren't supposed to do. You can't, you know what I mean? It didn't. They were like, no, that shit ain't cool, man. And I remember it. I remember my dad going like, nah.
I mean, but
like, nah.
the fact that a few dudes were like, yeah, that's shit not cool, that doesn't mean that it wasn't like widespread, because it was.
I think it was widespread.
It was widespread.
I think it was widespread.
And honestly,
that shit wasn't cool.
And like nowadays, Thorn Cezanne says more women are killed by partners than strangers. Yeah, by a very, very, very large.
I know. That's why y'all need to stop fucking.
95. Well, honestly, it might be 98%.
Stop dating. Just leave those dudes alone.
Like honestly,
yeah.
I'm a woman.
Stop dating. Leave those dudes alone.
You're worried about strangers, which I would be too. I would not go out and don't go anywhere with a stranger, honestly. But honestly, be worried about your fucking boyfriend, your husband.
Yeah.
They're being the one that kills you. Honestly, just go out, like live on your own.
Be an incel. Be a femcel. Don't fuck with those dudes. They're all killers.
No, you shouldn't.
Don't fuck with them.
Don't play the odds.
No.
You'll probably be, honestly, I'm speaking to most women nowadays. You're going to be much happier.
By yourself. Just be by yourself.
Living on yourself.
Yeah.
Living on your own. Honestly. You can do what you want.
I see it all the time.
You don't have to, like, worry about, like, what other dude's doing. You don't have to, like, fucking worry about some dude's going to kill you. It sounds nice.
Yeah.
To be fair. It sounds nice. I can't see any downside.
I know.
I don't see a downside.
Yeah. Leave those dudes alone.
I don't see a downside. Honestly, you want to get off? Get a vibrator.
Get your big dildo.
That's better. It's better in a lot of ways. So
yeah.
I don't really see any reason. I don't see any reason why you need a dude. So just fucking, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, domestic violence still an issue. Oh yeah, big time. It's kind of like domestic violence common in Mexico. Kind of, Aslan says.
Yeah, kind of.
We're still in baby steps on those issues. A lot of macho guys still like beating the wife. Yeah, and you see it. I watch a lot of movies from the 50s and the 60s, and there's still kind of like this thing, and it's creepy. It's still kind of like played for comedy. Back in the day, 50s and 60s, oh my god, these ladies, they're silly ideas. We gotta like slap this shit out of them. And it's like, it's like played for like laughs in movies from the 50s and the 60s, which is like really, really upsetting from a modern point of view because, you know, but...
Green Spec says I'm giant. No, I'm not giant, baby. I'm actually short. I'm short.
Yeah, you are.
I'm short, yeah. I'm only like 5'6". So she said I'm giant. I'm not giant.
Yeah, you're short.
She says the guys are intimidating. Guys aren't intimidating. Not to me.
No guys are intimidating.
It's got to be a group of dudes, really, for me to be fucking... And me, if I get intimidated, my response is fucking, well, if they come at me fucking crazy like that, I'm going to fight to the death. But that's just, I don't care anymore. I'm more like a kamikaze now. I've been through some badass shit. Military and all kinds of other shit that I went through. I don't even care anymore. I don't care anymore.
No, me either. And honestly, like Tammy says, the thing is, the guys are sweethearts in the beginning. Yeah, well, that's how they get you. So
I was a sweetheart in the beginning, but I'm not now.
Girls.
Like she was chasing after me in the fucking beginning.
Girls, though.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying, like, girls that are younger.
Yeah.
Don't fall for it. Don't believe anything
Y'all-
the dude. Don't believe anything the dude says. The dude says shit.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything.
Does that apply to me?
Yes, that applies
Really,
to all
man?
dudes.
That applies to all dudes?
What dudes say doesn't mean anything.
Okay, it doesn't mean...
Watch their actions.
Yeah. Well, yeah, okay.
What they say doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
If they do
that's
some
with all
fucked up
people,
shit, well,
That's
yeah,
all
but you know, if they,
Women lie, too.
well, yeah, well, I
women
mean
lie,
that
shouldn't they?
applies across.
I mean, I can fucking show you fucking direct examples. Don't trust people. It's just like, we're going to go back to
Are
the
you
Bible.
trying to like?
We'll go back to the Bible. We'll go back to the Bible. Fuck.
Oh, you're trying to
I'm
like
gonna-
pull
I'm
some
gonna
shit
take
off
it-
of your own stuff.
No, we're going to go back to the Bible.
Oh no, we're
go
gonna
back to
like
the
talk
Bible.
about like I suck,
Bible,
but
on the Bible.
but more people back then like sucked
In the
more.
Bible, which is full of shit, but Bible, they were...
Why you even break that up then? These are
Well,
like
it's not
made
that,
up
it's
stories.
not that full of shit.
These are made up stories.
There's a lot of ancient wisdom in there. They said fucking...
Not really.
There's a lot of ancient wisdom.
Not really.
It's that you judge the tree by the fruit that it bears. In other words, you know what I mean? Fucking, it's not so much what somebody says, it's what actually happens.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, that's the same thing you said.
Thank you. Well, thank you for
All right.
interrupting me.
I'm not interrupting you.
And you brought up some shit that was exactly the same as what I said. I said, girls, anything a dude says, don't believe it.
Okay.
Watch what they're doing, and that's what you have to like. Fuck, dude, I'm old. I'm like,
What
almost
time is
50.
it?
It is 9:45.
Okay. It's
You gonna
almost
make
time
some
to get
food?
out.
You can make some food.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm saying, you know, probably everybody here is like old and they've, you know, they've already figured the shit out. But yeah, girls, don't believe anything dude says. Watch what he does. Don't watch what he says. I'm just saying, you gotta like watch the actions. Don't watch the. Don't listen to anything he says.
That's with everything, though.
Watch what he does.
That's not some dude. That's women
So
too.
interestingly, well, yeah. Now, this is another thing I want to bring up.
Fucking crazy ass bitches.
Are we gaslighting now?
No, I'm just talking about crazy ass bitches.
Are we
They're fucking
gaslighting
crazy.
now?
All right, go ahead.
Oh, my 50 years of experience are not valid because your intentions are not.
What are you talking about? No, I didn't say that.
My 50 years of experience are not
Okay,
valid.
look, stop. Finish the show.
Because Tom
Go.
has decided
No.
that. Well, his intentions are good.
Just finish the
so-
show. Just finish
Blah,
the show.
blah, blah.
Just
So,
finish
you
it.
know.
Just finish it.
So
bitch is
here's another
crazy.
thing that I wanted to bring up. Yeah, I'm crazy.
This bitch crazy. Go ahead, finish the show. It's
Honestly,
fucking getting
I'm-
late. It's getting late.
I'm going
getting
on
late. I'm
on
getting
like a long fucking you know
Do you want some of this?
what?
Liquor.
Yeah, sure, pour it in there.
So you
You
should-
are you gonna make me some food now
No.
or what?
I'll make you some when we get done. We just gotta fucking split this.
Man, I'm getting like the fucking. I'm getting to the House of Wax action because House
Said
of
it's the
Wax.
Wild House of Wax action.
No, shut up. You weren't even here when I did the movie review. I had to do it without you.
I was fucking busy. I'm trying to fucking do paperwork on this fucking bitch. I was fucking signing off.
1953. Even in 1953, the poor bitch at the center of this was constantly negged and constantly fucking gaslighted by all the men around her. She's like, look, I know that this dude, Vincent Price, who owned this waxworks, is using corpses and he's making them into wax figures. No one believed her. None of the men believed her, man, but she was right. She was right. So, just saying. I'm just saying. So, yeah. Let me get into this. Okay, so I wanted to mention this because I don't know if this is related or not. So 2021, December 9th. This is very, very recent. December 9th, 2021. Newsweek comes out with this shit about a bunch of news stations in Albany, New York. And they say they've got a bunch of letters from somebody. And they're claiming to be the quote-unquote Chinese Zodiac Killer.
Wait,
I don't...
What?
No, like
There's
a couple
Chinese
days ago.
Zodiac, yeah.
A couple days ago. They haven't killed anybody, as far as I know. But this is like some shit that's trying to like fucking ride on the gravy train. I don't know. So they get all these letters, and so they report to the FBI. The FBI like looks into it. So basically, what happens? They like, okay. So the letters that came from the original Zodiac Killer. What, are you all right?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, it's talking to Con. I was like, Con, she's fucking with me. She's like, yeah, it's in the heat of the tequila. What's your problem? That's what Con said. It's in the heat of the tequila.
I'm not drinking tequila.
I
You
am.
are.
I am. Yeah. You got a problem with that?
Well, maybe.
Shit, I'm falling. Okay, go ahead.
Goodness gracious. You're really having a problem,
Yeah.
aren't you?
All right, go ahead. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, bye. All right, so okay. So this person, as far as we know, hasn't killed anyone. However, as of early December 2021, they've been sending a lot of letters claiming, I guess, that they've been doing some shit to the Albany Times. Now, people have been like upset about this because there was I don't know if he necessarily identified himself as the quote-unquote Chinese Zodiac Killer, but there was a letter that arrived from the Zodiac back in 1973, and the letter that he sent, he said that he was going to kill a woman in Albany, and there was actually a crime that was maybe not like related to that. He sent the letter. This was August of 1973. The letter said, "You were wrong. I am not dead. In the hospital. I'm alive and well, and I'm going to start killing again." And that was the letter that was sent to Albany. And the thing about it is that one of the Zodiac murder victims was Elizabeth Farron, and she had lived in Albany at some point. And that a man that was previously considered a Zodiac suspect, who was Richard Galkowski, worked for a newspaper in Albany, but he didn't work there anymore, and that paper wasn't around anymore. So nobody knew if that was like maybe some kind of thing. So I don't really know. So as of late 2021, there's some Chinese Zodiac killers. So nobody's killed anybody, but nobody knows. Because like I said, the Zodiac in 1974, he hadn't probably killed anybody since 69, maybe. But he was like, oh, I killed all these people that you guys didn't find out about. Like I said, he claimed he'd killed like 37 people, even though he was only credited with 5. So it's possible that he killed some other people that he didn't get credited with. Did he do this shit? Probably not. I kind of feel like the Zodiac, he's probably dead by now. I mean, he's got to be. How long ago was that? 1969. Even if you had started killing people when you were... All right, let's assume I'm thinking about doing math when I'm drunk. If you were like, for the sake of like being easy, let's say you were 20 years old in 1970. How old would you be now? 70, 80, 90,
77. About 70.
I mean, you'd be old.
You'd be 70.
Would you still be running around killing people? Or still, honestly, if you still weren't killing people, would you still be worried about, oh, I'm going to send some, like, fucking letter to a newspaper? Like, saying, hey, I'm the Zodiac, bitches. Woo-hoo. I kind of feel like you'd be over that at that point. Would you be too old to be worried about that shit? I don't know. I'm not a serial killer. I'm not the kind of person that would be a serial killer. I'm not the kind of person that would be obsessed with this shit where you'd still be like sending fucking letters to people when you're in your 70s. I don't know. Maybe you would. Maybe that's your whole entire life goal. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not buying it. But okay, so like, what do you guys think? Do you think that Gary Francis Poste, the people that the case breakers, this independent group, I'm saying the FBI are still saying we're looking into the shit, but we don't have any proof, so we're saying the case is still open, we're not going anywhere with that. So this is an independent group. This isn't official or nothing. What do you guys think? Do you think this dude is the Zodiac? Or do you think that they were right back in the old days that fucking whatever, like the fucking dude that like Alan whatever. What the fuck was that dude's name? God damn it, I'm so fucking drunk. Are you gonna help me?
Yeah.
Of course you're not. Of course you're not.
Tom's gonna take a dive downstairs. That's what fucking
What does that mean?
Thorne said. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're not helping?
About what?
Yeah, thanks.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Never mind.
What do you want me to say about it?
Well, it would help if you were actually like listening to
I'm
what I was
fucking
talking
loaded.
about.
I can barely fucking make it. I can barely fucking.
Yeah, me
change.
too, but
Okay.
I have to keep shit together.
This fucking this show was at the end. It was at the end.
Arthur Allen Lee, that's who I was talking about.
Okay.
Do you guys think that Arthur Allen Lee was
Yeah.
actually the Zodiac? I'm kind of leaning toward that. I don't know. I don't know if anyone's actually going to prove it. What are you laughing at?
I was laughing at you. Go
Why are you
ahead.
laughing
Go
at me?
ahead.
What are you laughing at me for?
You wanted me to save you in the middle of the show? I don't even know where the fuck we are at this. Arthur Allen
Lee.
Lee. Yeah. I don't remember who that was. It was Arthur Allen Lee. I don't
Never
remember
mind.
him from any other case. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for backing me up on that.
Yeah, I don't know. what's going
Anyway,
on.
anyway.
Yeah.
Now that we're back to like important shit. So, do any of you guys? Thank you. Just shh. Shh. So, do you guys think that Arthur Allen Lee was actually the Zodiac? I don't really know because, like I said, he died in 1992. Did they get his DNA? Maybe. Will they ever be able to prove it? Maybe. He had the most circumstantial evidence. Most of the people that worked on the case kind of thought it was him. I'm leaning toward that, but I'm willing to be convinced otherwise. I'm not sure if there was enough evidence to convince me. Because I kind of feel like this whole thing that came out, it was this big deal. You know, that this whole, you know, Gary Francis Poste dude. Oh, we found the Zodiac, blah, blah, blah. But I kind of feel like it was just like a publicity stunt in a lot of ways. They didn't have any DNA. They didn't have a lot of They had some evidence, but it was very, very circumstantial. And honestly, it wasn't any better than the circumstantial evidence they had for Arthur Allen Lee, which, in my estimation, was a lot better than, because if all you had was, he had a forehead scar that was kind of like that drawing. And the drawing was like, well, they just put those lines there because they thought somebody of that age would have forehead lines. I don't know. That's like not that big a deal to me, so I don't really know. That's very, very sketchy. So what are we talking about?
I'll tell you what we're talking
Do they think that we've caught the Zodiac?
No.
No.
Look.
You gotta give me more than that. Give me more than that. Give me some DNA, motherfucker.
Right.
Give me some fucking...
Right.
Give me some shit.
Look. Here is the fucking standard thing in criminal fucking justice. If you don't have an indictment on a dude, on a suspect, within a couple months, you're not going to get him.
Look, people can say shit
Fucking,
all day
you can
long.
say what you want.
I thought my neighbor was a Zodiac
Right.
since I was a kid. Yeah, that doesn't mean
Right.
anything. You can say anything.
This is why I've kind of been holding back over these fucking couple
That doesn't
months.
mean
She's
anything.
fucking with me. I fucking know they don't have the dude.
No, they
If
don't.
they fucking had the dude, you'd have had an indictment by now.
And the FBI have said that. And
right.
honestly, like, the dude that runs the Zodiac Killer site said this is, like, not...
No.
He called it, quote-unquote, hot garbage.
Yeah.
He said this is not... This is just somebody that's looking for publicity to, like, sell a book.
Right.
He's like, I don't think this dude... I'm not saying that dude wasn't involved, but he wasn't even on their list. He wasn't even on their list. They don't have his DNA. They don't have They don't have fingerprints. They don't have nothing.
When you look at statistics, you have the right suspect within 30 to 60 days of the fucking case. You know what I mean? No, this has been so long. No. You don't have it.
I mean, do I think that they'll catch him at some point? I mean, maybe.
I don't think so.
Well, they might, because they caught Original Night Stalker.
Yeah, but they had
True.
DNA.
I mean, he left all kind of
left
DNA.
a lot of fucking DNA in. And I'm gonna say, from what I know from the original case, they didn't collect the evidence they needed from.
Well, they didn't
fucking-
think about it at the time.
Back in those days,
No one
they
was
didn't
thinking
know
about. We need to get every single
Right.
fucking hair and every single.
I got a fucking real strong suspicion in Tom Ross's fucking internal instincts that fucking the original Zodiac Killer is dead, and he's been dead for a long time.
Can we talk about maybe that people don't want the Zodiac to be identified?
Yeah, that's another factor.
I kind of feel like, well, it's the same kind of factor that you get with, like, the Jack the Ripper. You can make a lot of money selling a book saying you've definitively identified Jack the Ripper, which you haven't, But I kind of feel like that's a way to make money on the true crime circuit, but have you really done it? No. But that's kind of like, do we want that mystery solved? No. I kind of feel like we don't.
Yeah, that dude is long dead.
Jack the Ripper, nobody wants to know who that is.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to buy a book about who it might be. And they want to, like, see some evidence. Oh, maybe it's that guy.
Yeah.
But everybody wants the mystery to, to keep going.
That dude's long dead.
Well, obviously.
And he wasn't shit even back in the day.
The thing about it,
Yeah.
I kind of feel like the shit about why people like true crime, why people like unsolved mysteries, why people like thrillers, stuff like that. You like, and I'm the same. I'm not shitting on people that are like this, but it's like you like mystery, and you don't want the mystery solved. If the mystery is solved, that takes the fun out of it. If you knew definitively who Jack the Ripper was, if somebody came out and said, I have DNA, I have all the fucking evidence, I have everything, this dude was definitively Jack the Ripper, or this dude was definitively the Zodiac Killer, would you want to know that? Probably not. I mean, you kind of would, but then you'd be like, nah, I don't think that's... You'd find, like, some way to, like, think that maybe that wasn't him. Because people like mystery. They don't really want it. They want to know, but they don't want to know.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like that's why Jack the Ripper, that mystery has sustained over the centuries, is because you want to know, but you don't want to know.
Yeah.
You want it to be a monster. You want it to be, a ghost, a fucking...
It's an old legendary case.
Right. It's a legend. You want it to be like a ghost. You want it to be something that's like, you want it to be something other than... Because if it was solved, it would just be some regular ass true crime case, and that's boring.
And that's what it was.
Right. Sure.
Yeah.
Obviously it was just some fucking crazy dude that cut up prostitutes for whatever reason that he did it.
Yeah, and you wouldn't.
It was a person that did it. It was a person.
And you wouldn't have been impressed if you saw him.
Right. It was just some lame ass person, some weird pervert.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to know that. Everybody wants to kind of and I get it. You want to, attribute this kind of like mythical. You want Jack the Ripper to be like a mythical figure. You want the Zodiac to be a mythical figure. You don't want it to be just this, incel, chubby
loser. Yeah, that's what it was.
Which was probably who it was.
Yeah.
You don't want it to be solved.
Colin's saying we're going to mannequins next. No, we're not going to mannequins, bro. It's fucking December. It's December.
We're broke.
We're broke. We gotta fucking. We gotta.
We're buying this house.
Yeah.
I am so fucking broke right now.
And we gotta wait.
So fucking.
We gotta wait for this fucking shit to fucking pass.
We just got like a new dishwasher. We got the fucking septic tank pumped out today.
Right.
Holy crap! We're like so fucking broke.
And,
just saying.
We're like you. We're like y'all. It's December. You spent your money on presents for people. You got all kinds of shit going on. You're waiting this month out. So that's why I'm not pumping fucking super chats. Everybody's broke. We just gotta try to wait.
Yeah, we get it. We're broke. We're broke
broke
too. I mean, I'm really broke.
And then we just gotta wait till we see what fucking January brings. Fucking crazy as the world is now. We'll see. But no. This dude, they don't have him. They'll never have him. Case is too old.
As I said, once a case gets this old, and it's this mythical, I'm going to argue nobody really wants it to be solved.
Nah.
Because if you do solve it, it's not going to live up to people's expectations. Because people that have been mythicizing this for such a long time, you kind of feel like, in a weird way, this is not like a human. It's like a superhuman.
Yeah.
It's like I said, Jack the Ripper. It's almost kind of like a mythical figure.
Yeah. Well, in a way, they're getting what they want because
it was just a person.
It's a person, but they didn't catch him. They got away with it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, in the end, it's just a person.
If they don't really catch you within 90 days, the chances of them catching you fucking start to diminish with each passing month. And it's been fucking decades. This dude's gone. Probably dead.
And kind of Watson said, well, they got D'Angelo. And that's why I'm kind
That's an outlier. That was an outlier.
When they caught D'Angelo, because I didn't think they would catch the original Night Stalker either, when we did the first show about it. When they first caught him, the first thing I thought was that now they'll be able to catch the Zodiac. That was the first thing I thought. Will they still be able to do that? Maybe. But
unlikely, though.
I don't know. Well, it all has to do with, did his descendants upload... I mean, that's how D'Angelo got caught, because his descendants had uploaded stuff to, like, genealogical sites. So they were able to, like... I
think they would have caught him already.
Shit back. Maybe, but I don't know. But the thing about it is that I kind of feel like they made a big deal about, in 2020, or 2021 rather, that we caught the Zodiac, and it's like blah blah blah. But it's like they didn't have DNA. It wasn't like that. It was kind of like an independent group. I'm not shitting on them because some of them work for the FBI allegedly. Some of them were like cops allegedly, and they were volunteers and they thought they had figured it out. But they didn't have any DNA. They didn't have anything like that. It was just basically like a press release. So don't get too excited. I don't really know if that's who it was or not. I'm just saying. I would like to think that the Zodiac was caught, but I don't know. Even though he's dead, he's not going to get punished.
He's dead. I tend to think that.
Well, the dude that they're accusing died a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, if they did catch the Zodiac, he'd probably be dead, or he'd probably be like so old that, well, just like original Night Stalker, like D'Angelo, he was like an old man when they caught him. He'd been like not killing people for that. Look how long he got along with that. He got away with that shit.
It's amazing. I mean, but that dude's near dead also.
Good.
A couple years, maybe.
Fucker.
That dude's... We have to look at the big picture. 5 years is nothing once you get to a certain age. You know, D'Angelo will be dead by the time here shortly.
Too bad he didn't suffer more.
He got away with it.
That's what makes me angry. That's what makes me angry.
If they catch
look
you in
at the
old
shit
age,
that he did.
Yeah.
Look what he did.
If they catch you in old age, you got away with it.
Yeah.
Because now he's just going to go to prison and retire. And if they execute him, that's more like euthanasia. You know? Because he's old. I mean, they execute him. What are they taking from him? A couple years?
Yeah.
A couple years in prison?
So, would you argue, like, should they make him suffer?
Well, in the
I don't know, maybe.
In the current system they have now, probably wouldn't work out too well. In the medieval system, they would just kind of like fasten his fucking feet down to the ground, and two dudes with a fucking wood saw would stand on either side of him and put that saw in between his legs and fucking saw him up through the crotch. You know what I mean? We've seen woodcut drawings of them doing that, and that's what they would do to the dude.
All right. Do they need somebody to volunteer for that? Because I will.
You know, or we could do it Mexican style. We fucking, they wouldn't even. Look, taking a dude to the top of the fucking temple and cutting his heart out wasn't a punishment. It was a religious duty. I'd like to see. I'm gonna ask Khan to dig up what an Aztec punishment was. It's probably a lot worse. Because getting your heart cut out wasn't a punishment. It was a duty. You're paying back the blood debt. But what was the punishment? And then fucking, you guys come back to me what a punishment was. I'll remember it if it's good. An Aztec punishment. Because, I'm not Mexican. I have been.
You're an honorary.
I have been declared Mexican. And I have to know the Mexican punishments. I know what the cartels are doing as punishment, but I'd like to know what the traditional Mexican punishment was. And once I got that shit, then I'll fucking tell you whether or not they should be punishing these dudes. Okay. Let's see what they're saying.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like
cutting off hands and feet with sharp rocks. I don't think the Mexicans did that.
It's a good idea, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
it would have had something to do with the fucking obsidian blades, saws with obsidian blades and shit.
Goodness gracious.
I know. Fucking get sleepy.
I know. What time did I wake up?
I don't know. Long time ago.
6:30.
Yeah. It's 12. It's 10 o'clock now.
Is it?
It's 10 o'clock. Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
You guys, I've been up all day.
You want something to eat?
Yeah.
So after all that shit you're talking to me, you want me to cook for you? That's how I was thinking. See, she was saying, okay, I'll cook.
Thank you.
See, that's how these bitches are. Con, man. Con, this is how women are across the world. Because even in Mexico and even in the United States, this is how they are.
We have standards.
This is how they are.
You have to abide by them or don't.
All right.
I mean, if you don't, I'll make my own food. I don't give a shit.
No, I got food down there. I got that pork left over from the other day.
Goodness gracious.
I got pork. I got fucking.
I'm fully capable of making my own food.
I got pork and baked potatoes down there that I cooked yesterday.
All right, so make that.
That's what it is. All right.
But like I said, you don't want to make that, then that's fine. Go to bed. I'll make my own food.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Or I'll go out and get food. There's a Domino's right up the street. I don't need you.
Domino's is probably closed.
I don't give a shit. I'll find some shit.
All right.
I don't need you.
All right.
Don't get all excited.
See how she's.
I don't.
All right.
I don't understand why you think that you're like instrumental to my like.
Instrumental? What are you talking about?
To my calorie intake.
Your calorie.
I will find food. It's the 21st century.
God, it's all too similar. It's all too similar. It's all that same shit, bro.
Well, you know, dudes think they can just like fucking skate by on the minimal.
And then Greaseback
on
says
minimal effort.
Greaseback says we're a cute couple. Greaseback says we're a cute couple. Okay. And then Ben's
honestly,
going, I don't need no man. Yeah, she don't need no man. Yeah. Okay.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But you know,
okay.
You're fun to kind of have around sometimes.
Okay. All right.
But you know, we've been around a long time, you guys. In case you're new.
Yeah, over.
How long have I known you?
About 10 years.
Holy crap, more than that.
Yeah.
So I've known you a long time.
Yeah.
You know, after a time, you're kind of like.
Look, I've been drinking, man.
Yeah, me too.
All right. I need to fucking make us something to eat before I pass out. Okay.
Oh my God, we got like more than 5 hours.
I was laughing.
You're so cute, Tom.
Yeah.
Where did Pookie go? She was even sick of this shit. She was like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, Tammy goes, how the hell did you eat before you met Tom? Yeah, exactly. How did you eat before you met Tom?
Yeah, I did. I managed. I don't know how I managed it. I managed to like make food for myself. And
I don't know how I bet you ate before I fucking appeared because
that's why you're lame because you don't understand that I'm an adult.
I went down to Publix and I got some fucking bakery made hamburger buns and made a hamburger before we had this fucking show. That shit was good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hadn't eaten all day.
I know.
Well, he was out. Where were you?
I had to go to the fucking...
Yeah, you were outside in the escrow shit.
Yeah.
He was outside in that. And then I was here dealing with the dudes that were pumping the septic tank. So that was exciting.
I dealt with them too.
I'm not judging.
Yeah.
Everybody that came to the door about the septic tank.
Yeah.
What was up with all of their teeth?
Yeah, there's a septic.
Nobody had.
They deal in fucking human waste. That's how they're gonna look.
Nobody had a full set of teeth.
No.
All of their teeth were.
No, where the hell you?
I mean, I understand that this is useless.
They're experts. They're experts in that shit, though.
I'm not judging. But every time I opened the door, there was another dude there, and I'm like,
they're experts in that shit.
Oh, and you also have no teeth. Okay, awesome. Okay.
That's the way it is, man.
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, you know, I'm just saying. Nobody had any teeth.
Yeah.
They had teeth, but not all of them.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. I don't have all of my teeth in them. Like my back teeth are gone.
I'm missing one tooth.
I'm missing this tooth in the back like fell out. But yeah.
I'm missing one tooth.
I don't have any dental insurance.
I did that shit.
I don't have any dental insurance. I don't have any insurance. I don't have any dental insurance.
I bit down on some shit and fucking cracked my tooth.
Yeah. That's what happened to me too.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna like fucking roll with it. Just, you know. Yeah.
You ready to go?
I guess so. I can't believe we're on this long.
All
right. Yeah.
We love y'all, people.
I mean, you guys.
Yep.
We love you guys.
Yep.
We're gonna be back on Sunday, and probably, honestly, we're gonna be talking about this fucking movie right here.
Yeah. Well, we gotta watch that
because I love this movie. Okay. I don't think Tom's like ever seen it.
I've never seen it.
So I'm like excited to show it to him.
I'll check it out.
We'll see what it's at. I saw it in the theater.
From Rob.
Yeah, Rob sent us that. Rob Levinson, who was in the comments earlier. I don't know if he's still there.
He's probably gone.
But, yeah, so we're going to talk about that on Sunday when we come back. Friday night, we'll be here on our sidetrack show. That's your bailiwick.
What are you talking about? Every day is my bailiwick.
Sure. Where you can just, like, talk about whatever.
We talk about whatever, no matter what day.
How much percentage, yeah.
We talk about whatever.
How much percentage did I talk about the Zodiac Killer on this show?
I don't know.
Do you estimate?
50.
All right.
50%.
Maybe 50%. Maybe.
They enjoyed it though.
Okay.
Yeah. They're drinking too. Okay.
All
Fuck,
right.
man, this fucking tab is fucked
What
up.
happened?
It's fucking with me.
Oh.
I'm gonna shut this shit down.
Shut
this shit down. Okay.
All right. All right. So we'll be back Friday night talking about whatever the fuck Tom wants to talk about.
What are we talking about?
Goodness knows whatever that's gonna
It's
be.
not me.
He's gonna talk about his Fortress of Balditude.
No, stop.
Go make me some food. Seriously. All right. So hopefully we talked about the topic enough to justify the title of this, but you know, whatever. All right. So thank you everybody for dropping by. Thank you for super chats, because I know a lot of people drop some in the comments, and I love that. We'll be back Friday evening at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So thank you for dropping by. Thank you very much for hanging out with us on Wednesday night. We will see you on Friday. Bye.